Okay. How's everybody doing? Let me know in the chat. Where's everybody watching from? Let's get into this so we can get into this coverage. We are currently in the process of watching a potential now tornado situation unfold here in Oklahoma, okay? And potentially all the way up there into portions of Kansas as well. We've seen multiple tornado warnings already today. And we are expecting to see more as another, a slightly different aspect of the storm is coming into play here as we have a dry line entering some very moist air here in central Oklahoma from the Gulf of Mexico. Big spinning storm up here just off the front range of the Rockies. And I mean, it's just going to sit there for a while. And today is really I think the second day that it's really going to be causing some significant problems out here. And the Storm Prediction Center says that those problems are going to be pretty significant. Let's take a look at that real quick. Let's look at the day one outlook from radar on the Radar Omega app here from the Storm Prediction Center. Looky there. 2,800,000 people under a enhanced risk for severe weather today. That includes Oklahoma City, Wichita, Norman, Lawton, and Edmond, Oklahoma. Wichita, of course, is in Kansas. 4 million people in a slight risk, and 26 million of yous are under a marginal risk of severe weather today. That's May for you. We're going to be focusing very intensely, though, on this area right here, okay? And let me show you why. Let me do a little flip-flop. Bada bing, bada boom. There's your tornado outlook. 1.9 million people under a 10% probability for tornadoes. And then you see the dashed area, the dashed line here in and around the I-35 and I-40 corridor, kind of sprawling out from the Oklahoma City area. That is our 10% hatched risk for tornadoes today. So not only do we have a 10% probability of a tornado popping up somewhere down here within 25 miles of any given point in that yellow area, some of those storms or tornadoes could be strong, EF2 or greater on the damage scale by the time the dust settles. So that's why we're live today. That's why we've got a team of some of the best storm chasers on Earth out there today, giving us live views from the fields. Look at this, guys. Plains, no jungles, no mountains. It's honestly rare that we see the chaser view look as clear as this. I mean, a lot of times when we go live, at least here recently, we are in Dixie Alley, okay? We're in the Delta region. We are in, I don't know, Missouri or something. Today, we are in traditional Tornado Alley and, some very pristine chasing areas, and that's where most of our chasers are right now. You see we got Chris Hall, and we've got Frankie, we've got Brad Arnold, we've got Caleb, and we've got Brandon Clement, all out here in generally the same area, except for Brandon Clement's actually in Colorado today, which is another area that we are actually going to be watching pretty close. We've had quite a few tornado warnings up here today in and around the Nebraska and Colorado and Kansas border associated with this area of storms up here that's going through McCook. We've also got a bunch of flash flood warnings because of that. And now back here in the cold core of the storm, we're going to start to see more storms pop up and potentially produce some, mini supercells, maybe even some more tornadoes as these move up to the north and east. So we're going to be watching these two parts of the storm very, very closely today. Hold on one second. I got to fix one of my buttons. I've got a broken button. Oh, and I'm having a hard time finding how to fix it, but we're going to get there. So anyways, if you're just now tuning in, this is live severe weather coverage. We are tracking some severe storms that are popping up down here around the Red River Valley, and they are moving up towards Duncan and Pauls Valley and Chickasha in Oklahoma. And we're going to see many more storms pop up along this boundary here as we go through the next little bit. If I can't, there we go. I found it. I found my button I was trying to fix. And looky there. I think that I fixed it. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Seamless transitions now between scenes. That's what I was trying to fix. All right, chat, how you doing today? Thank you so much for being here. It looks like we've got a lot of people watching right now from the Oklahoma City area, which is great. We also, I see a lot of people type in Mississippi in the chat. And that's because I know you guys are hearing the thunder and you're seeing the lightning. You're feeling the storm out there as well. A little bit less of a tornado threat out here today, but we do have this huge squall line, little mesoscale convective system kind of blowing through the state here, causing some big time winds and definitely some disruptive thunderstorms moving through Mississippi right now. Getting ready to get a big one over here in Hattiesburg. A severe thunderstorm warning just to your west for 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch in diameter hail. Another severe thunderstorm warning up here closer to Starkville. Just went past Starkville and now is in Columbus, moving up towards Alabama now. That's going to be for less than 3/4 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is going to be one of those systems where, I mean, this is almost like the perimeter of a mushroom cloud. Imagine a bomb going off here, and then we've got the edge of the blast zone kind of moving through right here. That's where you're getting all that warm air being forced up into the air, and we're getting these storms. A lot of the stronger wind gusts, if there are still any strong wind gusts associated with this, are going to be a little bit behind the storms. But there's also going to be some gusty winds in the downdrafts associated with these storms as well. But for the most part, that's the main problem with these storms is some gusty winds, potentially severe winds at times, and of course a little bit of hail. And we're going to be watching these as they go through Tuscaloosa and Demopolis here over the next little bit. Look at that. That's a pretty interesting sight. You don't see that every day. The literal almost perfect ring here of storms. Once again, we've got just there's so much storm juice, storm fuel in the air. The smallest little, disturbance, little area of instability can cause a thunderstorm that then creates an area of cool air that then causes more thunderstorms around it. And then it's just this domino effect, this chain reaction that we're seeing unfold here pretty much across the entire state of Mississippi. Fascinating stuff going on over there right now. And back over into Oklahoma, it gets really interesting when you start taking a close look at these supercells. So that's what we're going to do now. We're going to go into our Radar Omega app, and we're going to turn the tornado outlook off for now. We don't want many distractions, okay? We want to focus on the radar. So that's what we're going to be doing here. This storm is warned for 1.5 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And that's what we're going to be watching as this goes up towards Duncan. But look at this. It's got a little bit of a dangly bit on it. Every storm that pops up today at first will have these protrusions on them. The bases of the storms will be very visible on radar more than likely. And we have to watch this area of the storm very closely for rotation. We have to see if this is going to try to turn into a hook. We've got to watch these storms very closely as they mature because it's currently 6:12 on the East Coast. It's 5:12 in the Central Time Zone. The closer we get to sunset, we are going to see an increase in the lower level jet stream. And whenever those winds kind of pick up a little bit just above the surface, it's going to add a lot to the dynamics at play that are going to allow these storms to spin. So if they're already spinning now, or if they've already got the attributes to take advantage of the spin, so when sunset comes around, things could definitely get insane pretty quickly. And the lights are purple. That means Riley wants to talk to us. Why don't you go ahead, Riley?
Hey, Ryan. So as we're looking at that severe thunderstorm in Oklahoma, I've been told by multiple chasers and just looking at the map, all of the chasers we have with us today are going to this storm. So if this does produce a tornado, we are going to have 6 angles of this storm.
Amazing.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad.
There's a chaser now. Okay. Thank you, Riley. We just got a voice chat from Brad, Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. So we're going to check in with him. Yeah, we're live on YouTube. Brad, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to let you know we are west of Duncan on a dirt road right now, dropping down to that storm that's near Temple. It is latched onto that boundary that is retreating further north. I think it may have actually ingested it. So we're going to head down there. That tornado potential is going to be maximized shortly. It needs to take a little bit of a right turn, but I really think that's going to be a big-time tornado producer here shortly. So we're about to be on and get visual on it for you.
Okay, so that was Storm Chaser Brad Arnold telling us a lot of what Riley just told us. You know, his target is the same as pretty much every Storm Chaser down here right now. They're all going after this bad boy right here because, I mean, it doesn't take an expert to look at this thing and say, hey, that could probably produce a tornado here soon. And that's what these guys are out here to see and to help us, you know, guide you through. Once again, the colors on the radar do a lot for us, and like we can, you know, issue warnings. The National Weather Service issues warnings. You know, radar is a life-saving technology. I couldn't imagine being in this position that I'm in without it. But nothing beats Brad Arnold coming over the walkie and hollering about a tornado and actually being able to see it with your own eyes and being able to see what road it's on, you know, what direction is it going, you know, is it getting stronger, is it lifting, what's happening. These are all things that only storm chasers can tell us, and radar can't really tell us yet, at least not up to the second like our chasers can. So we're very thankful, very happy to have our storm chasers on board today. Once again, we've got 6 of the best in the world with us today. So if there's going to be a tornado out there, you will see it here first. And we're hopefully going to use that information to then give better warnings to the people who are in front of this thing, which, by the way, some people who are in front of this storm in particular right now are Temple, Oklahoma, Hastings, Oklahoma, Coram, Comanche, and Empire City. Okay. You guys are not under a tornado warning right now, but you've got, seriously, if you look out your window right now, if you live next to the highway in any of these towns, look out your window, look at the road. There's a daggone parade right now of storm chaser vehicles passing by your house on their way to try to get to this storm. And some of them have traveled thousands of miles, probably not hundreds of hours, but like a lot of hours to get there to potentially see a tornado. So keep that in mind. You're in that kind of spot right now, and you should probably take tornado warnings seriously today as they come out. You're in Oklahoma. You've had a lot of tornado warnings before, and you probably have never been hit by a tornado. I hope that trend continues today. But if you do get the warning today, let's assume that the worst case scenario is possible, and let's take our tornado action plan seriously. Get into the most interior room of your home, barricade yourself, preferably underground in a basement or in a storm cellar. But if you don't have that, in an interior room like a closet or a bathroom, whichever one has the least amount of glass. And, you know, just try to protect your head, because that's how a lot of people end up getting injured in these kind of situations. So we're watching this storm very closely, but this is going to get out of hand really quick. I do think we're going to see more storms form. We're already seeing a little bit of something trying to pop up here near Geronimo. I don't know how much luck that's going to have with latching onto this boundary like the one to the south has, but all of the forecast models have shown a continuous development, or, you know, kind of spreading out of the storms to the north and west here as we go through the next several hours. So this will more than likely, hopefully it's not, but this has a good chance of becoming one of those days where we're watching this storm down here in southern Oklahoma, and then a tornado warning is issued, and then another one gets issued for, you know, somewhere up in central Oklahoma, and then maybe there's one in Kansas. We're going to be going back and forth a lot today. So just get ready for that. I'm going to do my best to try to make sure that I'm constantly saying the state names along with the town names so nobody gets confused. But it's going to be my job to try to, at any time, focus on whatever puts the most life and property, in danger. We don't discriminate here. We literally will cover tornado warnings for counties with a population of 1 or towns with a population of 3. We've done it before. But like if there's a severe thunderstorm warning, for example, right now in Kansas, but there's a tornado warning in Oklahoma, we'll probably spend a little bit more time in Oklahoma. And that's I hope you don't feel left out. I see that a lot in the chat, but just know, if I'm not talking about your town or your state in these live streams, that is a good thing. That is a good thing, okay? Because we try to focus on whatever is the worst that's happening in these live streams. So I really want to say thanks to everybody in the chat that's showing support. You guys are awesome. We've got a bunch of new members and a bunch of old members today, like K Crush, been a member for 16 months. Heart to you and your team. Excited to follow your coverage today. Thank you so much. And looky here, Amelia Black is already being super generous and gifting 5 memberships. And there's actually been a couple of you do that. I really appreciate that. Thank you guys for always being here and always being so supportive in the chat. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, this is live severe weather coverage. We're on the verge of a potential severe weather outbreak with maybe a lot of tornadoes involved. And nothing's crazy is happening yet. We're kind of like in the beginning stages of this. We wanted to come live early so that we could be there for some of the first warnings and then kind of follow these storms through their life cycles. But this one down here near Duncan, Oklahoma, though, looks like it's going to be one of the first ones that we follow today. And of course, we've got a bunch of awesome people on the team, like Riley. This is what Riley sees whenever he is, looking towards the camera there. You guys only see behind him, but of course, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screens there in front of him. It's a requirement to be a part of the y'all team. You got to have at least 4 screens. Every screen on top of that is an added bonus. So this is what Riley's taken care of today. Of course, we've got a bunch of other people in the background helping as well with, I would say the Ryan Hall y'all team in total has probably at least 800 screens in operation at any given moment. Like we are the leading importer of screens, I believe. And then, of course, I do want to say before things get too crazy, before we start relaying warnings here and we don't have time to do this anymore, I want to take this opportunity to remind everybody to please share this stream. We've been doing this for a long time. We've helped countless people. And anytime there's a big tornado, we go there afterwards and we talk to the people that were hit by it. And almost always we meet some people who claim that their lives were saved by the service that we're doing here through YouTube, and that they found us because somebody shared it on Facebook, or my aunt shared it to me on Snapchat, or my buddy sent it to me there in a text message. It's almost never like, oh, I'm a super huge fan and I've been following you forever. And that's great. Like what this is actually doing is we are together. We're crowdsourcing the information relay of weather information through massive shares and massive, coordination between people. So if we could do that again today, maybe we can get in front of somebody and help them out. Hopefully nobody needs it, but we might as well have them here anyways, just in case things go crazy. And looky here, the lights behind me have turned green. That means it's time to talk to Andy. Go ahead, meteorologist Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Hopefully I'm coming through well there. I'm just taking a peek out ahead of this storm in southwest Oklahoma, seeing when it gets to I-35, what the environment really looks like in front of it there. And from what I can tell, I think right when it reaches Ardmore, Springer, that area right in there is when we really start to see the best winds, the best dynamics in the atmosphere for this supercell to produce a tornado. So it could happen before that, but right now there's not too much spin in the area out in front of this until it reaches I-35. So, everybody in this area should be weather aware today. Both of us are covering this here for a reason. So that's what I'm seeing right now. Of course, this boundary that Brad Arnold's talking about could do much. It could do a lot of anything on its own. So something we're going to see today that's a common theme is storms that modify the atmosphere. They alter the atmosphere when they track through it. So they start to suck in that air a lot faster. But before that, it wasn't moving too fast. So, we have a little bit of nadir juice, but we're going to see what happens from here on.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. And of course, we do have a tornado warning now. I believe I'm going to go. We're going to fly to that on the Radar Omega app, where I thought we were going to. It just went away. I'm going to wait for the polygon to pop back up here. But in the meantime, I think we've got Hitchcock County and Red Willow County, Nebraska, under a tornado warning. There we go. This does include McCook here, and this is up in Nebraska. Once again, like I said earlier, we are going to be moving back and forth between multiple states today. We're going to go back to Oklahoma here in a second, but we do have our first warning of the stream anyways for Hitchcock and Red Willow County in Nebraska. We've got an observed tornado. Let's read about that. Who observed this? Public confirmed tornado. A tornado was reported 4 miles south and west of McCook. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur, and tree damage is likely. So this is a wonderful example of why nobody should pay too much attention today to what. Are you in the 10% or are you in the 5%? Like anybody in this whole enhanced or even, periphery slight risk is under the gun today for some big time severe weather. And we might have a tornado still in progress here near McCook, moving up to the north and east. So if we're near Red Willow in Nebraska, we've got to take shelter right now. Okay, so I'm going to show you the fly feature now because it popped up again. So we're going to go back really quickly. And we're going to look at a severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma. Okay, I'm just going to click that right there. Boom. That's our most recent severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma. You can see that there is a little bit of rotation trying to pop up down here. And let's flip over to the reflectivity. And yeah, that's right where you would expect to see it in a supercell. So we're going to watch this closely and see if it tries to produce a tornado as it moves farther east. But let's say we want to go back to that tornado warning. We click right here. Boom. And it automatically, takes us to the correct radar site and everything. Once again, the only reason I'm showing this stuff off is because I know that you guys want to follow along, and I know a lot of you already have the Radar Omega app yourself. If that's the best way to do it, to go back and forth between these warnings, just use this little panel, and you can fly back and forth to the different warnings and stuff. Okay, Riley, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, I just talked with Brad, and we're going to continue the Brad Arnold game. And he said that the first tornado in Oklahoma will occur in 25 minutes. Now, this is just a prediction, but this is tornado stiffer Brad. So who knows? We'll see.
All right. Yep. So, guys, Brad is the tornado sniffer. We don't keep up with storm chaser stats like you would baseball players. I think we should. I think that's something that we should do. But if we did, Brad Arnold's, batting average or whatever would be like the highest, in my opinion, out of any of the other storm chasers. And he's saying that he believes that another tornado or the first tornado of the day might be about to occur here in Oklahoma within the next 25 minutes. So Brad Arnold's right here. If you guys have, once again, if you have the Radar Omega app, you can see his face right there on Highway 65. This is a live updating indicator of his location. He's going south here. And you guys, and myself included, I can click on this and I can see Brad's live feed in here. He's got weather instrumentation on his vehicle. So you can see the temperature where he is, the wind speed, the dew point, and all that stuff. And look at that, 72 degree dew point. It is juicy out there where Brad is on his trip to intercept a forming tornado here near Temple, Oklahoma. I'll buy all the cards. Oh yeah, like storm chaser cards instead of baseball cards. That would be cool. For some reason, I feel like there's a reason why that's not cool or something. I don't know. I don't keep up with those things. But if that was a thing, I would definitely get a pack of storm chaser cards every time I came across them. Yeah, I just saw in the chat, no, there is no tornado warning for Oklahoma yet. We do believe that's about to happen. The only tornado warning that we have right now is up here in Nebraska. All right, and we're going to fly to it real quick and show you that again. It's for the storm up here near McCook, and honestly, our radar coverage isn't that great. You can see the rotation that's associated with it right here, and we've got a public confirmed tornado, so we definitely want to be getting to shelter if we're in the path of this thing. Right now, though, the general direction that this thing's going is pretty rural. I don't think I even see very many roads. There's a couple roads here, but it looks to be mostly just farmland between here and then Freedom. All the way up towards Freedom and Stockville. I'd be watching out as this thing gets closer and closer to you. We got to watch out for some new cells to pop up down here once again in the cold core of the system. Look at this thing spin, by the way. This is the central area of low pressure right here way up in Colorado. And that's getting ready to cause a tornado all the way down here in right near the border of Texas and Oklahoma. Very dynamic and widespread system. We talked about it some today in the video. I hope you guys watched the video on the Extra channel. We do have, the Ryan Hall Y'all Extra channel. If you guys didn't know, I upload a little bit more frequently on that channel because it's just one of those things where if there's anything that I need to talk about with the weather, I just talk about it. We don't worry too much about, is this going to be good for YouTube, blah, blah, blah. On the main channel, we try to make sure that we always reach as many people as possible so that our impact during severe weather live streams like this one is more widespread. But on the Extra channel, I'll just throw up, hey man, in my storm today. and it's just a little bit more like laid back and niched down and focused on, more localized area than trying to focus on the whole US. So if you didn't know that, Ryan Hall Y'all Extra, you can subscribe to that one as well. I know we got a bunch of channels now. It's just the way YouTube works. We're trying to play the game by their rules so that we can help as many people as possible. Yeah, there's a couple of storm chasers that have imagery of what looks to be a potentially developing mesocyclone that's pretty visible from the surface. But I still don't see any signs of a tornado just yet. But yeah, I agree with Brad here. It's probably getting ready to happen with this cell. I don't know, within the next 25 minutes. It might take it a little bit longer than that, but it's definitely, it's trying to do something. And you can see okay, there you go. You can see the base of it on Frankie's stream right here. Look at that thing. What? Oh, I see. I think it's frozen, but that's crazy. That is a big time rotating updraft there. I would love to be set up somewhere making a time lapse of this right now. That's going to be absolutely insane. The dark column that you see there is the updraft. That's the rotating part of the storm. That's the base of the storm. And it's literally just throwing all that moisture straight up into the sky. You can see it all happen from Frankie's vantage point here. Very cool. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, we are now starting to receive hail reports with this storm, so that is a good sign that this storm is strengthening and could very soon become tornadic.
Okay, and I see it as well on radar. This is, in real life and in radar at the same time, we're seeing this thing become, what you learn about on day one of Supercell 101 school or whatever, of how these things kind of take shape and how they play out. And that's what's happening. This is the kind of storm that will almost certainly produce a tornado at some point. So we've got to start getting serious about potentially seeking shelter if they issue a warning here soon for places like Temple, Oklahoma, Coram, Comanche, and Sunray. Okay, that's some of the places that this storm's going to end up going to here soon. We're still going to wait and see what happens with this. If it starts bending in like this, if we start to see more of a hook appearance, that's definitely not a good sign here. What you see right now might be that trying to happen. You see how we're getting a little bit of a bow in this part of the storm here. We'll either see the storm kind of bow out, or we'll see that rear flank downdraft kind of enhance or get caught up in the inflow and more, rotation start to happen here. And then we'll literally be in the middle of tornado genesis within 25 minutes of when Brad said we would be. Oh, wow. We've got a viewer We've got a viewer submitted photo here from Comanche, Oklahoma. This is great. Right here's Comanche. Here's our supercell that we're looking at. And here is Melissa Seabury's view of it. Jeez, man. Once again, this is the base of the storm. Imagine it's a vacuum, because that's what the storm is, essentially. Like the ground is the carpet, right? And this is the base of it. All of this moisture, everything is getting sucked up into the base of the storm here. And it's getting swirled around and then boom, lofted up into the atmosphere. And we're seeing it literally hit the top and spread out here. And it almost looks like a bomb going off. And in fact, this is more powerful than any bomb going off. And we're seeing it in all of its glory here in Oklahoma. Once again, just a beautiful storm, but unfortunately, incredibly dangerous what's happening here. The incredible suction power that this thing has is going to more than likely eventually produce a tornado down here.
Hey Ryan,
as
it's
we go
Chris, just
forward.
giving you an update. We're going to drop south into the town of Loco. I'm assuming that's how you say it's, Loco, Oklahoma, and we're going to watch the storm go, as of now, northeast. If it takes a hard right turn, it's going to head over towards us. So we'll give you a view of it here shortly.
All right, that's Storm Chaser Chris Hall. He is over here near Velma right now, and then he's going to go south towards Loco. And like he said, that we're watching this storm potentially make a right-hand turn here, okay? So right now it's kind of lofting off this way, but whenever it strengthens and matures, we do think it'll maybe start turning a little bit farther right. And when that happens, it's going to be potentially heading towards, once again, Temple, Comanche, and Loco in Oklahoma. Thank you, Melissa, so much for sending in that wonderful photo. Make sure you're getting ready to take shelter, though, because I do believe Comanche will be possibly getting in on some big hail here soon. Unbelievable how photogenic this storm is, man. If this thing does produce a tornado, some of the craziest footage, pictures of a tornado ever taken is getting ready to happen here. If somebody can get a wide shot of the condensed funnel on the ground and this whole barber pole kind of like supercell that goes way up into the sky all together. Frankie's got a great view of it there. Go ahead, Riley.
You beat me to it. I was going to say go ahead and look at Frankie's feed because he has a great view of the base.
Yes, he did. Well, I think he's just turned around. Yeah. But yeah, he had a great view of it. I'm sure we'll get that back here. It looks like he's turning around right now. But yeah, this is why these guys do this, man. This is why these guys drive so far and like put their lives at risk and stuff. Like obviously a big part of it is, the information relay, helping people like me better give out warnings and stuff. But another big part of it is just this, man. Like being in front of something like that is something to behold. Okay, Brad's got a great view of it too. Look at that thing. Holy smokes. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, there's been a large hail core showed up right next to Lake City in Florida from the Jacksonville radar just in the last few minutes. And it's even got a hail spike on it that you can see in the correlation coefficient. So very large hail about to fall in Lake City in Columbia County in Florida.
All right. So we're going to go look at some of these storms in Florida too, because I'm noticing we also have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. At least we have been having a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings come through from Florida. But we've just got to take a second and just kind of take this in before we pull away from it. This is incredible stuff that we're seeing here. I mean, there is just no better representation of what a supercell is, man. Holy crap. That's awesome. And Brad Arnold's location right now he's just to the north of Temple. Just to the north of Temple. He's on Country Road or County Road E118. And yeah, this thing is already producing to me what looks like a little bit of a lowering, maybe even a wall cloud. And I can see a lot of movement at the bottom of the storm now. On radar, ever so slightly, we're starting to see more rotation with this thing, but it's not necessarily incredibly, impressive yet. Not nearly as impressive on radar as it is in real life. I can say that much. But it's getting there. It is getting there, and it's getting there fast. So if you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at a developing tornado just to the west of Temple. Now, we don't have a warning yet, and it's okay because we don't have all the signs coming together yet. We don't think there's going to be a tornado within the next couple of seconds or anything. But this storm, if it keeps trending in the way that it's going right now, it almost certainly will produce a tornado, and we're probably going to get that warning soon. So if you're in the path of this thing, once again, near Temple, Coram, or Comanche, or Empire City in Oklahoma, make sure you get in your safe spot or get ready to get in your safe spot. Here's another view from Jason Cooley, a drone shot. This is a live drone shot right now from this storm. And once again, just an incredible, unbelievable view of this supercell coming out of south central Oklahoma here. Beautiful. Beautiful. Wow. We've got three of our guys actually with a good view of it there. So you can see it through Frankie's stream. You can see it through Brad's and Michael. Okay, sorry, that was Michael Beard in Oklahoma who had the drone shot there, I believe. So while we're watching this developing tornado, it's taking its time there. Let's quickly go take a look at some of these storms in Florida. I'm interested. How many people do we have watching right now from Florida? Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, after you take a look at Florida, Brad Arnold has zoomed in on that lowering, and you can see that it is rotating.
Oh, wow. Yep, there it is. Live view. We currently have no severe thunderstorm warnings in Florida. We had a bunch earlier, but that we're going to keep you updated on those storms as well. I want to make sure that we're going all over the place today to all these different areas. Anytime we're live and people are hearing thunder anywhere, they'll come here. I want to keep everybody updated, but of course we're watching this situation very close in Oklahoma here. By the way, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, you're getting ready to get it. A pretty good storm here soon. We talked about that earlier. 50, 60 mile an hour winds and 1 inch in diameter hail possible. Coming back to Frankie's stream, he's given us a handheld view here. he literally had to move the camera from the ground 180 degrees up into the sky and then 90 degrees back around backwards to give us a view of a quarter of the storm. This thing's huge.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, and we've got a new tornado warning, and it's not for this storm. Can you guess where it is? It's Colorado and Kansas in our cold core. Let's fly to it on the Radar Omega app. Boom. There it is, right on the border of Kansas and Colorado. We got a new tornado warning for Cheyenne and Wallace counties. Cheyenne and Wallace counties. Big area of rotation right here. Definitely looks like a potentially, serious situation for Weston, Kansas. Weston, Kansas. If you're in that area, take shelter now. In fact, man, there's a couple areas of rotation with this. Not just that one. We could have a couple land spouts happening here. Maybe even multiple tornadoes trying to happen with this storm as it moves off to the north and east towards Weston. Take shelter. That's a lot of rotation there. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, look even east of that. These storms are actually moving to the northwest right there in the center, almost just northeast of the center of that low. So they're actually going to the northwest. If you look east, you can see storms that are just barely even popping up now, and they're already rotating too. So I think this is
New
going to be
information.
one of our
This
most
tornado
active
warning
areas
has been
besides that one
upgraded.
supercell in southwest Oklahoma. So we're gonna have to watch this one pretty closely because I think all of these areas here that could be wrapped in hail are actually producing a tornado or a hybrid landspout and tornado right now, actually. So these ones have beat out the ones in Oklahoma that Brad was talking about. Does that still validate Brad's point there, though? What do you think?
I don't know that, if we're keeping up with his batting average, that's got to take a couple of points off. But definitely, definitely something to watch up here in Kansas as we continue to see these areas of rotation pop up. Once again, if you're new here, if you don't know what we're talking about, it's like, what are you talking about rotation? Let me show you the velocity map here real quick, and then we'll get into locations. All of these areas of brighter colors that you see here, the bright greens next to the darker reds, the bright greens and blues next to the darker reds. What's happening here is the radar is showing us what's happening in the cloud and like how fast and in what direction the things in that cloud are moving, or the wind is moving. Okay, so whenever we get a really bright green or a blue here, we've got hydrometeors or winds in the clouds moving towards the radar at a high velocity. And then when we have reds, stuff is moving away from the radar. And when it's darker reds, it's at a high velocity. And we can kind of infer based off of where the radar is that we have counterclockwise rotation here, therefore meaning that we likely have a tornado or developing tornado right in this area. But if we zoom out, I mean, you can see another one right here, another one right here. And like Andy was saying, there's another one, there's another one, there's another one. We are potentially about to see a whole separate serious situation unfold here in our cold core for portions of western and northwestern Kansas, and of course extreme eastern Colorado. So make sure you guys are paying attention. Make sure if you know anybody in this area, we're also sharing to those people. Goodland, Kansas, Colby, Oakley, Sharon Springs, Wallace, all these areas need to be on the lookout for a potential tornado as we go forward. This is two really crazy things are happening right now. First of all, the infinite rotating, storm up here on the Colorado-Kansas border. And then we have this just incredible view from our storm chasers here of the magnificent supercell that's forming in Oklahoma. Once again, this is a view that you don't get to see every day. You really don't get to see something like that every day, especially this particular shot from the drone. With the sun coming out from behind the supercell, you can see the overshooting, like the flat top of the supercell right there. Just a lot of explosive energy with these developing storms today. Yeah, this is Oklahoma. I know we got a lot of people funneling in. We are unfortunately going to be going back and forth between Oklahoma, Kansas, Colorado, and Nebraska all night tonight. I can't focus on one area, but we want to make sure that we are keeping everybody up to date. Okay, go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I just talked to Brad again. He thinks this storm is currently struggling with lower level rotation, so that's why we have not seen a tornado yet. And then also we do now have a chaser, Adam, in Colorado. I'll be monitoring that feed to see if we see a tornado on that. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Riley. Adam Lucio, I think is how you say that, is helping us out by giving us a feed in Colorado. So we've got eyes everywhere. Most of our chasers are in Oklahoma right now, but we also have some people, in other areas as well. And once again, this is crazy. What's happening up here in Kansas right now could end up being the headline or the main story of today, as this is something, this is nuts. Now we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 areas of rotation in this thing. All right, I got to sit down. I'll see you guys down there. All right, we're gonna prepare for the upcoming onslaught, more than likely of tornado warnings and going back and forth between different states here. And then once we get into the thick of it a little bit, we'll stand back up. Go ahead, Andy.
Unfortunately, Ryan, I think there is a little bit of a debris signature right over West in Kansas there. The one to the right of that strongest rotation probably produced a brief tornado that's probably tore up a little bit of some roofs there right in the town. So there is a slight debris signature there. This warning is for a confirmed tornado, but it does encompass several of those rotations. So it's almost like a blanket tornado warning, but a confirmed one with each of these circulations possibly producing, as well as the ones off to the east as those storms develop rapidly.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. Guys, yeah, we've got a pretty serious situation unfolding here on the Kansas-Colorado border as, I mean, once again, multiple areas of rotation are likely producing multiple tornadoes at the same time. We've got a pretty good confirmation of a tornado happening right here near Weskin. As we do have the correlation coefficient drop, we've got signs of potential debris being lofted into the air there. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another one pop up over here. I think that what's happening is there's just more debris to pick up in the first place in near Weskin than over here. And maybe that's why we don't see the signature yet. But yeah, there could be multiple tornadoes on the ground here. So this is the best example I could ever give of respect to the polygon. A lot of times, there's one area in the polygon that gets, hit by a tornado, but looks like there might be literally 4 to 5 tornadoes in the full, width of this thing that's going to continue to go up to the north and west. That's also weird, the direction that they're going here. So make sure you are in your safe spot. If you're anywhere in Cheyenne or Wallace County, Kansas, this is an extremely dangerous situation. North and west, look at that. Lots of rare sights today. That one right there, that could be a pretty intense one. And what's crazy is all of these tornadoes are kind of like going over this road at the same time. That's Highway 40 there between Arapahoe and Sharon Springs. So yeah, hopefully the warning was received there. I don't know what the situation is like in Weskin with sirens and stuff like that, but definitely something that we have to watch as this continues to go back up towards the Highway 385 corridor here in the next little bit. Weird naders, that's for sure. I saw that in the chat. Yeah, it's a pretty good chance that, at least to some degree, the town of Weskin.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I don't want to say hit, but there was definitely probably some damage there from whatever caused that brief debris signature. Okay, new tornado warning, and that's for another area of rotation that one of them that Andy called out a while back to the east of our current warning. This is a little bit farther into western Kansas, south and east of Wallace and south of McAllister. We've got a pretty strong area of rotation right here. That's moving up towards the north. Very rural area. Don't see a whole lot of stuff out in front of it. That's great. There is some stuff out here, though, and we want to make sure that we're relaying this warning. But these storms are going to get very close to Wallace and McAllister here soon, so take shelter if you're in those areas. What do we got going on in Oklahoma here? Got something happening here. The base of the storm does look a little bit more, it looks a little messier now than when we first saw it trying to, take shape. But it's definitely still trying to do something, that's for sure. Let's see here. Tornado warning. US 40 is a pretty busy highway. I think there was at least 2 tornadoes that just crossed over it, like around the same time. If we go to the multi-view here, we have like so many views, different angles of this storm, and you can see how the supercell's still there, but the base of it just looks a little bit less impressive. Still looks pretty interesting on radar, though, as this moves up towards Empire City and Comanche. Not in a big hurry, that's for sure. We've also got more storms popping up here just to the west of the I-35 corridor, just to the east of Lawton. We've got a new storm that's popping up. We got a new tornado warning in Colorado. We're going to go check that out here in a second. But we've got multiple storms popping up here near Chickasha as well in Oklahoma. And we actually got a storm that's trying to get going here just to the north and west of Oklahoma City as well. So we're going to fly over to the new Colorado warning, and we are going to talk to Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, and I just want to talk about why these warnings are coming up, because we've mentioned the cold core a couple of times, right? So what the heck is that? A cold core simply is right next to that low pressure center. What happens there is that there's very unstable air, even though it doesn't really feel that humid outside. For Sharon Springs or Cheyenne Wells in Colorado, it's not going to feel that humid outside, but the air aloft right above that low pressure center is so cold that all that warm air at the surface just wants to rise super fast into it. So that's why we get these cold core situations. And since we're right next to that center, it's also spinning quite a bit because everything spins around the low pressure generally. So that's why we see cold core tornado warnings like this. And there's been at least 5 or 6 tornadoes already, all pretty weak. So thankfully they're pretty weak, but there's so many tornado reports filtering in here that we can take a look at here.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. And yeah, there's a lot of reports coming in. We've got a train spotter reported about 3 miles southeast of somebody tell me how to say that. Arapahoe, Colorado. Tornadoes are short-lived, only lasting a minute or two, lifting and then dropping again. Multi-vortex also reported with that. And then a spotter reported 2 tornadoes east of that same town. And then down here near Weskin, a spotter reported a multi-vortex tornado just to the south and west of Weskin. And to the east there, we've got a report of a rain-wrapped weak tornado that crossed Highway 40. So lots of tornadic activity associated with these storms. And it looks like it's going to continue for a little while. We've got even more rotation over here. I'm pretty concerned about the areas near Wallace. I don't know if we just saw one of those weak tornadoes move through Wallace, but we've definitely got that not debris signature, but the rotation signature to go along with it. That's going to continue to go up to the north. And yeah, we're just going to be checking in on this pretty often here as these storms continue to move forward. It does look like in the past couple of scans, at least, the rotation looks a little bit less impressive, but we cannot let our guard down as this is, this is once again the cold core. And we're also going to see more storms, kind of individual little cells pop up to the east of this over and over again as we go later into the evening. Oh, yeah. And I'm seeing there are pictures of some of these tornadoes in Kansas right now. Can't share them live on the air because of, copyright and stuff like that. But guess what? I'm retweeting them. If you want to see what these tornadoes look like, they definitely look, they look kind of big, honestly, bigger than what I was expecting based off of the radar returns. But if you want to see what they look like, go to Twitter. I'm retweeting all this stuff at Ryan Hall Y'all. At Ryan Hall Y'all.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we've got a confirmed warning now for Cheyenne and Wallace County. Cheyenne's in Colorado. Wallace County is in Kansas. You see the black pulsing box here. That's that update. Observed warning here. Let's read the update. Weather spotters confirmed multiple tornadoes between Arapahoe and Weston. So that's what's going on here. Still, we have multiple areas of rotation, with the most impressive one, I think, being this right here. And this is moving into some pretty rural areas, some pretty, sparsely populated areas, which is good news. But there's still people out here. There's still stuff out here. And we want to make sure we are doing our best to make sure everybody's informed of what's going on. Mike Elliott, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. B, thanks so much for gifting 5 memberships, and congratulations to everyone who got one of those memberships. It's also flooding. We've got a lot of flooding happening up here in the same area. Eastern Colorado, Western Kansas. We are starting to get a couple of damage reports out of Kansas as well. All right, I'm just reading some updates here. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, I just heard from Chris Hall that there's a report of a possible landspout northeast of Lawton, Oklahoma, that is north of our current severe warning that everyone's on. The storms there don't look that impressive, but hold on, they're saying something now. Okay, yep, so there's another report of a landspout coming in just east of Lawton.
Okay, thank you, Riley. This is that storm. Here's Lawton, Oklahoma. Here are these new storms that are popping up that we've been talking about. Could have some, rotating attributes to all of these from Chickasha down to Lawton. And I think that that's only going to get more prominent as we go later into the evening here. So we're going to continue to see this get kind of more intense as this gets closer to the I-35 corridor. Once again, one of the main reasons we're live here is because we do think a dangerous situation is at some point going to take shape. And that could happen right around the Oklahoma City area. It could happen a little bit farther south. We're watching all of these storms as they pop up. And in fact, we've got storms popping up farther south too. Go ahead, Riley.
Adam Lucio has a landspout on stream right now.
All right. Lucio's in 5. There it is.
Okay, I can see it on my side. It might have just dissipated. That's how quick it was, but there was a very, very clear funnel coming down from the cloud base, making ground contact.
Yeah, it looks like it's a little choppy too, so we might have just missed it there with a buffer. But this is the storm, by the way, guys, that is just producing tornado after landspout in and around the Kansas-Colorado border. Storm chaser Adam Lucio is giving us a first-hand view of that. And completely different situation there versus what's going on in Oklahoma, where we have this big beefy supercell with the big dark lowering and all that stuff. So we're watching 2 totally different kinds of storms here, but they're all associated with the same exact storm system. Even these storms down here in Texas, which look like they're going to go towards Gainesville and Denton, maybe up here towards Denison here soon. So just north of the DFW metro, we might be dealing with some severe weather tonight at some point. And of course, we do expect for this to make it into the Oklahoma City area at some point as well. This is the storm we're kind of watching the hardest right now. All of the storm chasers decided to run after this one that's going towards Duncan. It looked very impressive at first. It looks a little bit impressive now. We'll see what happens as it gets closer to the I-35 corridor. That's when Andy, and a lot of other people believe that these storms had the best chance to actually produce a tornado in the next couple of hours or so. But we've got storm chasers everywhere keeping an eye on this thing for us. Kimmy L, thanks for being a high risker for 2 years. Kimmy, that's crazy. I can't believe, I know I say this often, but I can't believe I've been doing this for 2 years. Kind of nuts. Call Me Josh gifted 50 memberships. Everybody say thank you to Josh. That's awesome. And once again, congrats to everybody that got a free membership there. Michael, thanks for being a member for 18 months. And Amanda, thanks for becoming a member. Really appreciate your all support. If it wasn't for people like Amanda and Josh and everybody who are, helping out there, we wouldn't be able to do a lot of the stuff that we do. So thank you very much. Wouldn't be able to do it without, interrupting you every 2 seconds with a commercial or something. Glad we don't have to do that. Man, some of these videos and pictures on Twitter are they're just awesome of this thing. I'm retweeting a bunch of them. And by this thing, I'm talking about the supercell in southern Oklahoma, of course.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wallace County, Kansas, there's a new warning up there. Let's fly to it. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, click the button. Radar Omega, most recent warning. Let's bada bing, bada boom. There it is. Wallace County, once again, you guys are under a warning. We've also got an update here to the warning to the north and west of that. That's going to be for still in northeastern Wallace County until 5:30 p.m. Mountain Time, 5:04 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles to the north and west of Wallace, or 6 miles north and east of Sharon Springs, moving north at 20 miles per hour. Still got a bunch of rotating areas with this one, but that newest warning was issued for probably the most impressive one right now, right there. Reds touch the greens. When the reds and the greens kiss right here, that is not a good sign for people north of there. But man, I'm telling you, there's just not a lot of people out here. Thank goodness. I know that there are some people, and that's why we're covering it, but this is a very rural area right in there. That's good news. Not so rural down here in Oklahoma and some of the places where these storms are going in northern Texas. So that's kind of why we're not necessarily focusing on these, but we're visiting these a lot to make sure we're not missing anything. So far, so good. No tornadoes yet, but we're getting close. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, one thing our chasers are noting, and I've also been seeing, is this severe storm that they're all on in Oklahoma. If you look at the top of the storm, the top has been collapsing. So that is a sign that this storm is most likely losing strength, and that's probably why we didn't see it produce a tornado, because it's struggling to hold itself together.
Absolutely. Thank you, Riley. And you can see that on radar as well. You can see it happening here on reflectivity. You can see it on echo tops. And our supercell that could turned out that it couldn't yet. I still think that I don't think that we turn our eyes away from this. Once again, we started the stream early today because we wanted to be here for the onset of these storms. We don't think that it's over yet. In fact, I think it's just getting started. We've got more cells popping up out here. These are moving towards Ardmore. This is an area that has been mentioned multiple times today as a potential hot spot. Ardmore, watch out. Big storms are coming. Same thing for you guys up here in the Oklahoma City area. These storms are going to be rotating and capable of producing tornadoes by the time they get to you. So make sure you're ready for that. And we are going to be here for that whenever they get to you. Major, huge, giant shout out to everybody just being so awesome in the chat here. We have a dangerous situation develop here, but first let me tell you about 3D Pyromaniac. Thanks so much for the support. Kevin, thanks for becoming a higher risker. Terry, Ryan, the SPC has South Central Oklahoma under a high probability of strong to severe tornadoes until 2 a.m. Central. They don't actually have you under a high probability. They have you under what would be officially noted as an enhanced probability, I guess. But still, you're absolutely right. There is a greater than usual potential for tornadoes out here in Oklahoma today, and that's why we're live. That's why we're here. And once again, 3D Pyromaniac, thank you so much for the support. It's because of you we don't have to say that. Let's see. David, thank you. Good. Grandma, thank you. I appreciate it, guys. I know I'm missing people. I can't do them all, but I really do appreciate everybody and all your support. And at some point during the stream, we'll go through and we'll do the thing where we talk about other areas. But until we know for sure that the threat is subsiding here with our potential tornado situation, we're going to focus on the most recent warnings and making sure we're properly, relaying all that information. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, I just talked to Chris Hall and Caleb B. They've heard reports that the storm near Sterling, Oklahoma,
new tornado warning
is
has been
producing
issued.
a rotating wall cloud, so they are on their way there now.
All right. Thank you, Riley, keeping us updated on what's going on with the storm chasers. And looky there, we've got a new tornado warning way up yonder in northern Kansas. I want you to look. Another area of rotation moving up towards Norton and Almena, Kansas. This is right on the Kansas, Nebraska border. Okay, so make sure you guys are taking shelter. This is radar indicated. We've got a potential tornado coming up toward the Highway 36 corridor between Norton and Calvert here in northern Kansas. So all of this area is about to become really active, I think, with tornado warnings. As more cells are forming just off the kind of the offshoot of the cold core here. And we've got a little bit of warm air kind of moving along in this area too, around the I-70 corridor, up towards Hayes and Stockton and Phillipsburg. Kansas is kind of the hot spot right now. And daggone. Another 50 gifted Wolf Gamer 12345. Thank you so much for that. Everybody say thank you to Wolf. That's 100 over 100 gifted so far today. We got all kinds of new members. Thank you all for that. And of course, congrats to everybody that's now a member. We're about to get another tornado warning come through here. And it is for Colorado and Kansas. Colorado and Kansas right here. Radar indicated. And I believe that's going to be updated or an update to it. Cheyenne Wells moving northwest at 10 miles an hour. Cheyenne County in east central Colorado takes shelter. Look at this just big conglomerate of tornado warnings here, pretty much for this whole arch. Got an arch of storms producing tornadoes. And then we've got this little thing producing a tornado, potentially up here near Norton as well. The target area today for most, I guess 90% of tornado chasers is down here. And we haven't seen the first tornado or tornado warning so far. It'll be interesting to see what happens as time goes on and as we get new information as these storms get bigger and more mature, and that lower level jet continues to increase. And speaking of a bomb, man, these storms really are explosive. Here's Apostolic. One of our viewers just sent this in. Looking north and east near Weatherford, Oklahoma. You can see in the distance there, we've got a poof Once again, looks like a bomb going off out there, but it's a thunderstorm. Going to see a lot of that as we go forward. Thank you for sending that in. If you guys want to send me pictures, videos, reports, memes, I don't care, whatever it is, Twitter's the way to go. At Ryan Hall, y'all. Should I be concerned for a tornado in Dawson County in central Nebraska, right off I-80? You shouldn't be concerned, at least until you get that warning, okay? Be weather aware. Make sure that you're paying attention to the latest warnings. When that warning comes through from the National Weather Service, just take it seriously and take shelter. Any tornado that happens today in Kansas or Nebraska, for that matter, is more than likely going to be on the weaker side. Now, don't get me wrong, even weak tornadoes can be bad and you don't want to deal with them. But if you properly prepare and take shelter, you're going to be fine. And the odds of, it happening at all is extremely low still, even on a day like today. We've got an insane view of this storm near Sharon Springs from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. Look at that. Just a really, really unique view of a very strong storm there. Once again, our cold core storm. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I just about bet that storm due north of Sharon Springs is actually producing a tornado at the moment, too. We have a little bit of lowered correlation coefficient right now, but that velocity is really ramped up. So if we see this warning upgraded to a confirmed one, don't be surprised by that at all. Very healthy storm, also with a bunch of hail being thrown around right next to where the tornado would be. So we could have a hail-wrapped tornado, too. So already impressive video coming from the storms just a little while ago. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was a tornado wrapped in a bit of hail.
Okay. All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. Look at this thing on radar, guys. It's a very impressive hook. And once again, it's just crazy to watch these things go north and west. Something you don't see every day. And then big time hail fall in here, maybe a hail wrapped tornado, either forming or in the process of occurring here, just to the north of Sharon Springs. And of course, we've got a little bit of a correlation coefficient drop there, depicting that maybe we have a tornado down currently. So let's take shelter if we're anywhere near this. And that's going to be for you guys on the Highway 27 corridor here. Once again, very, very rural. So this is good. But still, lots of people on these roads. Harry West. Everybody say thank you to Harry West. That's a big one. Thank you so much for the very generous contribution. Of course, DT's Chill, Heidi Olson, and Kiko. Thank you guys for becoming members. And huge, huge shout out to Harry. Thank you, man. Oh, now everybody is literally sending me memes on Twitter. Oh, so we've got multiple areas of rotation with these storms in Colorado. I just retweeted a photo of 2 tornadoes on the ground right next to each other with one of those storms. Incredible view there. Incredible stuff happening with these storms. You can see that a lot of the rotation is letting up, though. It was kind of like nuts right here. And then within the past couple of frames, things have consolidated pretty much on this point where we're currently watching a potential tornado happening, now up here north of Sharon Springs. And probably the strongest one of the day so far from what I can tell. The tornado warning is going to continue for Logan and Wallace counties in Kansas. Ghost King, thank you. Tim Sharp, huge shout out to you. Austin says, how does Indiana look? Indiana's fine right now. We're mostly focused on Kansas right now, to be honest with you. Kansas, Colorado, that seems to be where the hot spot is right now for at least tornadoes. This area of interest is going to move up towards Goodland here soon, so we'll see what happens then. But I think by the time these storms get there, our attention's probably going to end up going back to Oklahoma. I don't know for sure. We're going to see what happens. A lot of these storms do look like they're having a hard time surviving in the environment here. But if we do see a storm that really takes advantage and gets going, there's a good chance that we see a big, problem develop in Oklahoma, as the environment is very, primed for tornadoes down here tonight. All over the place, storms are happening today, even on the border of Florida and Georgia, where we have a severe thunderstorm warning. We got us one in Hattiesburg. Big storm happening right now in Hattiesburg. I've been saying it's coming for a while. It's finally there. Another one down here to the south and west of Jackson, Mississippi. Big storms to the north and west of Dallas, west of Gainesville. And then, the storm that Brad Arnold and everybody kind of jumped on here has completely died now. So that's interesting. We'll see what happens. We're going to watch these storms continue to move towards the I-35 corridor and maybe, just maybe, take advantage of a more favorable environment by the time they get there. Otherwise, it's Kansas time, baby. Maxine Ramos, thank you for the very generous super chat. Suze
A
D.
new tornado warning has been issued.
That's another. You can see the new warning polygon popping up there on your screen. That's for the same storm that we've been talking about. But look at how it's oriented. This storm is moving northwest, y'all. Potential tornado, actually almost certainly a tornado getting ready to come together here, moving northwest now in western Kansas. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, my eyes are actually on the storm that is north of Oklahoma City a good ways. So it's west of Guthrie there, and it's got a little bit of a hook on it. So it started to rotate. That rotation goes up with height as you look further up into the storm. So I think we're going to watch this one a little closely too. It is closer to that I-35 corridor that we've been talking about. So I think the conditions are looking favorable for this one right now. So we'll have a close eye on that as we go forward. Currently severe warned, no tornado warning on it.
Okay, thank you very much. Meteorologist Andy Hill drawing our attention back to Oklahoma. This is one that we saw popping up earlier, and it's very quickly blowing up and trying to rotate. So we're watching out in Wandale, Twin Lakes, Cimarron City, Crescent, and Cedar Valley, north of Oklahoma City over the next little bit, because you never know with these things. This could try its best and then fail, like the storm that we saw earlier, or it could go absolutely ballistic here in the next 30 minutes and cause a lot of problems. So we're watching it closely, and you guys should be too. Get ready for that warning. If it comes through, know what to do. I did not try to rhyme there that much. It just happened. But seriously, know what you're going to do when that warning comes through. That way you're not scared, but rather prepared. Go ahead and write it down now. Family meeting in the living room. Let's all watch Ryan Hall, y'all, while we talk about what we're going to do when and if this tornado warning comes through. Okay, Jimmy? Okay, Sally? We're all getting in where? The basement. We're taking our what? Bicycle helmets, especially if we don't have a basement and we have to get into an interior room of our homes, because that can protect our head from flying debris. Flash flooding likely in northwestern Kansas, southern Nebraska, and eastern Colorado. okay, I was reading something. Oh yeah, it was this. Suze D. Ryan, have you or will you author a book on your experiences as a weather YouTuber? I would read it. I am not. I have not, and I am not currently writing a book. That might happen at some point, though. I don't know. But definitely look. Peep my Twitter. If you put all my tweets together over the past 2 months, it's basically a book. Maybe I'll just have AI convert my tweets into a book. No, but seriously, thanks for showing your support. And as far as like a basics of like how to read radar and that kind of stuff, I've been planning forever to make a video about that. So that's coming. That's coming. If you're just now tuning in, big time severe weather day, maybe. It's conditional. We definitely have seen a lot of severe weather so far. Don't get me wrong. We've seen a lot of tornadoes already today. We've currently got a couple tornado warnings in progress, and we're watching very closely a new potentially tornadic supercell up here. But it'll be interesting to see what happens from here. It's really from this point on, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, 6:30 Central on through, let's say, midnight, when we were expecting to see some of the biggest problems out of these storms. So the only way we can go from here is down in terms of like being more intense. So hopefully everything goes well. We don't have any like craziness go on, but we're prepared for it if that happens. That's why we're here. Still watching this storm in Kansas extremely closely. Amazing looking supercell on radar, and we still have this area of rotation here that's very clearly showing up. And this is for Wallace and Sharon counties in northwestern Kansas. So take shelter if you're up there. Hi, Ryan. I have a road trip from Colorado to Orlando on Saturday. You're not making it from Colorado to Orlando on Saturday. I guess you're leaving Fort Collins on Saturday. My routes put me on I-70 through Kansas. Is this outlook going to look similar by Saturday and Sunday? No. So I don't think it's going to be similar to what we see today, but there is going to be a lot of rain. Pretty much anywhere that's seeing a lot of rain today is more than likely going to see a lot of rain over the next several days, as this is a very slow moving storm. In fact, the farther south you go towards Texas, we're probably going to have some pretty serious flooding arise because of this down around San Antonio. Big time flooding problems down there. But your route is probably going to be fine, man. It's probably going to be fine. Just pay attention to the daily updates, to the outlooks, and to the forecasts that come out. Heading to Phillipsburg. How long should I wait? It depends on what you're doing. If you have the ability to wait as long as you want, just wait until tomorrow. If you need to go, for any reason, just be careful. I would never tell you to like quit your job or something. It's really got to be up to you. It's a dangerous situation. If you don't have to drive through these storms, don't. That's my official guidance. Deck Jules, thank you so much. PGA, thanks for keeping us weather aware, but you look Scandinavian. A brief family background. Irish and Cherokee Indian is like the most recent things that I can think of that are relevant to what you're talking about. But I'm sure there's some of that's there. I need to look more into that. And Chrissy, thank you so much for the gifted. If you're just now tuning in, let me give you a brief rundown of what we've got going on, because hopefully we've got a bunch of people out there sharing this. Okay, hopefully we're still getting this out in front of new people. Things are about to, I think, get a little bit more intense as we're starting to see more rotation pop up in Kansas. Look at this way over here. I think Andy's probably going to draw our attention to that if he doesn't have a new update for Oklahoma. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. I mean, I got updates for both. Why not? But yeah, this one in right there in northwest Logan County, if that's what's being warned right now, we're about to come through. Those are tight rotations.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's the one I was talking about right there.
Okay.
And then in Oklahoma, I was actually going to tell you, these storms look more and more impressive as they approach Interstate 35, right between I-44 and I-35. I've directed Chris Hall north of them. Going up toward them. He reached out and he's headed north towards Rush Springs along Highway 81. So really looking at some organization happening pretty quickly here. And either those or the storm up near Crescent in Oklahoma might become the next tornado warning and our first tornado warning in Oklahoma.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for drawing our attention over here. This one looks really impressive. I would like to see it in real life. I don't think we've got anybody on our team currently on this storm, but I would imagine there's a picture or two floating around out there. Definitely a very impressive supercell that's capable of producing a tornado here, moving towards Crescent, Oklahoma. And then these are starting to rotate a little bit more south and west of Oklahoma City. And we got to watch these little bad boys that are popping up right around the Texas-Oklahoma border. Okay. So that's what's happening in Oklahoma right now. We're starting to see things pick back up. And then over here in Kansas, we're seeing a lot of rotation still within these storms that just prompted new warnings. There's one. And then we've got this over here that's almost certainly producing at least a funnel cloud, if not a full-on tornado right now in Sherman County. So continue to see a serious situation unfold up here in Kansas and Colorado. This is getting dangerously close to Goodland and I-70 or the Highway 20. Whoa, where am I at? Yeah, I-70, sorry, corridor here between Goodland and Brewster. So if this continues to cause these kinds of problems as it gets up there, that could be a pretty dangerous situation. So make sure you're ready for that. And I just keep waiting for the beep, beep, beeps to come through with our first warning from Oklahoma. Don't know when it's going to happen just yet, but it's going to happen at some point if these storms continue to trend in this way. This is probably some of the best or most concerning rotation we've seen today in Oklahoma with the storm near Crescent. There's also just recently an earthquake, a minor earthquake felt in and around the Sacramento area. Looks like currently registering at a 5.5. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan. Chris Hall is near the southern storm on the line in Oklahoma. He's going to turn the camera for us in a second, but that's the storm near Sterling, and he does say there is a lowering on that storm.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to Chris Hall now. I remember how. Where's Chris? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm rusty. It's been a second since we've done this. Okay, yeah, there's the lowering. So this is, which one is this, Riley? It's the southernmost storm, that little lone bean by itself?
Yep, it's the one near Sterling, Rush Springs area.
Okay, so this is one of those new kind of sails that have plopped up here. Chris has given us a live look at it as it moves towards the Loco, Heldleton area. And yeah, that definitely looks, in person, that looks like something that we would need to be watching as we go forward. And even on radar, it looks like something that might be a problem over the next little bit. And this is going to be kind of probably intensifying as it moves over towards the I-35 corridor, just like the rest of these storms, okay? More impressively, I think, at least on radar, we've got the storm coming up here towards Crescent. This one is going to be a problem sooner than later. I'm going to get in there very close on it on radar while we continue to watch Chris's stream. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a big problem here in Oklahoma near Crescent. Big time hook on our storm here now. We've got our inflow. We've got our rear flank downdraft. We've got a developing tornado, I think, on this storm. You can see the rotation right there. Crescent, Oklahoma. Get ready for a potential warning to come out soon for this storm. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi, Ryan. Looking at our Texas storms now, north central Texas, northwest of Dallas-Fort Worth. All of these are starting to gain much better rotation and also appearance on radar, especially the one southwest of Bowie, I believe is how you pronounce that in Texas. So that's going to enter Montague County and it's going through Jacksboro right now. So currently no tornado warnings on those yet, but each new frame, it gets a little bit more impressive with the rotation that's evident there, again, as we approach the Interstate 35 corridor. So watching those closely as well. Don't be surprised if there is a warning somewhere in Texas if this continues to trend this way.
Okay, yeah, so add another state to the list of places that we're keeping an eye on today. Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, Colorado. How about you? Florida, Mississippi, and now Texas, as we have multiple areas of increasing rotation with these storms as well. As the sun goes down, the winds just above the surface, the lower level jet, a huge part of what we call nadir juice is going to get more and more intense, and these rotating areas of the storms will also likely get more and more intense. So unfortunately, we might be on the cusp of a very intense couple of hours of weather here. So I'm going to take this opportunity to very quickly refill my water jug and maybe stretch my legs for just a second. We'll come back up and we'll stand for a second. Andy, do you want to talk for a minute and a half, 2 minutes or so while I do that?
Yep, will do, Ryan.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, guys. Well, we're watching it all right now, and I do think that we're only a few minutes away from a warning coming through for parts of Oklahoma. I'm also watching the storm, the northernmost storm, in a little line there right around Chickasha. This one would be the one that approaches parts of the southern Oklahoma City metro. It is northernmost, so it's a little bit more difficult for that unstable air to really get up in there because all of the rest of the storms are down south of it and cooling things off with all the rain that's falling there. But the one near Pockeset and Amber right now, headed right up Interstate 44 towards Newcastle, does have some rotation with it. Again, you guys have probably heard that phrase a good 10, 15 times if you live up here. So that's what I'm watching right now. But yeah, I got you guys in the chat too. Good to see you all. If you are wondering why I'm not streaming in particular, it's because I'm focusing my efforts here. I think that on a day like this, we definitely have a really good collaborative effort right on this channel instead of spreading things out. So higher end days, I'll still be doing my thing. But that's the reason why Ryan and I are both in agreement that this is definitely a day to focus as many eyes as possible on several different areas. And by the way, we've already had over 10 confirmed tornado reports on the Storm Prediction Center's page. So we are in the double digits for tornadoes today, even though all of those are in northwest Kansas and also extreme eastern Colorado. And I think we're still adding to that right now. We just don't have as many visuals of those tornadoes yet. So stick with us, of course, for the next few hours. We're really going to see the potential of today realized, if it is going to be realized, once we are getting closer to Interstate 35 here, Texas, Oklahoma, and so forth. Those are the areas we're going to watch closely now. So hopefully that is a good update. How's the water, Ryan?
Oh, it's great. It's wonderful. It's refreshing. Thank you so much, Andy. And of course, we're going to be hearing a lot from Andy as we go through the rest of the evening here. And we try to focus on as many areas as possible. And very thankful to have Andy's full, capacity here with us today as we try to keep everybody updated across all of these areas. The number one thing that I'm looking at right now are these cells.
A new tornado warning has been issued
in and around Oklahoma City to the north and to the south. We're watching that closely, but also right after that, we've got these storms in Kansas, which another tornado warning was just issued for one of those up here. And this does include areas just to the south and west of Goodland. So the I-70 corridor between Ruleton and Caruso in Kansas is now under a tornado warning. You got to take shelter now. We've got a ton of pictures of this thing. Okay, like there's tornadoes in there. All right, so this is real. This is happening. Take shelter. Don't go on that road. If you're in Burlington heading east towards Goodland, let's take a pit stop. If you're in Brewster heading west, let's do the same thing. Let's let these storms pass and not get ourselves in a sticky situation in the middle of an interstate here. With it's weird how this is going to happen. If you're on the interstate, you're going to get hit by a bunch of wind and hail first, and then the sky is going to clear up a little bit, and then boom, tornado. All right, that's the tornadoes are kind of protruding out of the storm this way, and their motion is this way. So a little bit different there, but still a bad situation for the I-70 corridor as we go through the next little bit. We currently have tornado warnings for Logan, Sherman, Thomas, and Wallace counties in Kansas right now. So if you're in any of those places, take shelter immediately. Back down here to Oklahoma, these supercells are just, they're trying so hard. They are trying so hard. This one looks like it might be doing something, but it also looks like it might be trying to fall apart, the one that's approaching Crescent. So we'll see what happens with that. We hope it does, but you never know with a system like this. Go ahead, Riley.
Speaking of trying but not really doing anything, Nick Gorman has another view of our lowering, which it's there and the storm looks interesting, but there's been reports at the base and it's a lowering and it's not rotating, which is really weird.
Okay. All right. So we've got a lot of things happening right now. We've definitely got increasing rotation on these storms. We've got more lowerings. We've got more storms forming up. And once again, we're just kind of waiting and seeing what the trend's going to be as we go forward. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm not sure if you've looked at this closely or super closely or not, but that tornado that's west of Winona, Kansas, it's definitely a tornado. The debris ball on that is a dark blue there, so I'm not sure if there were any structures right there in the northwestern corner of Logan County in Kansas, but this is going to be the storm that goes towards Goodland generally, so we want to have an advanced heads up for y'all over there as multiple warnings are coming through. If it's confusing at all on your phones or wherever you're receiving warnings, we want to make sure that we got updated radar imagery to show you what's happening up there, so please be paying attention and let people know in Goodland that there are tornadoes on the ground, even if this is not a confirmed warning at the moment. It definitely should be based on what we're seeing here. That's a deep debris signature, so it would be worth looking at Google Maps in that area if you'd like, Ryan.
Absolutely. The storm that Andy is talking about, the area of rotation, is this right here. If I pause it at the end, and there it is.
Tornado warning
confirmed. Tornado warning, Sherman County, Kansas. That if we confer that with the correlation coefficient, we've got potentially a very large debris signature here. So just to get everybody's eyes and ears back on the screen here, just in case anybody has maybe kind of unofficially tuned out, we do want to get everybody's attention back here and announce that, hey, this is starting to get serious. We got big tornadoes now causing big time damage, it seems, up here in Kansas. And these storms that have been historically producing tornado after tornado after tornado
warning
are moving towards the general Goodland and Brewster area in the I-70 corridor zone. So keep that in mind as we go forward. That's a debris ball on radar right there too. So that's That's crazy.
New information. This tornado warning has
Logan
been
County,
upgraded.
Sherman County, Thomas County, and Wallace counties in Kansas, all under confirmed tornado warnings now, as we definitely have a holy smokes kind of debris signature right there. So let's pull up the mesoscale. Give me just 1 second here. This is currently on the ground just to the south and west of Brownville. Very rural area, okay? Extremely rural area, but still something to keep a very close eye on as it starts to get closer and closer to places that do have, more of a kind of like population to them. Right now, this is going across the Highway 136 area near the Bethel Church. We're going to see this if it continues on its current trajectory, which is, by the way, kind of northwest. We're going to see this go pretty close to the Bethel Church and then up here near the London Cemetery. Okay.
A new tornado
so
warning
keep
has
that in
been
mind
issued.
as we continue to see this tornado show big time scary returns on the radar. Now, we've got a new tornado warning in Texas. Brand new tornado warning in Texas, Jack County, Texas. Let's fly to it. This is on our storm that is getting ready to head into the Jacksboro area. Jacksboro is a highly populated area down here to the north and west of the DFW metro, and we have pretty significant rotation on this storm. Yeah, let me put this into motion.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Yeah, this is coming right for Jacksboro. We want everybody in the town of Jacksboro, Texas, to take shelter, as this looks like a pretty dangerous storm here, and it could be producing a tornado now or within the next couple of minutes. So that's an unfortunate situation. Everybody in the town of Jacksboro needs to be taking shelter. If you know anybody there, tell them to get to shelter immediately. And then, of course, we've just got another observed upgrade to a warning in Kansas, going back and forth here, and this is that polygon there. So Goodland, Edson, and Brewster, the downtown areas are not under a tornado warning yet, but we have a serial line of tornado producing storms here that's going to kind of almost like an outer band of a hurricane just slide over these areas over the next little bit, and so many opportunities for rotating storms producing tornadoes are going to present themselves in the Goodland and Brewster area and surrounding areas as we go forward. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm looking at the storm that's actually near Bridge Creek, Oklahoma. From the terminal radar, you can see from the Doppler radar, you can see an area of convergence where those winds are coming together right at the storm, and it has that really nice shape to it. It's very smoothly shaped on the Doppler radar. If you take it to the terminal radar to get the latest data, you can actually see rotation is starting up. So we're seeing that convergence of winds transitioning to rotation there, and it does look like a decently substantial area of winds that are coming together right near Bridge Creek. So watching this one closely, of course, because that's the one that's going to go towards more in Oklahoma here in the southern metro. So if this continues to be a problem there, because it is a healthy looking supercell, the one I talked about during the break just a little bit ago, then we'll have very close eyes on that. So there's an advanced watch out ahead of time. We are focusing on this storm in particular.
All right. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We've got this. This is what he's talking about, the area of convergence that's turning into rotation near Bridge Creek and eventually Newcastle, more. The southern OKC metro may be in for potential developing a tornado here, as we can see this from the terminal radar here. And once again, everybody that has the Radar Omega app, you've got access to this. It's this one right here, just to the south of Moore. And then we've also got a tower cam down here. I don't know which way it's pointing. I don't know if that's going to give us a view of this thing or not, but 79 degrees, 69 degree dew point there in and around the Norman area. So things are getting more and more impressive and intense here as these storms get closer and closer to the southern OKC metro. And the big time convergence here near Sooner and Bridge Creek. We're going to have to watch that closely as we continue to watch these storms get their act together. We've also got a rotation on the storm that all the storm chasers are on right now, but it's not having as much luck finding its flow of energy. It's not getting as strong and as tall as some of these other storms. So we'll see what happens with that. And then last but not least, big time concerns for Jacksboro, Texas, as this monster supercell is about to come through. And we're unfortunately a little bit far away from the radar, but I mean, elevated anyways. There's a huge broad mesocyclone here. It's hard to tell what's happening on the surface, but there could be a developing tornado. And that's going to be a problem if we're in Jacksboro. So please take shelter now in Jacksboro, Texas. Riley, what do you got?
Hey, Ryan, I just talked with Chris Hall. He is on that storm near Rush Springs, and it's starting to show a better velocity couplet. And he says that there is dust being picked up off the ground, being sucked into the storm. He cannot confirm that there is rotation, but there is some sort of air rising coming into the storm, which means that it would be strengthening.
All right. So, yeah, I mean, you can see even from a distant radar view there, you can see the storm is strengthening. What Chris is seeing is this increased area of inflow into the storm right here. You see the brighter greens. Things are happening there, and Chris is seeing it unfold right in front of him as this storm is really starting to rotate more. Go ahead, Riley.
If you go ahead and take a look at Nick Gorman's feed, he's on the same storm, and there's actually some kind of fire, and that just gives you a good idea of how that air is being sucked up from the surface into the upper levels of the storm.
Wow. That is a phenomenal thing to happen, and a shot here from Nick Gorman. Literally, we've got smoke from a fire being sucked up into the storm here near Grady, in Grady County on the southern side of this line that's forming south of the OKC metro. This is near Rush Springs. Sorry. Just look at how fast the smoke is literally getting sucked up into the storm. That's what's happening with all of the warm, moist air in this area, and why this storm is growing so fast and why we are so concerned about it. Unbelievable shot there from Nick. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, this storm near Bridge Creek is really tightening up here. The hope is that it only does something brief here, but I do believe we're going to get a new tornado warning, and that'll be for northern Grady County into McLean County, the I-44 corridor right here near Bridge Creek and Newcastle. So you can see there's a couplet on that already. So we're watching the beginning stages of hopefully a weak tornado. If something does touch down here, I wouldn't be surprised if there were a funnel cloud right now, but this has still got some time to develop. So we're going to watch how this occurs, but I do think we'll see a tornado warning for this, for these areas. So all eyes on this at the moment as it develops.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Guys, things are getting serious in Oklahoma. Okay. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for a lot of the western metro area. But we have this area of rotation that's just in a really concerning spot here, and just everything's coming together kind of perfectly to try to produce a tornado right around Bridge Creek. This is going to have the opportunity to ride the I-44 corridor up towards Newcastle and eventually more Oklahoma as this continues to gain strength here. The one thing that we've got going for us is, this isn't, very discreet. There's a lot of competing thunderstorms out here. There's a lot of, things happening that might keep this thing from going nuts. But definitely something's going to try to happen here near Tuttle and Bridge Creek as this storm is rotating pretty well as it moves off to the north and east. But this one is also trying to rotate just to the north and east of Chickasha. And then we've, of course, got Chris's storm, which is sucking in a lot of air right now, and that's probably going to lead to some big-time rotation in the near future. So we've got 1, 2, 3 areas of significant concern in Oklahoma right now. But, man, guess what? There are no tornado warnings in Oklahoma right now, but there are 5 tornado warnings in the U.S. They're all in Kansas. let's go up here to Kansas again to give you an update on what's going on here. We've got a tornado warning for Caruso. We've got Sherman County, Wallace County, Thomas, and Logan County, Kansas, all under tornado warnings. This is our big area of concern. We had a big tornado on the ground earlier with this storm. I don't know if it's still there, but nevertheless, I mean, this thing's got so many areas of rotation. This is either producing a big tornado or about to at all times as this approaches the Goodland and Brewster area in the northwestern Kansas perimeter there. We've got an updated warning for Sherman as well, as a radar indicated tornado warning was just issued here as well. So big cluster of warnings here. This is my most concerning area to watch, I guess. And then what's Chris got here? Looky here, guys. This is a live look from Grady County. Chris Hall has got something's going on there with this storm on the southernmost side of our line here near Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Yeah, so things are popping off pretty quick here in Kansas. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, I just received confirmation from Chris Hall that was a funnel. It has now gone back up into the storm, but it is definitely trying to tornado.
All right, this one's trying hard to tornado. So that's concerning, as this storm in particular there's not a lot of things
Hey,
that
Ryan,
are
we just had
competing
a
with it.
brief funnel on this storm near Rush Springs.
That's Chris. Chris, yeah, we're watching you. We've got you pulled up full here. Just keep us on it and let us know if you see anything else there. It's insane. But yeah, the storm that Chris is on right now is the southernmost storm in this series of storms. So earlier I was talking about what might be going right for us for the storm that's heading towards more is the fact that the base of the storm is being interrupted by the forward flank of the storm south of it. And even that storm's about to be interrupted by the forward flank of the storm south of it. And even that storm's about to be interrupted by this one. But guess what? There's nothing really south of this storm. This one's kind of wide open and ready to do whatever it needs to do. And it's already trying really hard to produce a tornado. So it's going to have a lot more opportunities as it goes this way. And unfortunately, I think it's got a really good chance of producing one here. And we just saw a funnel from Chris not too long ago. Let's go back to the multi-view. We've got a bunch of storm chasers out there. Once again, we've got the team of some of the most seasoned and well-trained storm chasers on Earth, sending us live feeds right now of this developing tornado down here in Oklahoma. The closer this storm gets to the I-35 corridor, the more nadir juice it's going to have to work with it. So I would be very concerned right now if I'm in Lindsay, Oklahoma, if I'm in Purcell, Wayne, even Norman, Blanchard, these areas. I would be concerned about what's happening with these storms, because these look like they're trying their best to get really organized as they enter the area. And there's going to be even more ingredients in place for them to do so once they get there. Norman, more, and of course, even downtown Oklahoma City, everybody needs to be on the lookout right now as these storms continue to grow upscale. Hold on, just looking at updates. I really appreciate y'all.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Keeping me in the loop on Twitter, tagging me and stuff. If you see anything interesting, newsworthy, tag me in it. And if you have any reports to submit on your own, tag me in that as well on Twitter at Ryan Hall. Y'all, please include your local National Weather Service if it's a novel report that they haven't already seen. Yeah, Chris has got the view here. Excuse me. Chris has got a really impressive view of a developing tornado, I believe. Look at the motion. This is not sped up, anything like that. This is a live look at a developing, pretty serious situation coming up towards Agawam in Oklahoma. Wow. Nick Gorman's really close to this, and so is Frankie and them as well. So as soon as this thing makes contact with the ground, I mean, however long it's on the ground, we're going to be able to keep up with it the whole time. Thanks to our storm chasers here. Looking at radar alone, most recent scans look a little bit less impressive, which is good news. But, I mean, we're seeing it. I mean, that's definitely rotating there. That's definitely trying to produce a tornado. There is no doubt in my mind that this has the capability of producing a danger noodle here soon. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We're going to come back to radar briefly here and just once again look at all these embedded supercells headed towards the Oklahoma City metro and the entire I-35 corridor plumb down to Wayne. Some convergence still visible here near Bridge Creek. I'm telling you guys, if this wasn't being interrupted by this down here, if this was a supercell all to itself, this would have been a huge tornado and a really bad situation. I'm not saying that can't happen still, but I think that might have been our saving grace, is the explosive thunderstorm to the south there, kind of interrupting the very delicate balance that is needed to create a tornado. But still, very big, broad area of rotation. We've got convergence here. We've got a strengthening storm. If it can find its way, even inside of this cell merger, that's going to produce a tornado as it gets closer to Bridge Creek and more. So we've got to watch that closely. Such an incredibly impressive day of radar scans and real life views of supercells. Something we don't see a lot on this channel. A lot of times it's just QLCS jungle days, whenever we had those moderate risk and those high risks and stuff. Today is a little bit different. Nick Gorman's got a view of this thing trying to form here. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, I just talked to Chris Hall. He's next to Nick Gorman, and Nick got out of the car because they appear to have found another area of rotation behind them. So he's going to try and see if that's something that could also be producing a funnel or a tornado.
Behind them. Okay. All right. So there you go. We've got a couple different areas of rotation here.
A new tornado warning.
And there we go. We've got our first tornado warning of the day for Oklahoma. Now for Canadian and Grady counties in Oklahoma, and that is going to be for our storm that we've been watching so adamantly up here just to the north of the storm that Chris is on. So Bridge Creek, Tuttle, Mustang, you guys are all in the path of this thing, and it's for this. Okay, we've got rotation here. Tuttle, take shelter now. Tuttle, Oklahoma, take shelter now. This could very quickly become a bad situation. This could very, very quickly become a bad situation. If you guys know anybody in this area, please text them, please call them, please let them know what's going on. That is not a good sign. You can see the supercell here. Okay, I'll draw it out here for you. There it is. Even though there is a huge explosive thunderstorm to the south of this thing, trying its best to disturb the once again, delicate process that is tornado genesis. This thing is still strong enough to maintain itself in there and potentially produce a big tornado here as it comes up towards Tuttle. Wow. Don't want to speak too soon, but if we see one more frame like that, or with something a little bit more pronounced, we might even already have something on the ground here. Classic convergence to rotation signature there, though, when you play it like that. I would not be surprised at all. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we got a tornado likely in progress or about to be in progress here just to the west or north and west of Bridge Creek, Oklahoma, moving towards Tuttle and eventually Mustang. This is going to get into the Oklahoma City metro at some point, I believe. And then we've got another interesting area of rotation to the south of this, north of Rush Springs. Oh, okay. So we can see what they're talking about with the rotation behind them. So the original area of rotation has kind of led up in this storm here near Farewell. And now we've got this new kind of hooking area of the storm that's popped up behind our storm chasers. And that's what they're seeing now with this potential new problematic zone here. And this has another chance now of producing a tornado. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, you can actually see the tornado on the terminal radar now northwest of Bridge Creek. So that one is, there's your gate-to-gate couplet. I apologize, I misspoke earlier and said Moore. This is going to head to the west of Moore. These storms are being dragged up to the north rather efficiently here in a line. They're interacting with each other. So definitely need all parts of Oklahoma City Metro paying attention because Moore, you're not out of the clear of it down the line when these storms eventually march a little bit further east, but mostly move to the north. So as they interact with each other, we need to make sure everybody in the polygon is taking shelter in particular, because once this tornado is formed, if it's already ongoing there, it can it can be turned to the north and west if it takes some deviant motion. So everybody in the polygon, that's the most important message here is we want y'all taking shelter there.
Okay, guys, I really think we've got a tornado happening right now on the outskirts of Oklahoma City here near Tuttle. And like Andy was just saying, this thing's moving crazy. Okay, this thing, it's not your normal chugger that goes from southwest to northeast. This thing could wobble around here and go towards Tuttle. This thing could go up towards Mustang. There's a million different directions this thing could go from here, but I do think we're unfortunately seeing a tornado probably at this time, if not within the next couple of minutes, in this kind of suburban area here between Tuttle and Bridge Creek. And that's going to continue to go generally north, or maybe even kind of slowly to the northeast and then to the north over the next little bit. So the Highway 37 area all the way up to East 118. That's something that we're watching very closely as this storm continues to come together as a very dangerous and more than likely rain-wrapped tornado here between Tuttle and Bridge Creek. If you know anybody in this area, please let them know what's going on. It's unfortunate, but this is real. This is the real deal, I believe, right now unfolding on the southwestern side of Oklahoma City. And we've got other storms that we're concerned about as well. We're starting to see more of that kind of convergence down here to the south, just to the east of Amber. Okay, we've got a pretty concerning looking supercell here that's going to try to maybe produce a new tornado. And then we've got Chris and all of our other storm chasers kind of hanging around this storm near Agawam that's, been consistently trying to produce a tornado for a while. So we'll see what happens there. Right now, we don't have anything on it just yet, but we've got a ton of cameras on it, that's for sure. Let's check on Texas, because guess what? We've got two ongoing tornado warnings down here. Jacksboro. We just had a huge storm go by Jacksboro. If this thing had a tornado in it, we definitely, it almost certainly had to have hit Jacksboro or near it. So I don't know if that's the case or not. If, we've been talking about Jacksboro for an hour now. Hopefully everybody was in their safe spot, but I do believe we would have heard something by now if that was the case. So hopefully this isn't actively producing, but it could at any time as this moves now towards Marietta and Cundiff in Texas. And then we've got another big, nasty supercell trying to produce a tornado here near Bowie. And that's going to go towards Smyrna and Mallard over here as we go forward.
New information. This tornado
confirmed
warning
tornado warning now for Canadian and Grady counties in Oklahoma. There's your confirmation. So let's ring the bell again. Guys, please, if you know anybody up here, let them know what's going on. Tornado on the ground in between Tuttle and Bridge Creek. currently producing damage, unfortunately, in a fairly populated area. I'm going to go back to the terminal velocity and try to keep track of where this thing is. There's definitely was a small dip in the intensity of the velocity there for the past little bit, but I think we're starting to maybe see it come back here as it gets closer to Tuttle. Look at how slow the actual rotation is going, though. What's unfortunate is if this is still on the ground, and let's say that it's relatively strong, if it's moving this slow, it has a higher probability of producing, more significant damage the longer it stays over a specific area. So this is another reason to take this seriously and take shelter now if you are in Tuttle or Mustang or anywhere in between in Oklahoma. Lights are purple, so Riley's got something to say. Go ahead.
Hey Ryan, I talked with Chris Hall about a minute ago. I tried to change the lights earlier, but then the warning came and overruled me. Anyways, there was a funnel. It is now gone. And then he's also noting the storm to their south that has just showed up on radar in the past 3 scans is starting to look interesting. So he might be heading down this way or that way if this storm doesn't do something soon.
All right. Lots of options right now if you're a storm chaser, which is good, I guess, if you're a storm chaser. Not so good for the residents down here. So that's once again why we are live today, watching the rotation come together with this storm. This one would actually go towards Rush Springs, which is a place that we've been talking about a lot. And then the storm that Chris and these guys are on is very interesting. There's a new, we've had like, I don't know how many hooks develop on this storm. A new one's popping up right on top of them here. So that's interesting. We'll watch that as it moves through. And then last but not least, we got this really concerning area of rotation that was almost certainly producing a tornado moments ago near Tuttle, Oklahoma. We're hoping that dies out here soon. But man, what an interesting series of events here with this. Every time I refresh the radar, there's something else to note. A new area of concern or interest. That's Oklahoma for you. So we're going to continue to watch these unfold. Let's take a look at some of our other tornado warnings, though. I don't want to leave anybody out or leave anybody behind. Let's go back up to Kansas real quick, okay? We've only got one warning, I believe. Yeah, one warning left in Kansas. It looks like we've had a little lull in activity with our storms that are approaching Goodland. Well, Goodland, you've already got the storms, but Brewster, you're still in the zone where you could see a potential tornado if these storms continue to move in the way that they're going and we start to see more of that rotation that we saw earlier. Right now, though, we're okay. In fact, that tornado warning was allowed to expire, and now we have no warnings in Kansas for tornadoes. Still watching this band very closely, though, as it's had a very impressive history so far today. I'm going to go back to Jack County, Texas. What do we got in Jacksboro? I don't know if we've heard any reports out of here yet, but a strong storm went through Jacksboro that was trying to produce a tornado. I don't think it did, but that's now moving out of there. And then our other tornado warned storm for Bowie, Texas, and Smyrna and Solana and Dry Valley.
A new tornado warning
is
has been
continuing to cause problems over here near McDonald. And it looks like a new tornado warning was just issued for Jack County, Texas, probably just extending this to the east a little bit. So once again, a lot is happening. We're trying to keep you updated on everything here. Increasing tornado threat after cells merge. Let's take a look at that. Here it is. New SPC graphics. Brand new update dropped at the Storm Prediction Center. Supercell tornado threat increasing this evening, and they've got Norman, Oklahoma City, these areas highlighted. And that's exactly where we've been kind of focused here recently. So Storm Prediction Center is watching it as well as us. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, now watching the one that's south of the current tornado warning there. The current tornado warning is the perpetrator of that is definitely dissipated at this point, which is good news for Mustang. I think any further attempts for that storm, that area of rotation will likely be interrupted for a little bit now. But now we're watching down to the south of that.
A new tornado
There's a little
warning
bit
has
more
been
of
issued.
a clear slot for this rotation to start taking place as it moves into the same environment that it caused our initial tornado to happen here. Each new scan from the terminal radar is uptrending just a little bit, and I think we're going to see a similar situation develop with another warning if this pattern does continue. So this would move up almost directly into Bridge Creek here in Oklahoma. So please don't get out of shelter now that one warning is gone through your area and the storm may be out. It's going to start raining really heavily again, and then after that, there's a chance at another week, hopefully, tornado to head right towards you as that warning comes through.
Yes, and in fact, we've got that warning that's just come out now. Canadian County and Grady County in Oklahoma. This tornado warning includes Bridge Creek, Newcastle, and more, Oklahoma, and it's for this area of rotation right here. Bridge Creek, you guys got in your shelter earlier. Don't come out. The rain is just now picking up in a big way. It's probably actually hailing a little bit there in the Bridge Creek area. But don't come out of your safe spot just yet. We've got a new tornado trying to form here along the I-44, zone. That's going to try to move up towards Newcastle more than likely, and Bridge Creek as we go forward. So we're going to watch that closely. Pretty much the entire Oklahoma City area on the southern side, from Bridge Creek to almost to Norman, up to Moore, back through Mustang, is under a tornado warning at this time. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, Caleb's stream just came back up, so you guys may or may not have it, but he is reporting rapid rotation on that furthest south cell, and it is looking really concerning on radar.
All right. Oh yeah, definitely. I see that now. So this is the storm that all of our chasers have been watching for so long. It looks like Chris. Okay, we've got a good view from Chris, but he's not pointing us towards the storm yet. Let's actually talk to Chris. Chris, we've got you live. I know you're driving. Just whenever you get a chance, let us know what you're seeing here. The storm that you're on is looking much more impressive on radar now. Yeah, big time area of rotation trying to happen here with the storm that Chris is on.
I'm going to try to find a eastward route here and look up into it. It's definitely got a wall cloud on it again, so.
All right, so that was Storm Chaser Chris Hall giving us an update on this bad boy. Once again, looks impressive. More than likely is impressive as that storm moves up towards Alex in Oklahoma. Once again, big time concerning signature popping up on the radar here, moving towards Bridge Creek once again. Look at this hook.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Look at that hook. And increasing rotation there. Okay, there we go. A new tornado warning for Grady County, Oklahoma. That's for this area of rotation. Let's let Chris know. Chris, they just issued a warning for your storm. Dang. Unfortunately, one of these is likely going to produce here soon, if they're not already.
Yeah, we're trying to get a good view on it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And now we've got another new tornado warning in Kansas. Back and forth. Let's go all the way up here. Oh, goodness. What did I do? Let's go up here and check on that just to the south and east of Goodland. Once again, I told you about how this cold core low is going to continue to spin off this spiraling band, kind of like an outer band of a hurricane. And inside of that, we're going to have multiple areas of rotation and potential tornadoes. There's your next one here near Page City. That's going to go up towards, honestly, Highway 25 and eventually Interstate 70 here near Colby, Kansas. Get ready for that and take shelter if you're in Logan or Thomas counties in Kansas. Back to Texas. Let's check on you guys. The storm that went through Jack County is still going through Jack County, closer to Cundiff now. You guys are in for a potentially strong storm capable of producing a tornado within the next 20 minutes or so. That rotation's getting stronger. I'm concerned about that. And then also our storm over here in Bowie, or just to the east of Bowie, moving towards Mallard, is also showing signs of intensification as well. Get ready for potential tornadoes with these. Back up to the Oklahoma City area. This storm that's moving towards Alex in Oklahoma is the one that all of our storm chasers are on, and that's what you're seeing a live view of from a lot of these guys on our multi-view here. But it's not currently producing a tornado. It could very soon, though. And then we've got another incredibly impressive area of rotation trying to come together here near Bridge Creek, Oklahoma. And that's moving up towards Newcastle and then eventually more. Oh, wow. Caleb's got a beautiful view. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Caleb just talked to me. He has seen multiple funnels in the past few seconds, none of which have produced ground contact at this point. Also, perhaps more important, Chris Hall has a beautiful rainbow right now.
Yeah, that is a little bit more important. Let's check it out. Oh, wow. Beautiful. That counts towards Chris's batting average, I believe. Rainbow intercepts are just as good. Anyways, looking at Caleb B's feed, this is, oh, wow. Let's go to Nick Gorman. If we can here. Oh, he's back on the dashboard. He just pointed his camera out the passenger side window, and we saw an ominous view of basically what Caleb is showing us now. That right there looks to me like a storm that's bound and determined to put down a tornado if I've ever seen one. And the one that we're talking about is this one down here near Alex. Okay, this is the storm near Alex, Oklahoma. It's trying its best to produce maybe a big tornado as it moves towards that town. Yeah, Caleb's storm is looking absolutely feisty right now, for sure. Yeah, Brandon Clement is in Colorado. And then we've got Brad Arnold, who is not on. So pretty much, I think Shepard, Gorman, and Chris and Caleb are all on this same storm, the one south of Chickasha. Brad Arnold is on the storm near Velma, Oklahoma, a little bit farther to the south. We don't have a live chaser on the downtown, like, you know, Bridge Creek, Oklahoma City storms. And then Brandon Clement's in Colorado. So just to give you an idea of the coverage that you're seeing on your screen there with all the chasers. Let's come back over here towards Bridge Creek. Very likely a funnel cloud or something over here right now. I don't know if we've got a tornado on the ground yet, but this is a classic hook, classic looking supercell. And I believe I've seen a couple of photos of a potential lowering there as well. Thank you guys so much for sending me stuff. Once again, I'm looking through Twitter. I see it. I see what you guys are sending, and I appreciate it. Yeah, lots of lowerings, lots of images of this lowering just to the south of Bridge Creek. I see it. Not on the ground or anything yet, but this area of convergence is going to try to produce a tornado just like our other one did. Tornado sirens are going off in Oklahoma City. Yes, they should be, because we have a huge, complex of supercells getting ready to go through the town. We're going to see 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, and then there's a couple of supercells down here that are going to try to actually plant tornadoes as they go up the I-44 corridor on the southern side of Oklahoma City. Yeah, at least in the near future, there's nothing really stopping this one from going nuts. Let's hope that it doesn't. Same thing for the storm that our guys are on down here to a little bit farther to the south. If you're just now tuning in, live tornado coverage. We've got one getting ready to come down right now in Oklahoma near Bridge Creek. We've also got one a little bit farther south down here near Nyneka and Alex, and Chris has given us a view of that. You see the lowering there. This is a live view from Chris Hall's location, which is near, I don't know if I'm saying that right, Nyneka, Oklahoma, in between Alex and Agawam. That's the lowering. And once again, we've got a pretty intense area of rotation with this as well. This is live from Chris Hall. Just to go over everything with you one more time, we've got multiple tornado warnings. The one that we're watching the hardest is going to be this one near Bridge Creek, because we have a huge area of convergence, and it looks like it's going to try to produce a big tornado here as it moves towards Bridge Creek, Newcastle, potentially even more Oklahoma, okay? But we're also watching this storm in Grady County, Oklahoma, a little bit farther to the south, near Alex, okay? And there's that rainbow again. Yeah, it's trying. These the storms today have been the definition of trying. Thankfully, none of them have done anything terrible yet. Not Nyneka, thank you. Kansas Rock Hounder, thank you. Zach Man, Mike Collier, Valerie, thank you guys so much. Mike said, Brad storm will produce. Hey, 99% of the time that's true. The storm that Brad is on right now, though, is not looking too good. It looks like it's trying. I mean, it's definitely falling apart. Woody says, what are we, 5 years old with all these rainbow emojis? Come on, man. Let people have fun and use emojis in the chat, man. Come on. What is this? From Bridge Creek, it always heads towards more. That's the common path. We all know about that path. Yes. And that, the current developing area of rotation is in Bridge Creek right now. And yeah, I mean, if this was to kind of continue to form together and, continue on its current trajectory, it would go towards more. I don't know if we're talking about that kind of like long track kind of thing, though. We very well could. It'll be interesting to see what happens. Oh, Lord, what have I done? And if people are wondering about the context here, the rainbows are in reference to the rainbow intercept that Chris Hall had earlier with a beautiful, magnificent rainbow on the southern side of that tornado-warned storm down there near Alex, Oklahoma. It counts, he says. Robin, thanks. Yeah, this area of rotation is continuing to look concerning. This is probably going to result in, whenever you see those reds and greens get closer, this is probably going to result in a very quick kind of exponential increase in that rotation. And then we'll probably see it occlude backwards a little bit. If there was going to be a tornado here, it would probably look something about like that as far as the path goes. But I mean, I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to watch these things. Today, tornadoes and these supercells have not been acting the way that they normally would. So I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. Definitely think that anybody from Bridge Creek to Newcastle to Moore needs to be in their safe spot right now. That's the only thing I know for sure. We're not forecasting, y'all. We're now casting. And of course, if anything at all happens with that storm down near Alex, Oklahoma, you'll see it here first. Because we have 87 storm chasers on that one storm. One of our team members, Kenzie, says, OMG, Emily D. Baker is in the chat. Shout her out and tell her I love her, LMAO. Well, there you go. Emily D. Baker. Kenzie, our social media manager, loves you. I'm sorry, I broke the chat. It'll get back to normal here in a minute. If you're just now tuning in, we're waiting to hear from some of our storm chasers who are monitoring the storm near Alex, Oklahoma. And we're also monitoring the radar very closely here for this area of rotation near Bridge Creek, Oklahoma. And we've also still got a couple areas of concern
a new tornado
up to the north as well
has been issued
in Kansas, right there. Case in point. Rawlins and Thomas County, Kansas, we've got a new tornado warning up there, and that's going to be observed. Let's go. We're flying. Colby and Levenant, you guys are included in this, or Levant, I'm sorry. We've got a potential tornado on the ground here crossing over I-70 right now, and that's going to go between Levant and Colby within the next little bit. Let's read the information on this. Who saw that? Weather spotters have confirmed a tornado 5 miles to the south and west of Colby. The tornado will be near Colby within the next 8 minutes. So there you go. Tornado warning. Respect that polygon. If you're in it, get with it and take shelter. Was Jacksboro confirmed? No, I haven't heard the first report out of Jacksboro. I don't think anything really happened down there. I mean, they got a strong storm, don't get me wrong, but I don't think that it was a tornado on the grounds or anything like that. Or we would have heard something by now. Yeah, this area of rotation, this storm right here is, I mean, it's going to try again to produce a tornado here. It's not having a whole lot of luck just yet, which is great news. Emily, thanks for becoming a moderate risker. Thanks for becoming a member. Oh, and thanks for gifting 20 memberships. Look at that. See why Kenzie likes you so much now. I'm just kidding. Everybody say thanks to Emily and congrats to everybody who's got a membership now. I think we're got like 200 new ones or something today. Probably more than that. I haven't been keeping count. The storm that all of our storm chasers are on right now is incredibly impressive in how it's trying its best to produce like 17 different hooks. It's in the process of doing another one now. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, finally seeing both sides of this tornado warning, including more in Newcastle and Oklahoma. It's both sides of this is starting to ramp up now as of 33 minutes on the hour. So literally about 30 seconds ago, I'm watching it from both the terminal and Doppler radars at the same time. And now we can really see a surge of the rear flank. So the back part of the storm is pushing forward into the hook. And now that convergence out ahead of it is finally finding its way in as inflow. So I think we're only a few minutes away from the storm's first attempt at or this particular cell's first attempt at producing a tornado here, right as it approaches Newcastle. So once again, if you need another stimulus here to take shelter in Newcastle and out ahead of this thing in North Norman and more, that, you know, let this serve as a resource to do exactly that. So interior most room of your house, basement, or storm shelter if you've got it, and take a pillow for your head and neck, your shoes for your feet, and just make sure everyone's accounted for and bring us with you so you can pay attention as this situation develops.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. This is it, guys. This is more than likely going to try to produce a tornado as it enters a very populated residential area here between Bridge Creek and Newcastle. You can see that things are ramping up with our rotation. We expect this storm to continue to, look like this or possibly even more intense as it approaches Newcastle. So we're going to dive real quick into the mesoscale. Newcastle, Oklahoma is where we're at. The storm right now, or the tornado, if it's down, the circulation would be going over Highway 4 right now, near the county line grooming business, just south of the Rodriguez Tire Shop and Mobile area. Let me put this into motion just to get our bearings as to what's happening with it right now. We also have to keep in mind that these things have been moving weird all day. This one looks like it might try to maintain a pretty normal northeast trajectory, but anytime we see the convergence come together like this, we have to watch for that deviant motion and that last minute kind of turn up towards the forward flank. But given its general direction right now, Newcastle does look to be in the direct, path of this thing. And unfortunately, a couple other places that are in the direct path are places like the, Redbud RV Park next to the KT Smokehouse and the Dollar General there. Okay, so keep that in mind as we go forward. If you're in
a new tornado warning
situation where you're in a mobile home, you're in a pretty bad situation. You don't want to be in that you want to get to a sturdy shelter, and you want to put yourself underground, preferably, or put as many sturdy walls between you and the outside world as possible near the ground, and wear a helmet. And, take us with you. You can keep your phone, tablet, something that'll get cell data, and we'll get you through this thing, okay? Once again, they just issued a new warning, and it now includes Norman, Oklahoma as well. But Newcastle is probably the area that is most in danger, I guess, immediately, as this storm continues to look more and more impressive with every new scan. Yeah, if we don't have a tornado down right now, it's in the process of happening here as it approaches Newcastle. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, bringing your attention back down to the south, it does look like the chasers are noting that this storm is going through the process of splitting, and it's also recently just developed a new hook right over the top of Chris Hall. He's actually underneath it, looking straight up into the hook right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, so let's go look at Chris's view of the new hook of this storm a little bit farther to the south. This is not in Oklahoma City. This is the one near Nyneka and Alex. Okay, so that is an impressive storm there that we're seeing. And that's going to continue to cause problems as we go forward. We've got an update from Andy. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm also keeping up news for all alongside this, and they do have the first the first attempt at a tornado on the ground here, matching the velocity that we're looking at very closely here. So I expect this warning probably to be upgraded and just a little bit based on what we're seeing here visually and what we're seing on the radar on this stream here.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Back down to Texas as well. We've got a new warning for Wise County, Texas, and this storm looks pretty impressive as well, with a lot of rotation on it down here, moving towards Chico and Park Springs. Take shelter now down here in Texas. Okay, let's quickly check on Kansas, as we have a couple tornado warnings up here. If we're in Colby, Kansas, we need to be taking shelter. Looks like this line's still packing a pretty good punch, but it's hard to say exactly where the tornadoes are. I would just anywhere along the Highway 25 corridor there, in and around Colby, you got to get to shelter. Unfortunately, our focus is going to be kind of locked in now on Oklahoma and the OKC metro area, as this storm is producing even more of a problem now as the rotation gets even more concerning. And there's some tower cam footage that I'm seeing of a very ominous lowering and a potential funnel cloud with this, if not a condensed tornado getting ready to happen right here in the general Newcastle area. So you got to get to shelter now. This is the real deal. This is the real deal over here on the southeastern or southwestern side of Oklahoma City. If you're just now tuning in, we've got a developing tornado near Bridge Creek, or just to the south and west of Newcastle in Oklahoma, happening right now. Major supercell is developing, and a tornado is developing. It's heading right for the Newcastle and Moore area on the southern side of the Oklahoma City metro. We need everybody to get to shelter. I know the sirens are blaring. I see you guys talking about it. In chat, but we need to make sure that everybody knows what's going on here and knows that it's not just a normal thing. Like this is specifically an incredibly dangerous situation for people in Newcastle right now. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I'm currently having issues with his feed, but Chris Hall has a huge funnel and it's about to or already has made ground contact.
Okay. All right. So Chris Hall is not on our Oklahoma City storm. He's actually a little bit farther south on the storm near Alex. So as soon as we get his feedback, we'll pull him full. But there you go. We've got potential tornadoes trying to happen down here near Rush Springs, Alex, and then of course now the Newcastle area of Oklahoma City, or the southwestern side. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, Caleb just reached out. He has a friend who's on the storm in Newcastle, and he's reporting a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground now, debris being lofted into the air.
Okay, yeah, I'm hearing from multiple reputable sources now that we do have an actual tornado on the ground. It's a dangerous situation here in the Newcastle, or just on the southwestern side of town. With this, we've been talking about this for a while. We knew this was coming. Hopefully everybody is in their safe spot, but it's real now. We've got a tornado on the ground, probably around Highway 76 here. And it's continuing to move to the east, northeast. Some of the places that this will be around in the near future, I mean, mostly this is residential, guys. There's not a lot of, Walmarts and Dollar Generals I can talk about, because we're talking about sprawling cul-de-sac communities here. But we do have Timber Ridge Drive, CTS mobile inspections. We've got the Dixie Tire Services. We have places like the Soul on Fire Ministry, and a lot of little lakes out here, like the Okaname Reservoir, and a lot of different places like that. We got the Commander's Place, Longhorns. And then once you get up towards Newcastle, places like the Promise Learning Academy are in the direct path of this extremely dangerous storm as it moves into Newcastle. Once again, we've got a confirmation now from several storm chasers and other outlets that there is, in fact, a tornado on the ground right now. Tornado on the ground right now, moving right towards the middle of Newcastle. So I mean, I hope that we get an upgrade on that warning soon. From what I'm seeing, this probably deserves a PDS, level warning. We got to make sure people are taking that seriously. If you are anywhere between 16th Street all the way over to the main street here in Newcastle, or anywhere in between, and any block here north of Highway 4, you are in extreme danger here. You got to get into the most interior room of your home, preferably underground. There it is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And that's confirmed. Okay, that's confirmed. So we are going to ring the alarms. Once again, we got a confirmed tornado on the ground right now in the southwestern side of Oklahoma City, in a pretty populated area, coming into Newcastle. Get to shelter. Underground's the best way to go. If you can't, get into the most interior room of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. And put on a daggone helmet. All right? Bicycle helmet, football helmet, whatever kind of helmet. The number one way you're going to get injured in a situation like this is not from getting sucked out the window or something like that. It's from a 2x4 falling on your head. And it's very easy to, prevent casualty from those kinds of situations. Just slap a helmet. The kids got bicycle helmets in the garage, or, in the wherever. Grab those on your way to your shelter. And take us with you. Tablet, phone, a lot of times cell towers are still going to work even if the power goes out. At least for some amount of time. Yeah, and so there's a bunch of videos and and pictures of this thing. If you guys are interested in that, sometimes a picture says more than the colors on the screen. So I'm retweeting those if you guys want to help share that. Definitely still something going on here. There's definitely still something going on here. It's harder to see. If we switch over to the reflectivity, I think there's a chance that this is becoming pretty rain wrapped. But from a lot of the stuff that I'm seeing, there's still a funnel with some sort of ground circulation going on here as this storm continues to pick up debris.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay, so once again, confirmed tornado warning for Cleveland County, Oklahoma, and McLean County, Oklahoma. You got to take shelter now, guys. We've also got an official confirmation on this storm that Chris, not the one that Chris is on, but the one just to the south and west of where Chris is, Rush Springs here. You guys have got to watch out for this storm as well, as that has been confirmed. 2 confirmed tornadoes now in Oklahoma. Take shelter immediately. If you are in Grady County or in McLean County or Cleveland County, Oklahoma. Sorry, I'm just reading some updates here. You guys are sharing some very valuable information on Twitter. I'm just trying to sift through it and just blurt out any useful facts here. Rapid relay of information. That's the goal. Wide tornado near Newcastle, Oklahoma on the ground. Approximately 7 minutes ago, dangerous debris is being lofted high in the air. And then also there's still some like helicopter chopper views of this thing that are coming in that show a big lowering on this storm and what looks to be still ground contact right now, to this moment with this storm near Newcastle. Sorry, once again, I'm just reading. We had a confirmed tornado just southwest of Newcastle, Oklahoma. It's in the general Newcastle area right now. I just hope everybody got to shelter down here. Great job from the National Weather Service, meteorologist Andy Hill, and everybody involved. I mean, we saw this one coming from literally 50, 60 miles away, maybe even more than that. It looks like in the last couple of frames it's trying to fall apart. We can only hope that it continues to look that way. If you're just now tuning in, we got 5 tornado warnings. 2 of those are in Oklahoma, and that's what we're focused on right now. We've got confirmed tornado warnings for Newcastle, Norman, and Moore, Oklahoma. We've also got a confirmed warning for Rush Springs and essentially Alex, Oklahoma, with this storm here. But that's not the only tornado warnings that we have. We've also got pretty strong tornadic kind of storm here moving towards Chico, Texas. And then we got a big one up here in Kansas that just went through Colby and now is working up towards Chardon, Kansas. Okay, so big system affecting a large area today. It's currently 9 p.m. almost on the East Coast, 8 p.m. almost in the central time zone here. So I think we've definitely got a couple more hours to go before the threat starts to dwindle. So I'm concerned about what happens with this area of storms as it gets into the even more populated areas between Moore and Norman. Yeah, I am seeing some reports of some damage at a baseball field and a school in Weston, Kansas. We saw that earlier. We watched that storm happen on radar earlier. I haven't heard anything more recent, though, from these Oklahoma storms, even though I'm almost certain we're going to hear about some damage from these. So far, I don't think we've seen any violent tornadoes today, which is great news. And thank you guys once again for tagging me and stuff. There's all kinds of video out there of this tornado. I'm trying to retweet as much as possible. Remember, the number one, it's scientifically proven that if somebody can see the tornado that's being warned for their area, they're more likely to take shelter and they're more likely to then survive said tornado. So I try to do everything I can to make sure we provide some sort of visual. I can't just show any tornado that pops up on Twitter. Unfortunately, we got to worry about copyright and all that stuff. But I'm trying to share as much of this stuff as possible. I'm hoping that you guys can help me share it and retweet it as well, so that we can just add another wave of influence or stimuli to the potential life-saving aspect that is pre-warning for tornadoes. Got a confirmed, radar confirmed, continued tornado warning for Cleveland and McLean counties in Oklahoma. And we've got an update from Riley. Go ahead.
Hey Ryan, it sounds like their roads around the southern tornado warning are very, very packed. Like there is traffic like you would see in a metro area. So if you're here, please stay off the roads. They need to be clear. There's been multiple reports of accidents, and it's just not a good situation, especially with a possible tornado on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. Chaser convergence seems to be something that's happening out here. And almost always, the most dangerous part about that situation is not even the tornado. It's the dangerous driving conditions. So let's try to stay off the roads if possible in this area. Unfortunately, I believe most of these people are probably not even from the local area. They're probably storm chasers. Our storm chasers, specifically Chris, Nick, and Frankie, are up here closer to Alex. They've got a great view of this part of the storm, which I believe this is the 115th hook that this storm has tried to produce here. Let's see if this is the one that does it. It looks like it's definitely trying to be. I mean, look at this. Daggone. That is a beautiful view of the base of this storm from Nick Gorman. It is definitely trying to produce a tornado there. And to give you an update on the storm up here near Newcastle, we still have a rotating thunderstorm. We still have the tornado warning in place, but I'm telling y'all that rotation has let up quite a bit. So I don't know if the tornado threat is over per se. But there definitely is a lowering threat now for the general Newcastle area. We want you to stay in your safe spot, but I don't see any signs of this like ramping up yet. It could change. I know how much emotion and concern and anxiety is involved in situations like this, especially for this part of the world. I mean, we're talking about Bridge Creek, Newcastle, more Oklahoma here. I mean, you never want to you talk about this area, when it comes to this kind of stuff. I do want to, not necessarily completely make you disregard the storm, but hopefully calm your nerves a little bit. This is not looking to me like a repeat of anything of those, infamous storms from the past. This is a dangerous situation. It could turn into something that we definitely want to take shelter for, but I don't see any signs of this being a, world changing, catastrophic, tornado or anything like that. So just take shelter, bring me with you. We're going to get through this together. Yeah, the storm is going through a sale merger right now, which once again, I think that has been what saved the day all day. I think we would have had multiple strong tornadoes if it wasn't for that little motion right there. You see how our hook was so well defined and everything, and then it kind of just sucked up the forward flank of that storm, and now it's all a mess. If that wouldn't have happened, we probably would have seen a much stronger tornado here. But it did happen, thankfully, and now it's got to absorb that and try again. A new tornado warning
has been issued.
As it moves up towards more. Will it be successful? Let's hope not, but we're going to be here with you to tell you whether or not it is as we go forward. Another hook trying to pop out of the storm down here near Alex. Lots of rotation with these storms. Jack, Texas. Jack County, Texas must be a pretty big county. But we've got another area of rotation, concerning area popping up right here. If I'm in Jack, Chico, Crafton, any of these areas in Texas, I'm taking shelter. That's a beefy supercell there, probably dropping some pretty big hail on the northern side. Oh, and look at this. More cells popping up to the west of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Huh. Would you look at that? Remember to stay hydrated. Very important. Just reading some more updates here on Twitter. Really want to appreciate everybody in helping me open source and collect information on everything that's happening. Remember, anything interesting at all you see on there, tag me in at Ryan Hall, y'all. If you have any reports to send in yourself, you can also tag me in those, but try to include your local National Weather Service as well if you know their handle. They can use that information as well. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I just talked with Chris Hall and I believe Nick Gorman's on the same storm, but the cell that they're on just went through a cell merger, and we're very quickly seeing a large bowl lowering coming out of the bottom of the storm. And they all agree that this could produce a very, very photogenic tornado in the next couple of minutes.
Okay. All right, there it is. This is the storm in question. These are the storm chasers in question. Not in question, you know what I mean. And this is where the potential photogenic tornado will occur or is about to occur. If this does happen, if it stays on the ground for any significant period of time, we'll have to watch out for y'all in Alex, Bradley, and Lindsay in Oklahoma as well. And there's another interesting area of rotation kind of popping up here at the last second near Dibble, Oklahoma. Dibble, Oklahoma here. I wouldn't be surprised if that, showed up a little bit more, brightly in the next little bit. We'll see a new warning for that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's a new tornado warning. That one's going to be for McLean, Grady, and Cleveland counties, and that's exactly for this storm right here. So Dibble is now under a tornado warning as we continue to see this storm strengthen here. So watch out in Dibble as well as Washington in Oklahoma. This is a dangerous situation. We now have 3 tornado warned storms here south of Oklahoma City. Go ahead, Riley.
I'll look at Nick Gorman's stream right now.
All right. We're going to go to Nick Gorman's.
It just froze. Okay.
It froze.
Well, there was rapidly rotating clouds, and you could literally watch them come down from the sky, get to about the point where they made ground contact, and then his stream cut out.
Okay. All right. Chris Hall is in a relatively the same place, right? Like pretty close.
Yes.
Okay.
Him and Frankie, and I think Caleb's there too.
All right. Okay. So we're going to keep an eye on all of them. We're going to keep the multi-view up here, and we'll pull full screen Nick whenever we get him back. The storm over here that's coming into Dibble, I mean, just continues to look more and more impressive. I hope everybody's getting into shelter there. Same thing for you guys up here in Alex. The Newcastle rotation has completely dissipated. Okay. So there's still a tornado warning for Newcastle, Moore, and Norman. So stay in your safe spots. But I mean, the tornadic part of that storm is dead now. Okay. We'll watch it. We'll see if it comes back to life, but it's nothing to be terrified of in the near term. Okay. We've got Nick back. Whoa. Nick is literally right underneath this thing. It's a little choppy. We don't have a great service out here, but you can see the swirling cinnamon bun-esque look to this thing, cinnamon roll. And that's where we're looking for a potential tornado to form. Once again, near Alex and Bradley in Oklahoma. That's a beautiful shot there. Beautiful shot of our cinnamon roll from Nick. The conceptualist says, why are there so many chasers in Tennessee? I don't know. I didn't know there was any chasers in Tennessee. I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest. You might be talking about in the Radar Omega app. Oh, I know what you're talking about. There's a bunch of these icons over here. These aren't storm chasers. These are just stationary cameras. So you can click on these and it's like a tower cam. Radar Omega is working with a bunch of emergency management services to try to get these everywhere. So whenever you open your Radar Omega app, not only can you see the storm coming through the radar, but you can just click anywhere near your house or closest one to your town and literally see the storm coming as well. It's a very cool program, and they're kind of starting in the Alabama, Tennessee area and working their way out. So that's a cool feature of Radar Omega. But there are storm chasers in here as well, including Brad Arnold. Right here he is. I'm going to click on his face. And bada bing, bada boom, I've got his live stream in the app here. We can put it over here and move it down here. So that's cool as well. They're huge supporters of the channel. I use them to do this whole broadcast, and it's like $8-9. You know, there's people who do this to like audiences much, you know, like a similar size as what I do, that pay like $90,000 for this same thing. And like you can have it like on your phone in the palm of your hand for like literally $9. So that's why we always talk about them. And we love them so much here. And the people I'm talking about are like TV, you know, TV stations. Yeah, Norman is technically under 2 tornado warnings right now, but I really do think that the Newcastle warning will be allowed to expire soon. We're mostly keeping an eye on this one, the one that could be coming towards Dibble here soon. By the way, Cole, Cole, Oklahoma.
Hey, Ryan, I got a visual on the storm. It's trying really hard. We just got some warm inflow going into it. We've been seeing multiple funnel clouds. We're in the perfect spot.
That's Nick Gorman that you're hearing there. So he's in the perfect spot to see this thing unfold. I agree. So we're going to be sticking with Nick there. And in fact, all of our storm chasers are in pretty good spots. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, going along with what Nick just said, I was talking to Chris, and it does seem like, unfortunately, if this does end up making ground contact and becoming a tornado, it is going to go right through the town of Alex. So anyone in Alex needs to be in their safe spots now.
All right. Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Take cover in Alex, Oklahoma, Cole, Goldsby, Noble, Slaughterville, Norman. You should still be in your safe spot in Moore, Oklahoma, because we're, you know, the great James Spann. We've taken, not taken, but we regurgitate this term often from him. Respect the polygon. We're going to live by that mantra, even though
hey, Ron,
I do
Chris,
think the rotation
sorry for
is letting
breaking
up
in,
here.
but if this storm does drop one in Alex, was just now in Alex. Everybody is on
A
Main
new
Street,
tornado
downtown
warning has been
Alex,
issued.
watching the storms. They're literally just standing in the road. If they don't see this, okay, definitely have another funnel right now, Ryan, coming down right near Alex right now.
Okay, so you heard the man. Chris Hall says, you know, apparently everybody in the town of Alex is, you know, having the tornado fair today. Everybody's outside watching the tornado come in. Sounds like a very Oklahoma thing to do. But within the next, you know, couple of minutes, it's probably time to, or even like seconds, it's probably time to get in. Let's take shelter. We'll bring the phones inside and we can still watch the tornado through the storm chaser feeds. I will provide that for you. And we won't have any loss of life, hopefully, because this thing could put down a tornado really fast here as it moves into Alex. And you can see it. There's like 7 different angles of the thing above the radar there. That's the potential tornado forming as it moves towards Alex right now.
Hey, Ryan, look at Chris Hall's stream.
There's a view from Nick. And then there's a view from Chris. Yeah. Oh, Brad's got it too. Lots of different angles of this thing, but this is the developing tornado moving towards Alex right now from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold's point of view. Oh, wow. That's... That looks like it's coming down. Switch. If you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at the tornado warned storm near Alex, Oklahoma. We've got a lowering here, a potential tornado trying to form. So hopefully everybody's getting into their safe spots. We've heard multiple reports of people not doing that. Brad, Frankie, and Chris all pretty much have the same thing, but we're seeing it from different angles, which is useful. But just to explain why you're seeing very similar pictures there. We're also seeing a very similar site right now in Dibble, Oklahoma, with this storm up here a little bit farther to the north and east. Big hook on this storm, and potential developing tornado there. And then once again, the rotation for our storm up here that was impacting Newcastle earlier has all but completely let up. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, there is starting to be wrapping rain curtains on the storm to the south that every storm chaser and their mother is on, but the funnel has gone back up.
Okay, sounds good. It sounds like in traditional May 11th
a new tornado warning
tornado day
issued.
fashion, this is another storm that is trying very hard, but having a hard time succeeding as well, which is a good thing. We don't want to see these things drop down right in front of towns and stuff. Let's get them to drop in the fields away from people and even cows, okay? And then we can all just sit here and enjoy the sight that is Mother Nature. Several close calls today. Sorry. Yeah, Storm Chaser Caleb B is a little bit farther north. You see the kind of greenish color there to the backside of the storm that he's on. A lot of heavy rain on the northern side of the supercell that's producing the rotation and the potential developing tornado here near Dibble. So Dibble, Alex, you guys are kind of like the most concerning areas right now. However, we still do have a tornado warning for Wise County, Texas. This is for Chico. I would definitely be concerned if I'm in Chico, and I would be in my safe spot right now, as that is a monster supercell trying to cause some problems for you there. All of the tornado warnings up here in Kansas have been allowed to expire for now, so that's great news. Just looking at our storm up here to the north, a little bit to the south of Oklahoma City. Something might be happening here where there's a little bit of an RFD surge trying to get its act together there. So we'll have to watch that pretty closely here. If we see these greens get really bright right here and then some bright reds back in here, and then we start to see them converge again, We might have to get concerned about this storm once again as it moves up towards Moore. And that would be quite an unfortunate situation. But you can see this supercell right there trying to take shape once again.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, wow. A new tornado warning up here near Norman. So this is one of those situations where we are a little bit displaced from the radar. Or not displaced, but we're too close to the terminal radar. Okay, right here. You see this little area of rotation up here? We do have a reason for concern there. As this is coming together. This is what we've been talking about with that new kind of surgence of an RFD surge here. That is now promoting a tornado warning for Moore and Franklin in the southern side of Oklahoma. Take shelter now. So let me zoom out. Let me give everybody some context. This is Oklahoma City. This is Moore, Oklahoma. And this is our area of rotation that is coming together quickly. Wow, would you look at that? So the area of rotation that went through Newcastle kind of completely dissipated, but now it's coming back together right here very quickly. And unfortunately, the storm looks good. Like the storm looks healthy. So this could cause some pretty big problems here near Moore if this continues to show signs of strengthening. Just waiting to see if there's any updates here. Yeah, this. Wow, that's crazy how quick that happened. Once again, we've got a developing tornado round 2 here for this storm. We had one earlier near Newcastle. It was brief. And now it's about to happen again here right around the I-35 corridor just to the south of Moore. Okay, this is an incredibly populated area. And this area is no stranger to tornadoes. So unfortunately, we've got to, get in our safe spots. We got to go through the actions, the motions once again here as this is trying to wrap up. Hopefully it doesn't get any worse than this. This could fall apart, but if it doesn't, it could end up being a strong tornado here. Area of rotation near Dibble is also producing a funnel cloud here as it moves towards Cole. Cole is a place that was hit pretty hard by tornadoes not too long ago. We got to get back in our safe spots as well. Alex, the storm has passed you, but there's more areas of rotation heading your way, so it's not over for you yet. Man, the Dibble storm looks more and more impressive too. This is south of Oklahoma City. Once again, moving towards Cole, Washington, Goldsby. We got to watch that one closely. Yeah, I'm seeing the pictures out of Moore. There's definitely a big scary like lowering there. I don't think that there's anything on the ground with that just yet.
I can't get on live stream, but I can confirm that we have 2 funnel clouds right now.
2 funnel clouds, according to Storm Chaser Nick Gorman, who is still on the storm to the south. The one down here near Alex. I don't blame them for playing this storm. The tail end Charlie, which is what a lot of people would call this, is often the play in a situation like this. But I think the most impressive supercell on the board right now is up here near Dibble, moving towards Cole and Goldsby, and I hope everybody is taking shelter for that one. Things are continuing to happen. Somebody in the chat said, what is LLJ? LLJ stands for lower level jet, and that is what is currently increasing and allowing for the nadir juice to get more ample, for there to be more spin in the atmosphere. The lower level jet is the amount of winds just above the surface. A lot of times that's the missing link between the backed winds at the surface and the veering winds, you know, a little bit higher up. It's the lower level jet that kind of brings everything together. And a lot of times if that's not strong enough, we don't see a whole lot of rotation. But around sunset, that increases due to some really like interesting stuff that we don't have time to go through right now. But essentially, as the sun sets, the air cools, okay? And this transfer of warmer air at the surface and cooler air kind of coming in and everything kind of happening there at sunset, the difference in temperatures causes the air to move more. And especially in this layer of the atmosphere, it can add that extra little oomph to get tornadoes going. That's why we always, I mean, how many times have we been in a live stream, okay? And things are happening at 5 p.m. But like once we get to 7, 8, 9 p.m., things are getting more intense. It's like 100% of the time it's the case. And it's because of that process, which is taking place now and allowing for us to see more rotation with these storms as well. Looks like another little RFD surge trying to pop out right here. So we'll see if we get another area of rotation with that. Watching that closely. Most of all, though, watching the Dibble storm, man. Big time. Long supercell. Is it likely that this system reaches the Topeka, Kansas area? Yes, but more so tomorrow and less so tornado-y, more so hail-y. Hopefully that enlightened you. Hopefully that was detailed. Hey, we're on YouTube, you know? You get what you get. Continue to have a tornado warning up here for Moore and Franklin until 33 minutes from now. So that's interesting. They continued this one. I think they are watching for the continuation of the RFD surge, just like we are, to see if this is going to try to kick up a new area of circulation here. The supercell would definitely support it. This is still a strong, healthy storm. What is RFD? RFD stands for rear flank downdraft. So when you look at a supercell like this, you've got inflow. You got kind of like a warm front kind of thing. Inflow coming into the storm like this. And then you've also got outflow from the storm, kind of like a cold front. Think of it, if you need to think of it that way, with cool air from the storm coming around the backside like this. That's your rear flank downdraft. So you got storm coming, cool air coming down out of the storm like this, meeting up with warm, moist air rising up into the storm like this. And that's where you get your, tornadoes. So whenever you see a surge of RFD, if it meets up with an ample and significant amount of inflow and warm, moist air coming into the storm, it's going to increase the chance of a tornado happening there. Let's see here. What is KFC? I don't know. I didn't make it that far in weather college. I dropped out before that class. I don't know what KFC is. I mean, just looking at the reflectivity, this storm is impressive. The velocities, though, are not, to be honest. Like, it's definitely something. It's definitely rotating. But we'll see what happens here. Guys, I know it's Kentucky Fried Chicken. Come on now. Did you not get the joke? It's supposed to be funny. We were all supposed to laugh together and have a good time. Now it's awkward. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I think we're finally seeing the velocities come together instead of being stacked on top of each other, which would actually be convergence from this radar site that we're looking at. Winds going this direction away, down and away from the radar, and then coming up in the greens. I think we're starting to see that rotate finally, watching from the terminal and the Doppler radar. The most recent scans look the best in terms of rotation that we've seen so far. So this could be the beginning of our tornado just south of Cole, Oklahoma this time around.
Okay. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for kind of re-highlighting the area of concern here near Cole. And I do want to, emphasize, Cole is an area that was hit just recently by the more, recent tornado situation in Oklahoma. Andy was live for that, and then we had our Y'all Squad response here in Cole not too long ago. So hopefully everybody down here is in their safe spots, and we've got some people in this area that are tuned in. It does look like maybe, hopefully, downtown, the main Cole area might be spared, but it's a small town. And if this kind of occludes even just a little bit, it could go through the same areas that were hit last time. So everybody from Cole to Washington to Goldsby to Noble to Norman needs to be in their safe spot as this comes together very quickly. Okay, and we're starting to see some imagery from Cole of a lot of what we've seen so far today. Big lowerings, big, nasty looking precursors to tornadoes. I don't think we have one on the ground yet, but very close right here. You see the little spiral right in there. That's what we're looking at. That's what we're looking for. Ooh, that last frame there, a little bit more intense. Once again, near Cole, Oklahoma, you got to be taking shelter. I'm definitely seeing it. A lot of people are tagging me in what I believe is some sort of, I don't know if it's another chaser cam or something out there of what looks to me like a very ominous lowering on this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This storm near Cole. I don't think it's on the ground, but it could be very soon. We got a new tornado warning for Grady County, Oklahoma. That's going to be way back here. Alex is once again under another tornado warning. Alex, you know, you guys have been in your safe spot since lunch. You're getting hungry. We're about there. Okay. Once this one's done, I think we're done for the day. All right. So Alex, stay in your safe spot. But we do have one more chance for a pretty significant storm to come through, as that is another rotating area that we have to watch here. Now, once again, we're growing increasingly concerned for the areas near Cole. Caleb B, Storm Chaser Caleb B might actually be getting into position to be able to show us this storm. He's here. I believe if he goes south towards the Goldsby, he'll get out in front of this thing to actually be able to give us a view of the actual storm, which will be very beneficial so we can see what's going on there. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, just talked with Chris Hall. He's on the storm near Alex, or the warning that has Alex in it. And one thing we're seeing on this storm, which is the first time we've seen it today, is we're seeing cloud to ground lightning. So that might be an indicator that this storm might be stronger than other storms that have gone through that area. And he is also reporting there's a large wall cloud on it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Riley. That's the latest from our storm chaser, Chris. So Riley in the background is often communicating with the storm chasers and listening to all of the intercommunications that they have together, and kind of picking out those useful pieces of information and relaying them to us. So we thank Riley for that. But of course, we can also talk directly to the storm chasers, and we will be doing that when needed. Latest scan there, slightly less impressive. Still impressive though, and still warranted of a tornado warning and for you to be in your safe spot. There seems to be a CC drop in that light rotation. There might be something there, but more than likely, it's nothing.
New information.
Absolutely,
this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Indicative of like a giant debris signature. If you're talking about this over here, We do have a confirmed warning, though, as of the most recent scan, and that is radar confirmed. So that is pretty much exactly what we were just looking at, and that's enough for us to determine that there very well could be a tornado here. So that doesn't change anything for anybody, though. We still need to be in our safe spots. We just, if we haven't gotten there yet, because we don't take shelter unless we get, confirmed warnings from the National Weather Service, well, here you go. It's time to go. Goldsby and Noble. Both of these areas need to be getting into their safe spot as quickly as possible. We're going to continue to watch the radar here for signs of debris and increasing rotation. Goldsby would be in the direct path here if this continues to go. Let's read about that. Broadcast media confirmed tornado. Okay, so that wasn't radar confirmed. That is broadcast media confirmed. What is that? News 9 probably or something? K4. I don't know. There's like a million different TV stations for this area. Channel 9. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and you can see it much better now on radar as well. Caleb B is very close to giving us a view of this thing. Yeah, so there it is. Yeah, I see it now. I see the correlation drop. There's your debris coming up. This is now officially 100% on the ground, and definitely a tornado in progress right now coming up towards Goldsby. This is probably just moments away from crossing 74B. And there's a bunch of pictures of it. Once again, on Twitter, I'm retweeting them. I can't share them. Gotta respect the copyright of these guys, these storm chasers out there. One of these days, we'll have a deal with all of them. But that day is not today. But the tornado on the ground in Cole, Oklahoma now. And once again, this is going towards Goldsby. So this is pretty important to keep in mind. Goldsby, you're next in line, and then potentially even Noble. You see, what's different about this one versus all of the other instances we've seen today of tornadoes is this is pretty by itself. This has a lot of free range to kind of continue for as long as it wants. So we might see this one stick around for a while. And if we do, Goldsby and Noble both are going to be in the direct path. We've got a fully condensed cone tornado now on the ground here. Moving northeast. Very close to a lot of other places that were just recently hit. Let's dive into the mesoscale. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, like you were saying, there's a lot of
Hey
people
Ryan,
who we
Caleb,
can't
I have
show
that
who
tornado
have
on the
this
ground right now in
tornado
front of me
their
on the
feed.
left of my screen.
I've been watching these feeds, and luckily enough, it does look like this tornado is not doing a lot of damage. You're not seeing clouds of debris or anything that would indicate that it's heavily destroying neighborhoods, so that is a good thing.
Yeah, that's a great thing. It looks like for right now it's in a mostly rural area. We do have a live shot of it here, though. Caleb B, I believe that's what we're looking at here on the left side of your screen. Let me confirm with him. Caleb, is that what we're seeing there on the left side of the screen, right?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And of course, we do have this now confirmed warning for McLean and Pottawatomie counties in Oklahoma.
Yep, that is definitely rapidly rotating. There was just visible debris. It does look like there is some dirt or something being spun up by it right now. You can see it going all the way up to the cloud base, and it does seem to be growing a little bit.
Okay, so this is a live view of the tornado that's getting ready to come through Goldsby, Oklahoma right now. Very dangerous situation, a growing tornado, and a potentially soon-to-be large tornado literally coming right for the town there. It just crossed Highway 74B, and then next in line it's going for East Ladd Road, okay, and then up towards Goldsby itself. So right now, this is going to be in between Cole and Goldsby. Some of the places that are going to be in the direct path of this, which once again, thankfully, there's not a lot of places, but we are concerned about the Samson Resources area and the Legacy East Pavilion Park and Scissor Tail Roofing and Construction. Okay, so if you know where any of those places are, that's around about where this tornado is. It can dance around within that zone. But that's the general vicinity there. So we're watching this unfold right in front of us here. I'm going to have Carly, if you don't care, Carly, if you can hear me, put Caleb in the 1 position. And go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, so this is one of the areas where we have done y'all squad stuff in the past, and one of the things Chris just brought up is the town of Goldsby does not have tornado sirens. So this is a warning. I mean, we should be doing this with all warnings, but especially this one, we need to work to get out to people because there's no sirens in place to alert people that this tornado is coming.
Okay, thank you very much, Riley. Like Riley just said, Chris and Caleb both just got back from this area delivering like $15,000 worth of supplies. They were able to talk to, some of the locals, and a lot of them, talked about how there was no tornado sirens. Obviously, I don't think they've had time to install them in the week or so since that's been. So we need to do everything we can to help these people and make sure that we are getting this information in front of them, because this is getting bigger. This thing is potentially going to become a large tornado as it comes up towards Goldsby here. Okay, this is a live view of the tornado as it forms here. Caleb I believe he's on Highway 74, looking north here towards the storm as it gets closer to Goldsby. Hopefully we don't get any more damage out of this. There was so much damage from the other storm. You really don't want to see it, but man, that chaser convergence is really showing right now on Twitter. Man, every 2 seconds I see a video of this thing. Some really good ones, though. If you want to help me spread the word and show people what's going on here, I'm retweeting a plethora of high quality videos and pictures of this tornado right now. Looks like Caleb is turning around, maybe. Maybe he's going to try to get ahead of it. But yeah, that we're going to keep an eye on him as we continue to watch this thing. We're going to keep all the storm chasers up there, and we're going to go back to radar here. This is where our rotation is now. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere right now, but next in line, it is going to come for Goldsby, okay? And remember, Scissortail Roofing and Construction, that's kind of the area along Highway 74 where I think this thing's going to go if it continues on the path that it's going right now. Either that or the area here near Total Solutions Heating and Air. And then if you know where the Legacy Park East Pavilion is, near the RV Supercenter along I-35, it's that general vicinity where I think the tornado is going to go next. So hopefully Caleb can turn back around and give us another view of this thing, because I believe it's strengthening. From everything that I'm seeing,
a new tornado warning has
this
been
is
issued.
The strongest it's been. And we probably have a very well-defined, photogenic, condensed tornado here moving right towards Goldsby. And a pretty significant debris signature as well. You see that? Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, looking at other chaser streams, it is now lofting debris into the air for sure. It's become the worst case scenario where there is a large damaging tornado on the ground.
Okay, large damaging tornado on the ground here, coming unfortunately right towards Goldsby. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to last that long. We can hope that it doesn't, but if it does, once again, this is one of those situations where we've been talking about Goldsby for a long time, that like these kinds of storms, there's no excuse. There's no excuse for anybody to be surprised by it. Like everybody in that town should know this is coming by now. And if they don't, we can make a last push here to try to spread the word as much as possible. Just through telling your friends and family members about what's going on, spreading the word, sharing, and all that stuff. If you know somebody in this area, give them a call. You might end up being a hero here. Once again, they don't have sirens in this town. That's your area of rotation. There's Goldsby. We do have a tornado on the ground. I don't know if we can see it from here. But Caleb is so close to this thing. Obviously, Caleb's being cautious. And, I mean, just look at the traffic out here, dude. There's so many storm people, like, you know, chasing in this area. It's insane. The tornado is down right now. The tornado is 100% down right now. We're not seeing the full condensation from this angle, I think. So if you're just now tuning in, let me bring you back to the radar real quick. We're going to keep Caleb's feet above my head. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, they have blocked off I-35 going both directions in Goldsby, so people will not be driving into the storm, so that's a good thing, but that does mean that they're expecting to stay on the ground if they're blocking off the road ahead of it.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a great thing that they've done that. Hopefully they've had good guidance around that. I would hate to see a situation where it's blocked off and it's, you know, up here and this thing occludes up that way or something. That sounds like a huge operation. But anyways, if you're on I-35 at all right now in this area, you need to make sure you avoid the Goldsby area at all costs, because that's around where this thing's going. We now have a real dark correlation coefficient drop here. What this blue is indicating to us that there is something in the sky that shouldn't be there, and it's larger than the other things that are in the sky. So there's stuff floating around up here that aren't raindrops or hailstones, probably pieces of wood, leaves, pieces of trees, maybe even pieces of homes, as this thing is mostly going through rural areas, which is great, but it's getting ready to get towards some more popular zones as it gets closer to Goldsby. Dangerous tornado on the ground heading towards Goldsby, and then we've got to worry about Noble, Oklahoma. Okay, got a live storm chaser on it on the feed above my head, and I mean, there's just so many pictures and videos and stuff of this thing online too. It might have lifted recently. No, it's definitely still down. It's definitely still down. Go ahead, Andy or Riley.
It has definitely not lifted. We just had power flashes on Caleb's stream, as well as reports of debris falling out of the sky onto I-35 and areas surrounding.
Okay, yeah, so it's definitely not lifted. This thing is big. It's still down. It's lifting debris. We've got power flashes on Caleb's stream. I believe we're getting the camera pointed back in the right direction here to where we can see something if we can get it pulled up. But nevertheless, this thing is here, and it's big, and it's the strongest storm of the day for sure. And we have really got to get to shelter here in Goldsby. Caleb, when you get a moment, give us an update. What are you seeing? Yeah, I think it's
it's definitely began rapidly rotating more and more over the last few seconds. Just started torrentially downpouring. They've actually just closed the highway off right behind me. Police have fully blocked it off now. Moments ago, you could see a few power flashes happen. There's also been some reports of some chasers ahead of me, that there's some debris, and we've seen chasers actually coming back in oncoming lanes the wrong way down the highway to get out of harm's way of this. So I'm guessing it's probably pretty close, but it does look like it's going to get rain wrapped here very quickly.
Okay. Thank you, Caleb. Yeah, I agree. Big time rain wrapped. Here's an RFD surge for you. This is going to wrap the tornado in rain and make it an even more dangerous situation. So it's already hard to see the thing. We're having a hard time seeing it because it's dark. Now it's going to be dark and hailing and raining and all that stuff at the same time. So, Andy, what do you got to say?
Ryan, look at it from the terminal radar. You can actually see the center of the tornado just southwest of Goldsby on the terminal radar. It's showing up right in the middle of that central vortex on the last two frames there, especially the one just before this frame that's showed up now. So definitely in progress, strong winds. These are the strongest winds that the terminal radar has actually shown so far. So I think that this is still going to be in progress for the next few minutes, right as it gets to the interstate there.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy. Like you said, this is going to be in progress as it approaches the interstate and the actual Goldsby area. Small town here, but South Main Avenue and West Center Road. This is going to be the kind of coordinates that this goes towards as it heads towards the I-35 corridor. We've got some good news that the interstate has been shut down here. I don't know what that means for, the people who were already on the interstate. I'm sure you can keep going if you're going the right way or like away from the tornado. But the last couple of frames here are showing to me that this is going to go a little bit farther north than maybe what we originally thought. This thing is kind of recycling a little bit. It might be trying to occlude a little bit. That's unfortunately going to take it closer to Goldsby and then through this part of the I-35 area near 104A and 104B, those exit zones there. So keep that in mind. But still, even all the way down here towards the more rural areas along the Veterans Memorial Highway here, this thing could even go towards you as well. I'm going to dive a little bit deeper into the mesoscale once again here as I get my bearings. This is dangerously close right now to the Growing Oaks Federal Credit Union
has been
and
issued.
the B&H construction here. Okay, so if you know where that is, if you were standing in either of those areas, you would be able to look somewhere and see this tornado very close to you. Okay, so imagine that, and it's moving east or northeast from there. All right. So Noble, Oklahoma, southern portions of Norman are in the direct path of this thing if it keeps itself together. All right, so continued confirmed tornado warning for Cleveland County, McLean County, and Pottawatomie counties in Oklahoma. We got a new warning for Garvin, McLean, Pontotoc, and Pottawatomie counties in Oklahoma as well. Yeah, I think that we're seeing a major cycle happening here. So Goldsby, I would not let my guard down as this looks more concerning than it has for a while. Once again, very ominous views. I mean, this thing is a large photogenic tornado. There's all kinds of pictures of it out there. I'm retweeting as many as I can. If you want to help me increase the stimulus and make sure more people understand what we're talking about, you can go look at those Twitter photos yourself. I'm retweeting them all at Ryan Hall, y'all. Share them, gets more eyeballs on it. People take tornadoes more seriously when they see them, even if it's through social media. Polygons can only do so much. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, actually, I think what we're seeing is that initial tornado is actually occluding back into the storm. It's almost it's moving just a little bit to the north. And we've already got a new handoff, new area of rotation developing right over Noble and closer to Highway 77, I think east of Caleb's location there. So you can see that on both radars. So that's in the last few minutes. That's called a mesocyclone handoff. So we're going to see, I think, this new area of rotation develop out in front, and the hook of the storm kind of reflects that occurring right now.
All right, thank you, Andy. Let's walk you through that once again. Here's the original area of rotation. Our tornado came together right here. Watch how it goes this way. That's our occlusion. Okay, it occludes into the forward flank, and now we're going to start to see a new area of rotation pop up out here. Watch, boom, new hook over here. This is a cycle. And that means that Noble might be in a pretty serious situation here as this tries to, ramp back up as it gets closer to Noble. So far, I don't see a whole lot of rotation on that side of the storm, but it can happen fast as it did for, all these other storms that we've seen today. So let's watch out if we're in Noble. Also, let's not let our guard down in either Goldsby or Norman as we continue to watch this thing move through. Oh, yeah, there you go. Definitely seeing the rotation more now. This could do the same thing that we just saw there. Honestly, and it could even be more... it could be more impressive. Who was that? Was that Caleb?
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
Yeah, go ahead, Caleb.
Looks like the rotation directly over Goldsby's kind of died off. It almost looks like a meso handoff, and it's actually began rotating right above my head here on I-35. I'm going to try and reposition and get back out in front of this thing so we can see if it produces again.
Okay, so that's Caleb. He's here, so he's seeing that rotation die off back there near Goldsby, but noticing the new rotation here. That's going to impact Noble. Also, there's another kind of rogue supercell out here. I think this is the one that was Yeah, this is like the random piece of convection that Brad Arnold was following around for a while. It suddenly found a new life out here, and it's starting to rotate, and a new tornado warning was issued for Byers, Gwinnett, and Asher in Oklahoma. So we'll have to watch that, as it just very randomly within the last couple of frames has become a very serious player here in our collection of supercells tonight. Wow. So this is the zone that we're going to be locked into for the next little bit as we continue to watch these storms get more and more intense. I'm concerned about Noble. I'm concerned about really everybody in this polygon here. And, you know, we've seen what this storm can do. We've seen what this environment can do. It produced a very, a pretty strong tornado from what I could tell. If it's going to do it again, it's going to happen right in here. And then once again, this has found its own environment. It's all out by itself. This could happen over and over again for who knows how long as it goes up to the north and east. So if you're just now tuning in, we just watched a long-lived, pretty photogenic tornado go through or near Cole and Goldsby, Oklahoma. That tornado has occluded and dissipated, and now we're seeing a handoff of the energy to a new rotating piece of the storm near Noble that's likely going to produce or is currently producing a new tornado. So we want everybody in Noble, Denver, McGuire, and Little Axe to be taking shelter now. We're also watching a new area of rotation over here near Johnsonville in Oklahoma. That's moving up towards Gwinnett, Asher, and Avoca, Oklahoma. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, rapid development right in that meso handoff that I mentioned a few minutes ago. Right over Noble, I think both the terminal and Doppler radars now have a couplet on the velocity there, indicating that there could very well be a funnel and the beginning of a tornado on our new cycle happening as rapidly as we expected it to, I suppose. So very rapidly developing situation right there. More than likely, if this continues to develop, we'll see a new debris signature. If there's not one already from the Doppler radar, rather, I think there is one right on the west side of Noble.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Andy. Unfortunately, this thing has planted a new tornado, it seems, right on the west side of Noble. And I mean, given its trajectory, that would take it, right into Noble. So hopefully everybody in that town's in their safe spot. If you're not yet, you've got to run, not walk to your safe spot, because this is a dangerous situation. And we are seconds to maybe a minute away from a direct impact here, I believe, especially on the west side of town between Etowah Road and places like the McGuire Road area and anywhere in between. Make sure you are bracing for impact. This is a classic supercell. The rotation's there. The debris signature, we believe, is there. And we've got a tornado impacting the town of Noble right now. Wow. Yeah, that's definitely a debris signature right there. So this is doing damage in the town of Noble currently. Wow, that is an insane hook too. Like that's quite the radar presentation. Unfortunately, I mean, we've been pretty lucky today with these things kind of missing towns and being in rural areas. I would be very surprised if we didn't hear some sort of damage reports out of Noble after this one. I mean, this looks like a direct hit. So once again, lots of places over here. The next ones in line are going to be places like Fort Hill. Oh, wow. The Dow's Family Christmas Light Ministry, Saxon Park, Thunderbird Chapel, Whispering Inn, and Native Spirits Winery. These are the places that are kind of next in line for our tornado here. If you guys know where Noble High School is, it's a little bit east of town. If you were there, you would be able to see this thing. Obviously, don't try to look for it. It's dark. It's probably becoming rain wrapped. But you would be able to see this thing, and you would be able to see it go north and east towards Fort Hill. If you were at the school, I don't know, at the baseball field or something, you look towards Noble, you look towards Fort Hill. That trajectory that your eyes just made, that path, that's the direction that this thing's going, I believe. Crazy how fast that happened there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Got a new tornado warning for Palo Pinto County, Texas. So we've still got stuff going on in Texas as well. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, actually, Ryan, I was just about to say that. That includes mineral wells and areas just around mineral wells in Texas. So that's pretty close just to the north of I-20. But I also wanted to come through while that heads up towards mineral wells. Please be taking shelter out ahead of time there west of Weatherford to let them know over there. I wanted to come through and say that's very important, that message before this tornado went right over Noble. Hopefully we could get a clip of that mezzo handoff, announcement so that we can say like, hey, we got to do our best to make sure the pattern recognition is there and that we're letting people know ahead of time as soon as possible. When the radar looked like nothing, I was still seeing that there's a sign that something could happen. So that's a very important message. I want to make sure that we are able to capture and relay ahead of time that we're able to see these things, and that the resource we have here is hopefully life-saving because of instances like this. So hopefully I was able to help some people there.
Absolutely. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. The new tornado warning down here, once again, heads up mineral wells. This looks like a pretty strong storm, but we think that one of the valuable things of just kind of nonstop wall-to-wall coverage, whether we've got a chopper in the air that is currently seeing it or not, or whether or not there's even a warning at the moment or not, being live the whole time and being able to call out things like that is the true value of the a commercial-free YouTube, kind of just casual talk about the weather until we need to get serious environment. We think that that's extremely valuable, and we hope that you do too. So huge shout out to Andy and everybody involved in the warning system here today. I think we've had some incredibly difficult storms to keep up with and forecast and warn for today, and everybody involved at every level has done a great job. I really hope that we hear good news out of the town of Noble here. I would be surprised if at least the northwestern side didn't receive some sort of damage from that as this came through. But it looks like it's already letting up a little bit, so that's good news. That's great news. Where's the y'all copter? We're working on it. We're working on it. We're working on it. That'd be something else, wouldn't it? We could probably do it. We could probably make it happen. Looks like maybe another maybe another little area of rotation is going to try to rear its hind end out right here, just south of the radar site. Not seeing a whole lot on the velocity scans, but we're seeing that very classic sign on the reflectivity. So we'll watch that closely. I think the storm that just went through Noble, it's not over, it's not done or anything like that, but it's definitely going through some sort of cycle here. So that's good. The storms back a little bit farther to the south and west look less impressive, but man, this storm looks even more impressive. So we are not done yet, guys. We are the
Hey
night
Ryan, it's
is
Chris. I'm just
young.
giving you an update. We're a little further south. We're about to get on the interstate and head north. We're going to go to Noble. That's where our GPS is set right now. So just giving you an update.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Chris, of course, if in the situation where there is some sort of significant damage that's happened in Noble, Chris Hall's there. He's part of the Y'all Squad, and if we need to help people, we will. Thanks to you guys and your generosity, we've got cash that we can just give to Chris and be like, all right, man, let's make it a little bit easier on these guys. Whatever they need. But we're hoping that nothing really bad happened. Wow. So we all saw that hook from the Doppler radar. Some of us saw it from the terminal radar, but did anybody see it? Okay, yeah, from like the more high resolution, was it called Rax pole? Look at this. That is a hook, son. Dang. That's crazy. That's insane. Okay, so I am starting to see some of the first reports that there is damage in Noble. Not hearing anything conclusive or indicative of how severe it is yet, but I'm seeing some like sheet metal and some wood. I don't know, that like it's a very low quality picture. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, actually, more than likely, a pretty significant tornado ongoing south of Palo Pinto here in Texas, southwest of Mineral Wells. The debris signature is showing up now on the radar almost a mile above the surface. So already debris from this tornado, hopefully in a rural area, has reached a mile up into the storm, which indicates that it's stronger than any, probably any of the weak tornadoes that we've observed today. So you can see that debris signature from the Fort Worth radar. So I imagine this storm or this warning will be upgraded to a confirmed warning as it heads towards Palo Pinto and the Mineral Wells area along Highway 180. So please be taking shelter over there. We do probably have a confirmed tornado ongoing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Andy. Guys, this is nuts. This is way down here in Texas. We've got another big supercell that is probably producing a pretty big tornado here. Once again, just south of Palo Pinto. Let's put this into motion. Let's get an idea of the direction. Yeah, I mean, this very well could come, right towards the Palo Pinto area. And then also ride north and east up towards the Coronados Camp area and Mineral Wells area. Wow. And this is way down here in Texas, actually just to the west of Fort Worth. And this is, I think this is as good of a view as we're going to get. We're not necessarily in a radar hole, but we are farther away from the radar than what we would like to be in this situation. But still, we can see what's going on here. And that's what we're going to try to do, is continue to inspect this. So Mineral Wells, you're not under a tornado warning, but you might be here soon. So heads up. Y'all watch out in Mineral Wells. All right, just reading, looking for updates. Noble, definitely have damage in Noble. We don't know the extent of it, like, at all yet. We just know that there is damage. Currently have a tornado warning for Cleveland, McLean, and Pottawatomie counties in Oklahoma, Palo Pinto County, Texas, McLean, Pontotoc, and Pottawatomie counties in Oklahoma. Guys, give me just a real quick second. I got to take a minute, step away from the computer here. Looks like there might be another area of rotation trying to form just to the north and east of Noble too. But I'm going to step away. Andy, if you want, you can talk for a second. I'll be right back, okay? Or Riley, or anybody. Or I can play music. It doesn't matter, but I'll be right back.
I can talk if you want to pull my camera up.
Okay, go ahead, Carly.
All right. Hello, guys. I was actually just talking to Chris Hall. They have I-35 closed around Noble. We are assuming this is from supposed tornado damage. Caleb B almost got to the area of Noble, and he had to turn around and go back to find a different way across the river. So unfortunately, it is going to, or there is probably significant damage around Noble. Obviously, if it turns out that there is damage, we will do what we can there with the Y'all Squad. If you guys want to help out the Y'all Squad, if you go to Shop Ryan Hall, there's multiple Y'all Squad specific items where all the profit from that merch will go directly towards helping these people. And then there's also stickers, which that's where we get the most of our money for the Y'all Squad to be able to go out and help these people. Just looking at what we have going on right now, obviously we have the 2 tornado warnings still in Oklahoma, the 1 in Texas. I am feeling better about the 1 in Texas. It does look like it's starting to lose its strength, but we should still be in our safe spots. Back up in Oklahoma, there are 2 tornado warnings, and there's another cell that Brad Arnold and Nick Gorman are. That's around the Washington, Dibble, Oklahoma. We've been saying these towns all night, so hopefully you guys know where they are. 1 second. Okay, so we are now receiving reports from Storm Chaser Caleb B that there is another large lowering around Noble. So unfortunately, that tornado might not be done yet. We need to be in our safe spot still. He's still pretty far away from this, but it is still looking like it's quite a concerning situation. You can see that that's the top polygon on Ryan's screen. I can't zoom in on that, but that's where that would be. Back down to the south, like I was saying, Nick Gorman and Brad Arnold, I just heard that there might be a possible lowering on that storm as well. That's not yet tornado warned, but that would be a tornado warning that we could see here in the future.
Great job, Riley. Thank you. Everybody say thank you to Riley. And we're going to continue to dive into these remaining supercells that are just trying their best to continue to cause problems tonight. The overall activity is winding down. So we don't have like a bunch of warnings up in Kansas now. And like, you know, the daytime heating convection is all gone. But what's left is in a much more ripe environment for tornadoes. So this remaining energy that we see out here is going to continue to play around with this lower level jet and, just drop tornadoes as long as it can. Now, these storms are also weakening at some rate. So at some point, the tornado threat's going to go down. But right now, it's still very much high. And as you can see, a new hook is forming here north and east of Noble as this storm goes off to the north and east. Seeing more storms or more interactions with that out here with some more rotation, a little hook right here near Dibble again. So it's definitely not over yet. And then, of course, we have the pretty serious situation down here near Palo Pinto, where we had a pretty like dead on confirmed radar looking, tornado, everything that you would normally look for there. CC drop, TDS, velocity couplet, and even you can see the occlusion kind of happen there. That has since went away, I believe, but there is a new area of rotation forming now to the south and east of Palo Pinto that is likely going to try to produce another tornado. I don't know. So this storm is much stronger, and unlike all of the other storms up in Oklahoma, it doesn't seem to be weakening. So I don't know how long we will be dealing with this. This one might be something that we have to watch for a while as it gets closer to Weatherford and Springtown in Texas. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, if you want to take a look at that southern tornado warning in Oklahoma, it does look like there is a new hook forming near, I'm going to botch the town name, but we're just going to embrace it, Winnett. It has stronger rotation. It's just popped up here in the last few scans.
Okay, thank you, Riley. That is this storm. Yep, there's your rotation. I think that's right, Winnett, something like that. But you guys know what I'm talking about. Near Asher and north and east of Rosedale, could be seeing something trying to happen here. All these storms have the very real possibility of producing tornadoes here very shortly, including this one, the one near Noble. This is almost certainly getting ready to do it again. Just to the east of Norman, south of Denver, watch out. This is happening. The new tornado's really trying to form here. That's going to move towards Denver and Little Axe over the next little bit, okay? And then we've also got to watch this. Wow. Extremely active night tonight. And there's your new warning for Cleveland and McLean County. That's your flashing box there.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, I'm just coming north into Noble right now, and I can see a very large low lowering just off to, I'm guessing, the northeast, just off of storm motion, but it's definitely not over yet.
Okay. So Caleb is confirming our suspicions of continued concern for this storm here in Noble. This is not over yet. And absolutely not. I mean, you can see that clear as day. This thing is trying its best.
A new tornado warning has been issued
to produce another tornado here. A new tornado warning has been issued. This one goes all the way out to Maud, close to Seminole, for the next 50 minutes. So here we go. These are our main three players in Oklahoma tonight. Boom, boom, boom. When these storms die or congeal together, we will no longer have much of a tornado threat. But when will that happen? Who knows? Until it does, we're going to continue to see stuff like this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Cleveland, Oklahoma County, Pottawatomie counties in Oklahoma. Warning for you guys. Just a big area of tornado warnings here. Still watching this storm west of the Fort Worth area. had a big area of rotation just west of Palo Pinto. Now a new big area of rotation just to the south and east. This is concerning because if this materializes into something big, this could come right up into Mineral Wells, which is a very large town comparatively. Wow. Wow. That is a hook and a half. Hook and a half. All right, reading Twitter and the chat, trying to get caught up. Okay, I'm seeing some more videos now of some of the damage in Noble, Oklahoma. I'm seeing lots of damage. Okay, lots of metal, lots of, I'm not seeing a whole lot of bad damage though. So far, we could just not have the full extent yet. But I'm hoping that what I'm seeing is the worst of it, and we're talking about, some billboards getting knocked over, a couple of gas stations losing their awnings, and maybe a couple things more significant than that, but that's all I've seen so far. Could these track into the Tulsa area? They could. I don't think that it's going to be that big of a deal by the time these get there, though. Definitely not something to completely disregard. But this is not going to be the same situation by the time it gets to Tulsa. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on all of our tornadic storms in Oklahoma and also Texas tonight. I don't have much of an update for you. Oh, wait. Yes, I do. Oh, no. Okay, we're going to have to focus in on this one a little bit more. Wow. Yeah, I wish we had a closer radar view of this, because this could be bad right here. Big time rotation. If this continues on its current trajectory, we are talking about maybe a very big tornado coming towards Mineral Wells. Obviously, we don't want to speak too soon on that. We don't want to get people spooked, but something that we've done a lot of today is give very early warning to several towns that were then impacted by a tornado an hour later or something. So it's not guaranteed to happen, but y'all watch out in and around Mineral Wells.
20 miles south of Noble. I'm looking at this current tornado warning cell that is southwest of Noble, and very big lightning uptick, and that's visible on the stream.
All right, so we're gonna obviously keep monitoring that Mineral Wells storm, but some of the more right in front of our face, kind of easy to depict signatures are happening in Oklahoma, and we do have Chris Hall with a visible view of this hook right here, which looks really impressive on reflectivity, not so much on velocity. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. It's much like the pattern recognition shows. The new tornado that definitely is was looking strong there, south of Palo Pinto, was also a mesocyclone handoff to the south and east of the other tornado that was in progress that definitely did a lot of damage. So this is our new handoff. It's probably already dissipating, but likely still doing a little bit of damage here. We could see that remain the case here. And if you look at the path of each of these tornadoes, in particular in Texas here in this county, it looks like they're moving east. So this storm may go south of Mineral Wells with its next cycle, its next attempted handoff if it does do another one. So I would be paying very close attention south of Highway 281 around Bennett and Millsap as well if it continues to hold in the same pattern. But please be taking shelter no matter what throughout the morning and into Mineral Wells. If they're not already sounding the sirens there, I would recommend taking shelter anyways.
Absolutely. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for giving us an update there.
Hey, Ryan. Hey, it's Brad. We are heading up to Washington, Oklahoma, developing circulation with a large lowering wall cloud right now on the stream. I'll let you know once I see something. It may be rain wrap, but we're going to go to Washington and then probably try to get it when it gets on highway or Interstate 35.
Okay. All right. So that's Brad talking about going towards Washington. This is the storm that he's on. He is watching a lowering here. Let's take a look at velocity. Okay. Yeah. Very compact area of rotation here, right where that hook is. He is going to give us a view of that, and in fact, he is. It's right above my head there, and we can get a up close view of that too. Let's see if we can see anything whenever lightning illuminates the full storm.
Hey Ryan, that might be the closest guy you got on this Washington storm. I am about 5 miles south of town here. Yeah, we're to Washington. We should have a visual on the wall cloud here pretty shortly. I did notice a uptick in lightning too.
Okay, so that was Nick Gorman. So we've got multiple people that are going to be able to give us some insight as to what's happening here in the Washington area with our new storm. Also, I see a lot of emergency response vehicle lights in Noble, which is where Caleb is. I don't know if we've got an update on the situation there, but as soon as we get one, we will let you know. Riley, go ahead.
Hey Ryan, I did just talk to Caleb. Unfortunately, he is reporting substantial damage, and at this point, they're not trying to do like search and rescue because their new concern is the next tornado coming.
Bad cell service area, but we got a large funnel.
Responded out. So that's
hey Ryan, we've got a cone funnel
for Noble. Where they're not going to be able to go and help these people because there's another tornado coming, and they have to get everyone out.
Okay. Thank you very much, Riley. Also, we had Brad and Nick come through there reporting a new funnel near Washington. So a new dangerous situation is unfolding here between Goldsby and honestly Noble. Like this storm would, like Riley was saying, would eventually go up towards Noble if it continued on its current path. So we do have some substantial damage, it seems, in Noble. So we're gonna see. We're gonna let you know more about that as soon as we hear about it. But no reports of injuries or anything like that yet. And once again, thank goodness Caleb and Chris are in the area. If needed, the Y'all Squad is gonna show up. So seriously, guys, thanks for your generosity and being awesome, and the Y'all Squad is just the coolest thing ever. So we'll be able to help people down here if they need it. All right, back to Texas. We're going to be going back and forth a lot tonight. This is our big area of rotation. Let's put this into motion. Like Andy said, the storm motion here is northeast, but these tornadic circulations are moving more due east. So you can see that very clearly with this most recent one. What could happen here is we see this kind of let up a little bit. The supercell continues to move this way. We see a new handoff. I mean, the general gist of the situation is...
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
Mineral Wells is not in a good position here. If this storm continues to stay strong and move in the same way and produce in the same way that it has been in its history, then this has a pretty good chance of trying to produce a tornado somewhere near Mineral Wells. Okay, let's hear from Caleb. Yeah, go ahead.
I had mentioned to Riley, but I'm not sure if it came to you. Substantial damage around the main road through Noble. Fire, EMS, and police are on scene, but they're pushing everyone out. There's no focus on search and rescue right now, as their main concern is that second cell that is tornado warned moving towards Noble.
Okay. All right, so let's say
new information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay, let's ring the alarm there. We've got a confirmed tornado warning now for Pottawatomie, Oklahoma, and Cleveland County, Oklahoma. That's going to be for this bad boy right here. And this is going to include Denver and Pink. Once again, places that have been hit recently by very strong storms and tornadoes. So unfortunately, we're going to have to deal with it again. So yeah, we've got a pretty significant damage in Noble. And guys, we have to just assume now that we had lots of people watching this stream in Noble. A tornado hit. There may be somebody right now on their phone, on their tablet, in their safe spot. Maybe there's some damage to their house. There's another storm coming. So stay in your safe spot. And it seems to me like the search and rescue thing isn't, happening just yet. They're going to make sure that they're going to make sure they don't add to the problem by having a bunch of people out trying to rescue people. And then another tornado hits, and then who's going to rescue who then, So stick with me here. It's getting ready to rain again. The lightning, the thunder, the rain is going to pick up here in about 30 minutes. It's going to last a little while, but once that one's done, I think you're done for the night in Noble. And then hopefully we can get you out of that situation that you're in there. But yeah, one more storm to go through. The good news is, as concerned as we may be about another tornado here coming into Noble, it doesn't look nearly as convincing, I guess, as the recent one did. So looks like some rain and some hail. But we've got to watch it. We've got to take it seriously because it could very quickly produce a tornado like we've seen many times tonight. Yeah, we definitely had significant damage in Noble. It doesn't seem like the entire town. Like I'm seeing messages from people who are like, I live like 5 miles south of Noble, or I live like a mile east of Noble, and there's nothing here. So it looks like the damage was probably pretty confined to either the downtown area or just on the northwest side of town along that road, which is good, but it's still significant in that area. Guys, our rotation here near Mineral Wells is still showing up in a big way. Our initial debris field from the tornado that happened closer to Palo Pinto is dissipating, and little pieces of debris may even be falling in and around Mineral Wells. But we still have this big hook here. We've got a rotation situation here. A new tornado may form if there currently isn't one right now. At any time, we've got to make sure Mineral Wells is getting prepared for maybe taking shelter here soon. And yeah, we actually we went to the place today. I don't even know what it is. I don't know. But we got our official articles of incorporation or whatever for the Y'all Squad. It's all done. It's finally official, registered. We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization registered with the state and the United States of America. Tax deductible donations will be something that you can do soon. We just don't have that part set up yet. So if you do want to help us with the Y'all Squad thing, you can still go to shopryanhall.com right now and do the sticker thing. But this will probably be one of the last times that we do the stickers. From now on, it'll be like a website of its own, or I think we're actually going to be able to work with YouTube to where next to our live stream here, there'll be like a donate button to our nonprofit, and we'll be able to watch that number go up there. But we have to talk to YouTube first to get that working. It can't happen overnight, but I'm excited about that, and I appreciate your all support. It's amazing how many people we've been able to help out with that. And I think it's just going to get even better with the 501c3. So a couple things, if you're just now tuning in, I want to give you an update on what's going on here. Mineral Wells, Texas is in a pretty dangerous spot. Okay. Mineral Wells, Texas is in a pretty dangerous spot. We got a big supercell moving in, and this could cause some problems with a potential developing tornado here coming right into town. That's not for sure yet. We're thinking that might be a possibility. Get ready for it. There's no warning, but when it comes through, know what you're going to do, okay? Now, up here in Oklahoma, multiple rotating supercells still floating around here. Avoca, Asher, you guys are seeing that come together. We've had multiple spottings of, lowerings and funnel clouds down here around Washington from the storm that Brad Arnold and Nick Gorman are watching right now. But nothing crazy just yet. But that is the one that's going towards Noble. Okay, so get ready in Noble. You got some damage there. Another storm's coming. No, I think that whenever you do the official incorporation of the nonprofit with YouTube, I don't think YouTube takes any percentage. I think that it's all 100% goes to the nonprofit. I could be wrong, but I don't know. We'll have our own website too for that if you want to bypass YouTube for whatever reason. But YouTube has been nice to us, and if it wasn't for YouTube, we wouldn't know each other, So, it doesn't bother me that they take a percentage, but I get why some people don't care for that. Okay, so yeah, I got confirmation. 100% of the money you donate goes to the nonprofit. Whenever we get that fully set up with YouTube, they don't take even a penny from it. So that's great. No, we got the EIN number. We got everything. We just don't have a website. We don't have a way for you to interact with it yet. Everything's in place. We just don't have the final things. And then once again, actually working with YouTube, it's not like any nonprofit can just automatically be a part of that integrated system. You have to be approved, and there's a whole process thing. I'm hoping that it'll be an easy process. we've got one of the faster growing and more popular channels on YouTube right now. So hopefully they'll be nice to us. I don't know. I'm watching this very closely, this rotation over here near Washington. It's not doing the thing, which is good news. I really don't want to see another tornado go through Noble. I want to see this get out of the way so that we can start cleaning up over there. Still watching that too. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, the southeast tornado warning north of Asher near Pearson, Oklahoma, from the Norman Doppler test bed radar, that has a debris signature. So that tornado is on the ground now. Expect that warning to be upgraded right as it tracks just next to Pearson. So Pearson, please be in your safe spots. And St. Louis here in Oklahoma. St. Louis, Oklahoma here.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. There you go. The most recent frame. You can see there we've got a tornado debris signature in line with our couplet and a very obvious hook here. So it does look like we have a tornado on the ground that may be coming towards Pearson and St. Louis. And Riley, what you got?
Hey, Ryan, I was just talking to Chris, and from what he's seeing on the ground, he believes that this tornado warning near Noble is going to take a hard right turn, and any tornado that is on the ground would go through Slaughterville instead of Noble.
I agree with that. I agree with that assessment. If there was a tornado that happened with this storm, it would more than likely go south of Noble. So that's good. I also don't know. I don't know if we're going to see a tornado from this unless something changes here soon. So it looks like a strong storm is going to come through Noble and Slaughterville, but we're going to watch it closely. We've seen how much, how fast this stuff can change with these storms tonight. Once again, still watching a tornado on the ground here, more than likely coming up towards Pearson. Take shelter now. We're waiting for that warning upgrade to come. I'm sure if there's one more frame with the TDS, we'll get it. Yeah, not St. Louis, Missouri. We're talking about St. Louis, Oklahoma right now. St. Louis, Oklahoma. You guys, what St. Louis are you guys thinking of? That's the one I know. The rotation over here with our mineral well storm is letting up a little bit, but they did actually issue that tornado warning that does now include mineral wells. So mineral wells, take shelter if you haven't already. This is one of those things where it's such a slow moving storm that even though right now it looks like the rotation's letting up a little bit, by the time the base of the storm makes it into the general mineral wells area, the dynamics could have completely changed. So take shelter and just get ready, just in case. It could have been a brief tornado there near Pearson. Let's assume that it's still down though, and it's coming towards you. Take shelter now, just in case. Duke says, I can help you with your non-profit. It's a complicated process. However, I would give you names. Oh, I know it's a complicated process. We've been at this for a long time. We're done though. Like it is officially done. We just don't have the final user interface for you guys ready yet. That's it. We've got everything ready. Like it's good to go. It's just not marketable yet, I guess, if that makes sense. I do appreciate your all's eagerness to help, though. I appreciate that. I don't know what's going on in front of Brad there, but looks like traffic stopped on the interstate. Maybe they're blocking it off again. Excuse me. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, they did block that road off, and there's no traffic that is allowed to go into Noble. And unfortunately, it does sound like they are dispatching first responders out of Oklahoma City and Norman to come to Noble.
Okay. Thank you, Riley. So the more news that we get from Noble, the more it seems like there was some sort of damage there. The level of significance is still undetermined, but any damage at all is bad. So whatever it takes to get Chris in there, we're going to be able to do it, and he'll be able to, if we're needed, and if there are resources that we can help obtain, we will definitely be doing that through the Y'all Squad. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, another instance of the same pattern that we've seen with a lot of storms today. We may see another handoff of the mesocyclone, or the spinning part of the storm, up in the clouds to the south and east of Pearson, Oklahoma, near St. Louis, Oklahoma here. On the southeastern side of Pottawatomie County. So this would head right over St. Louis up towards Maud. And so let's be watching out ahead of time here for Maud and Bow Lakes while you guys are in a tornado warning.
Awesome. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for giving us that update there. We're looking for another handoff here, maybe another potential tornado possibly forming near St. Louis and Maud, Oklahoma. Also, we're watching this storm near Noble. It's picking up again, and as far as intensity goes, but the tornadic elements of this storm are really not that impressive at this moment. Mineral wells, big time rotating area on this storm, but it's less tight. So that's good news. It does look like this thing it's either cycling or it's going a little bit more outflow dominant. I don't think that's necessarily the case, but we could be in a situation here where we're going to be in a part of the storm that's not capable of producing a tornado, and that's not going to happen again until it gets east of Mineral Wells. Or it might not happen again at all tonight. Either way, there is still rotation at the base of this storm. So and we are under a tornado warning in Mineral Wells, so we should be in our safe spots regardless. All roads into Noble are shut down currently. How do you determine when to do a live feed? I mean, just anytime we feel like it would be not necessary, but needed. And also in accordance with the fact that, you know, like I am one person and we are one team. So like, a lot of times it takes that 10% hatched risk or more to trigger a live stream, but sometimes we'll go live for less or more. I mean, it just comes down to logistics and the reality of, you know, everything involved. I don't know. I think some people are like blown away by like why don't you live stream every time it rains? Like you have so many viewers. Like wouldn't you make more money? Like no. Like we do not make money doing this. The live streams anyway. And then also there's a whole lot that goes into it. And I like to maintain the idea of a Ryan Hall Y'all live stream being reserved for bigger events. So like if Ryan's live, then you know it's time to pay attention. Now you should always pay attention during any risk or tornado watch or warning or anything like that. But usually when we go live, it's on days where there are multiple tornadoes and you need to pay extra attention and give more emphasis and importance to those warnings and those, you know, storms and stuff like that. And it's working very well the way that we do it. I would love to go live for every single slight risk, every single tornado watch. But I think that we've got to work smarter, not harder. And that will allow us to have a greater impact overall. Reading updates, waiting to see if we're going to see a new area of rotation near mineral wells. And of course, it looks like there might be something trying to happen here south of town. So I'm going to keep checking back in on that. Going to look back at Oklahoma. Still not seeing much over here near Noble. Not a whole lot happening over here near St. Louis, even though there is new rotation. We're just watching and waiting and seeing. Do you guys do debriefings about the tornadoes that touch down, like the impact, the necessary aid needed, or the damage levels? We up to this point we never have, but that's kind of going to be the point of the Y'all Squad channel. So there's another channel in the Y'all verse that you can subscribe to. It's the Y'all Squad channel, and if you go to my main channel, you go down to the bottom, and you'll find the Y'all Squad channel, and basically that's going to be, you know, whenever there is a tornado, Chris goes. Sometimes I go myself whenever I can. You know, the storm chasers go. You know, people from the team go, and we go help people. But while we're helping people, we also interview people, get their stories about what happened in the tornado. We film the damage. Sometimes we'll be able to interview and talk to the National Weather Service that issued the warnings. We'll have clips from the live stream. It'll be kind of like storm stories, or, you know, some sort of recount of each event with a positive side on it of like, oh, by the way, you guys gave us like $20,000 and we gave it back to this community here in these ways. So that's kind of the plan for the Y'all Squad channel, is to, act as a way for us to show you guys what we're doing with the nonprofit, and then also debrief tornadoes and hurricanes and whatever else. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan. I mean, while we're talking about relief, I thought I'd mention what we're doing for Noble now. So at this point, we have storm chasers Nick Gorman, Caleb B, and Chris Hall. We're all in a group chat, and we're trying to figure out what exactly is going on in Noble. So what it sounds like right now is, unfortunately, there is substantial damage. They're requesting a lot of extra support from towns around them, and we're going to see if they'll let us through and what we can do to help them. So hopefully we'll have more updates on that coming soon.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you, Riley. Really appreciate it. Duke 1962. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. Just a quick update before we get into the chat too much here. Rotation's still visible on both of these storms. If we're in Maud or Slaughterville or Noble, we need to remain in our safe spots. Mineral Wells, you need to remain in your safe spots, but everything looks less concerning than what it was 30 minutes ago on all these storms.
Chris. We're south of Slaughtersville. If you want to take a look at my stream just a second, I think we have a lowering directly in front of us, would be right over Slaughterville.
Okay, so Chris is talking about this area of rotation. And we're going to bring that up through the multi-view here. So you can watch Chris up there. The one closest to my face, that's Chris's camera. We could have a new developing area of rotation right here. So we're going to watch that through the radar, and we're going to watch that through Chris. But yeah, Duke 1962. Thank you so much for that. It says you make no money on the live stream. Seriously, if you were to like do a balance sheet, it would be different each time, but it's definitely not much. It's definitely not much. We pay the storm chasers, and in my opinion, well. There's a huge team here. We purposefully don't put like mid-roll ads on the live streams because we don't want you to have to watch commercials while you're trying to get weather information. So that's not there. And then all the 99% of the time, the merch stuff and all this, all the stuff that people see is going towards what we're doing with the Y'all Squad. So. Yeah, it's not a huge financial driver or anything, but that was never the point of it, anyways. But that's the first thing that comes to people's mind when it's like, why don't you live stream everything? But it's not. It doesn't only have to do with that. It's also about maintaining a level of interest around them. Making sure that we impact and reach as many people as possible so that we can help as many people as possible. And I have a wife and kids, and if I live streamed every slight risk, I would never leave this chair ever, especially in between February and like October. Which honestly, I wouldn't mind it. I love this. This is my dream. But I think we're doing it right. I think we've got a good thing going on here. And I'm sorry if I'm boring you by talking about it, but I just keep seeing stuff about it in the chat. And don't worry, we're watching this very closely. There's just not really anything new to report on with either of these storms, other than they're looking intense. There's trying to be some new sort of rotation here near Slaughterville. It's definitely not going to be a problem for Slaughterville. It could be a problem to the east of Slaughterville. Mineral wells, the storm continues to look less concerning, but still not. It's not like it's not concerning at all. I think we are trying to see a new resurgence of some sort of rotation here. So we're not out of the woods just yet in mineral wells. Yeah, thank you for the support. And don't worry, guys, we're doing fine even without the live streams. Like we don't, as far as like the financial driver for, you know, the channel and all that stuff. I mean, we're doing great. You don't have to worry about us. It's just that's not the point of the live streams, and it never has been. And if it ever was to become the point, it would take away from it, I think. As long as we don't have to worry about that during the live streams, then like all we have to worry about is the viewer and how we can better serve them and be useful. Me says, we appreciate you and the whole team. Thank you. Seattle says, thanks for what you do. Connor says, thanks, Ryan, and the team for what you do. Connor's been here for a year. I give to you so you can be paid for what you are doing. That's why I asked the question. Yeah, once again, thank you so much for the support. I really do appreciate it. And we do great here. It's just not, it's not dependent on the live streams. I want to make that clear. I'm not sitting here complaining that like, oh, we don't never make no money. I'm just sitting here, you know, completely almost homeless, just always live streaming, never getting anything in return from it. That's not the case. Like anybody that you watch that has over 1 million subscribers is doing all right. Okay. But like when it specifically comes to the live stream, that's not like we lose there sometimes, so that we can have it be a better experience for the end user. And that's fine. We can do that. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan. Chris, Nick, and Caleb did just get into Noble, or almost in Noble, and unfortunately the first thing they saw was a good amount of damage. So I think that Caleb is going to talk with first responders, figure out what they need, and then Nick might go up to Norman and pick up anything they need for them.
Awesome. Okay, thank you very much, Riley. So once again, it looks like the Y'all squad's going to be able to show up within a couple of hours of a tornado impact in Noble. If anybody needs anything at all, we should be able to supply that for them. Thanks to y'all's generosity. And if you want to help us be able to do even more or help us for the next time, for right now, once again, shopryanhall.com, sticker at the top of the page. Grab that and you'll be able to help us out. 100% of that goes to the Y'all squad. Okay, Andy, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, still paying attention to this circulation here in our eastern Oklahoma tornado warning now, headed up towards Maud. It's the best it's looked so far. So it's a slow intensification, but a persistence of the rotation on the radar here. So still a dangerous storm, I think. I'm gonna go check in on what the surface conditions are out ahead of this thing, so I can get a better idea for what's gonna happen.
Awesome. Thank you, Andy.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New warning for Seminole and Pottawatomie counties in Oklahoma. And there you go. Look at that. Oh yeah, this might be another one that is going to be unfortunately significant here as it gets close to another place of population near Maud. Go ahead, Andy.
Yep, Ryan. So I took a look, and out ahead of this thing, the shear, that low level shear, or the nadir juice you guys like to think of, actually increases out in front of this as it heads through Seminole County here. So the next scan intensifying so rapidly, and that new warning coming through right on the same time makes perfect sense to me. So I think this is going to be the next situation we're watching, and it does include the city of Seminole once again in Oklahoma. So please be paying attention. Everybody out in front of this, be taking shelter, as we could see the same pattern that we've already observed multiple times today, where the tornado tracks a little bit the storm and then may occlude off to the north, or also track a little bit further east. So this is an important warning for everybody inside of it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Andy. Carly, if you don't care, put Nick in the slot 1 for now. And yes, just like Andy was saying, we need to prepare for the worst here in Maud, as this is another one of those situations where very rapidly we've got this rotation coming together here. This is going to try to put down a tornado and then come right up in this direction. So you want to get into the most interior room of your home, preferably underground. If you can't get underground, you want to get into that closet, basement. If you have a bathroom that's in the interior of your home, like you can get in the middle of that bathroom. If you had super strength, you could punch through all the walls and your fist would end up in another room and not outside. Go there, or a closet, whichever one has the least amount of glass, and prepare for potentially a damaging tornado here. If this follows a similar pattern as to what we've seen throughout the night, this is probably going to ramp up and produce something here as right around Maud. Well, let's hope that it doesn't, but it definitely looks like it's already in the process of doing so, as we have a very prominent hook showing up here, rapidly gaining a better structure here. Yes, Riley, I see your text. Yes, of course. Now, the amount we'll have to confer with Carly on that, and it might be
a new tornado warning has been issued.
A little bit later, but in the short term, little stuff that's needed, 100%. Yeah, let's go. We're hoping that this one occludes a little bit faster and doesn't have time to kind of get as strong as some of these other ones, but you can hope all you want. We're once again, we're not really forecasting here. We're now casting. We're waiting on these new scans to come in. Here's another one. Jeez, man, another crazy looking hook here south and east of Slaughterville. I'm telling you, these things, these storms are kind of just playing around with this lower level jet and just really very quickly organizing, producing tornadoes, occluding, and then it just doing it over and over again. These storms were just a little bit stronger. I think that this would be an even worse situation than what it is, even though it is already a bad situation. More signs of a potential tornado being down right here to the west of Maud. Once again, hopefully everybody in Maud is taking shelter. This is going to, if it's down, and if it stays down, it's going to cross between Highway 59 and Highway 9A on the western side of Maud, and hopefully go to the north of town, but still impact areas south of East 1290. So that's potentially going to impact people and homes there. Usually when you see a really tiny little couplet like that, that's a pretty good indication that there's probably a tornado down, although it may be brief or weak. I don't know. Well, we've just got to wait for the next scan, but definitely something's happening right here. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, about that storm, the one that's east of Slaughterville right now, that one, if you look very closely from KTLX, you can actually see the green kind of surrounding the hook. That's an RFD surge, or the rear flank of the storm, putting down the winds, and it's going out in front of where the circulation would be. So right now, that surge of winds is preventing anything from wrapping up into the storm. The moment that that surge doesn't, or like it dissipates a little bit, or inflow finds its way in to where the tornado would be there in that very clearly defined hook, we could see that form. Right now, though, it's not able to put down a tornado just because it's being choked off right now from that RFD surge. So if that changes, then we'll see the tornado. If that doesn't change, hopefully, then we will not see a tornado with this in the near term.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you, Andy. And yes, you can see it very, very clearly here. RFD surge, kind of preventing that mixture of the warm, moist air that needs to come into the base of the storm here. If we get that gone, if that is no longer a problem at some point, then that could be a bad news for people in front of it, because that could be what it takes to make the storm kind of go to the next level and produce a tornado like it looks like this one near Maud either is or was recently. But something similar is probably even happening there, or we're going to see this occlusion take place where it gets kind of lofted up into the base of, or the main part of the storm here. So still two areas that we are watching extremely closely right now. If we are anywhere in Cleveland, Pottawatomie, or Seminole counties, we need to be taking shelter. Battle Bronco says, is there a specific EF rating that there needs to be in order for the National Weather Service to issue a tornado emergency? No. The tornado emergencies are just issued based off of either reports or radar returns that are undoubtedly indicative of like a damaging tornado, especially if it's getting ready to go into some area that has even some level of increased population, like a town of maybe 100 people, in an otherwise unpopulated area. You got to have a big debris signature a lot of times with that. And it has nothing to do with the EF rating is basically what I'm trying to say. Because you don't know what that is until after the storm's over, because it's based off of the damage. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, actually, if you haven't seen yet, we have a bunch of storms maturing very quickly here south and east of our tornado warnings. And this is in that environment I talked about a little bit ago, where we have a lot of nadir juice. The winds about a mile above the surface are supportive over here near Stonewall, Oklahoma for tornadoes. So all we have to see occur over here for another tornado warned storm to take place is the productive end result of these mergers, all these storms that are merging together. If one is, one comes out on top and it's well organized, it's in an environment just like these other two, a heck of an environment, I would say, to also become a tornado producing storm. So watching out for McAllister out ahead of these things as we see what happens. But that's literally just the last 30 minutes or so. You can play it back and watch them develop out in our warm sector here.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Andy. We're going to go check that out now. So this is what he's talking about down here. Let's go way back. And there was a bunch of nothing. Go way forward. And now there's a whole lot of something. And like he said, there's a significant amount of those lower level jet winds, or the nadir juice, whatever you want to call it, in place here. So if these storms can orient themselves in a way that they can take advantage of that, and rotate efficiently, we might see more tornadic problems down here. So that's something that we'll be watching. We've got a little bit of rotation near Stonewall, so we'll keep a close eye on that for you. We're going to keep a close eye on these storms up here, and we're going to check back in on Texas. Haven't heard anything about that storm in a while, and it's probably because it's no longer warned, but there's still a tiny area of rotation here. This is still a big, beefy supercell, and I wouldn't be surprised if it tried again at some point here. I mean, this is the kind of supercell that, historically does this kind of thing. So you want to watch the southern side of this storm very closely to see if there's going to be some sort of new influx of very strong inflow into the storm, maybe another like shooting down area of RFD. And then, we might see some new rotation there. If not, it's just two big, giant storms with big hail and damaging winds, kind of barely moving in this area, slowly making their way towards Springtown and Weatherford here in Texas. The mod rotation is no longer with us for the most part. Look at that. Look at how quickly that formed and went away. Very quick occlusion process there. So that's good. Not done with that one, I don't think, though. We'll see what happens. Cool little hook here, but not a lot of rotation with that. Kind of focused, not focused, but watching these storms down near Stonewall now to see if anything happens with these. Storms are fascinating. Nature rules. Chill often. I agree, man. I agree. I love storms. Don't like what they can do most of the time, especially during situations like this, but ever since I was a kid, it's like my favorite thing ever is a thunderstorm. Like literally. It sounds nuts, but that was my favorite thing. Still is, if you can't tell. Yeah, RFD means rear flanking downdraft. Lots of like-minded people in the chat. it's always a mixture, it seems. The people who watch this channel and these live streams either very much hate storms or they love it. It's like there's not a whole lot of in between. Like people who are just indifferent about the weather usually aren't the ones that are tuning in here, unless of course it's just a big day and we happen to be the choice for coverage. But like on a day where we just upload a video, we get the extremes, I think, which makes sense. Yeah, I'm watching that rotation near Strawn as well. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, so after we talked with first responders in Noble, it does sound like the consensus is they're not going to know what they need until the morning, which is to be expected. It's hard to know the extent of the damage when it's dark, but from what it sounds like, the damage was very localized, but the places that were damaged did receive significant damage.
Okay. Well, I don't think it'd be any problem at all for the y'all squad to get Chris and Caleb a hotel tonight, and they can get some rest, and they can get to it tomorrow. Just see, if there's anything at all we can do, we'll do it. If not, we'll get out of the way, and whatever it is. So we're good to go there. And then, of course, if anybody's watching right now that is, I don't know, emergency management, there's always some sort of fire department, emergency management, police station or something that's watching in these areas. If you're near Noble, if you know of a way that we can help, we have vast resources. So just let us know. Let us know, and we will try to do whatever we can. We're here to serve. Sorry, I got a weird notification. Isaac said, my first storm chase was Joplin, hooked ever since. Joplin, that's a day I will never forget. Yeah, I would say so. If you were there, I'd say you'll never forget that. That was a big one for sure. Thank you, by the way, Isaac. Mike says, Ryan, once things calm down a little, do you mind talking about the EF scale rabbit hole for a minute? I'm curious about your thoughts. Do insurance companies care about how strong the tornado was? I don't have any experience with insurance companies and their biases around EF ratings. I don't think that matters at all, though. Can you imagine how ridiculous it would be if your house got destroyed by a tornado? Okay. And you're like, well, thank goodness I've got home insurance. Okay. And then you call your home insurance and you're like, hey, like I need like a new house, man. And they're like, well, how strong was the tornado? And you're like, well, the National Weather Service said it was an EF3. And they're like, nah, you're good, bro. And then they hang up. I don't think that happens. And if it does, like, we need to like riot or something because that's nuts. But I really don't think that happens. So yeah, I don't think that there's any sort of like conspiracy as to why the EF system is kind of bad. But I do agree that it is kind of bad. Like there's probably a better way to rate tornadoes, and we're going to figure it out sooner than later. It's just, you know, things in that realm are kind of slow. Okay, yeah, I figured for that didn't happen, but there are some people who act like that does happen, and that's why the National Weather Service didn't rate this one tornado an EF5. It's because they were trying to help an insurance company save money. I was like, no, that's not that's not happening. John, thank you so much. Rob. It seems like the public needs more awareness on warning categories than the EF scale. That's true. That's true. The EF scale, I think that the EF scale is, I think people just think about it the wrong way or something. Like the difference between a watch and a warning, and the subtle differences between a warning, a confirmed warning, an observed warning, a PDS warning, and a tornado emergency. The difference between an enhanced, moderate, and high risk, a hatched or unhatched probability on any parameter of the SPC outlook, the WPC outlook. You know, all these things are so much more important to know about than the EF scale rating. Because those things, understanding those things and knowing how to read radar and having radar and, you know, all that stuff can help you avoid a tornado. Knowing the EF scale will help you figure out how much damage happened maybe after the tornado has already occurred. And like you can't even determine that. It's just up to the National Weather Service. And it only can be determined if the tornado hit something substantial. Strongest tornado on Earth could happen in the middle of a field, and it could be rated an EF2 because it only has to do with the damage that it does. Mythic. One of my first chases was the Washington, Illinois EF4 in 2013. Wow, that's crazy. Cody, thanks. Isaac, thanks. Meanwhile, I'm trying to use technology to save lives. I love what you and the Y'all Squad is doing to help those affected. Thank you, Blake. Any particular favorite storm you have? My favorite kind of storm is a winter storm that brings heavy snow to the Appalachian and Mid-Atlantic regions of the United States. An APS runner. Preferably one that forms in the Gulf of Mexico off of what would have become a tropical storm in like the summer, and then combines with a a clipper or something that comes out of the northeast and blows up through the process called bombogenesis and buries me in 3 feet of snow or more. That's my favorite kind of storm. I'm in eastern Kentucky, by the way, if you guys didn't know. Just waiting to get buried by 3 feet of snow at all times. Thanks, Jay Morgan. Thanks, Hey Savannah. What would be needed to rate tornadoes before they were hit? It feels like it would make a world of difference. I've seen the damage of an EF5. We need earlier ratings. Like what it would take to rate them before it hits, I guess, would be like just super accurate surface level wind readings, like literally like a couple feet off the ground, maybe. I don't know if that'll happen. I don't know if it's even worth having it because, I mean, then what happens? We say, okay, there's an EF1 tornado coming. And then there's going to be people who don't understand that. And they're like, oh, EF1, that's not even bad. There's like 5 EFs. Then that's the first one. So I don't care. And then they still it's still very bad. You know what I mean? I just feel like there's no point in depicting the EF scale. It's just like, hey, this is either a precautionary warning or this is the real deal. Telling the difference between that's important, I think, for sure. And then if there's a huge TDS, if there's reason to add even more emotion or urgency to it, by all means do it. But rating it on a scale is, I think, a bad idea. Even if you could do it accurately, I think it's a bad idea. The whole EF thing is just a way to assess the damage that a tornado does. Can you make a video explaining how to use Radar Omega? Yes. I have said that a lot, though, so I don't know when it's going to happen. I was really hoping that we could do this during the live streams. If you watch the live streams enough, you've got to have a little bit of an idea about, how to use it. Like this, what I'm using here to run the broadcast is Radar Omega. You can get it on your phone, iOS, Android, link in the description, blah, blah, blah. But this is it. This is how you use it. When I go up here and I click this, you can do the same thing on your phone. And I click tornado warning and I click, this one. It zooms me into it. That's great. You can do that too. When I need to look at the radar in Tennessee or Birmingham, and I click this little dot right here, and it takes me there, you can do that too. These are the core functionalities around Radar Omega that are the most important thing. Now, the thing about Radar Omega is there's just so many layers to it. You can do a million things with it. It's so customizable. The possibilities are endless, and it would take a whole video and a bunch of stuff to figure out how to go through all of that. And I do want to do that eventually, but my main purpose of promoting it isn't for all that. It's just hey, I've seen the free radar apps. Okay, there's a couple that aren't bad. All right. There's a couple that are even good, but I've seen them. All right. None of them are as good as this. So if you want a good one, get this one. And then right off the bat, you're going to have the basic capabilities of, looking at the radar returns, looking at the velocities, being able to search for locations, do the fly to function, see Brad Arnold and other storm chasers and stuff in the app. That's the stuff that's important. And then if you're a real like enthusiast and you want to get into it and customize it and, maybe even get into some of the subscription tiers where you get access to more cool things, that's all great and fun and awesome. And we'll get into that eventually. But like my main thing is just like the basic necessities, and hopefully I do a good job of kind of explaining how I get to those things. How to go from black and white screen to the color radar that you use? Oh, what have you done? Black and white screen. I'm going to guess that you've went up here to this little thing. You see this? Drop down menu. You've probably somehow went to the satellite or something, and you need to go back to radar. I'm just guessing. I would have to see it. But like this is how you go between satellite and radar right here. Boys, I'm doing Radar Omega customer support live on the air here, y'all. Oh, man. You can tell we only have one tornado warning left, can't you? We still do have a warning, by the way. Tribby, Macomb, you guys are under a warning. That's going to be allowed to expire very soon. But we are still watching the storm as there could be a new area of rotation trying to pop up here. So we're going to give it until it exits the polygon to see what's going to happen next. We're also continuing to watch these storms as they pop up a little bit farther to the south and east. It looks like they're going to congeal into a big blob and not necessarily become a big tornado problem. So that's good. But if that changes, we're going to be here for the next little bit to figure it out. How y'all can spot anything on those radars to me is mind-boggling. All I see is Minecraft. Oh. Yeah. I feel you, to be honest. That was funny. That caught me off guard. How does the National Weather Service make these polygons? I believe they draw them. Like in a software. They probably use something similar to the pen tool in Photoshop. Draw the corners and connect. 4 lines or 5 lines, however many lines they need to do. I know the program that they use to do it. I don't know the actual process. I do like the idea of you making videos about using Radar Omega. Do it on the second channel and make it a bucket in your niche. I think that's the good plan. Our county will sound the sirens for high winds and hail. I feel people will become used to it and won't prepare for tornadoes. Thoughts? I agree with you unless they've just recently started doing that and they've done it only a couple of times due to the advent of the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So there's 3 different kind of severe thunderstorm warnings now. There's the severe thunderstorm warning, the considerable severe, and then the destructive severe. If your town is using the siren to indicate to people that a destructive severe thunderstorm warning is in place, that's totally warranted because, if as long as the warning is issued for a truly destructive severe thunderstorms, a lot of times that's even more useful or important than a tornado warning siren. I mean, those things can be crazy. The baseball-sized hail, 80-mile-an-hour winds, and like it affects a much larger area than a tornado would. you've got to let people who are outside know that that's coming. That's the point of a siren, right? If you're outside, if you're not near your phone or the TV or the YouTube, you've got a way to know that something's getting ready to happen by having these audible devices. Well, you know, if you're outside and you see the storm and you're like, oh, I've seen a storm before. But like this one's got baseball size hail and 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. Might as well sound the alarm there just to get that extra pep in your step to take shelter. Shift V and Shift R. I did know that. You want to know something? That is because of me. If on the PC version of Radar Omega, if you hold down Shift and you hit V or R, that's a shortcut that will take you between the reflectivity and velocity. And I do believe that is a feature because I requested it. So you're welcome. There should be a y'all scale that is taken so seriously that even the tornadoes seek shelter. That is true. We do need to come up with our own scale. And it's the y'all scale, and it's just me. Whenever I see like a tornado warning or like a TDS or something, I look at the camera and I'm like, y'all? Or like a level 2 y'all would be like, y'all. Or like if it's just like you know, the more intense the y'all is, the more seriously we've got to take the warning. That's probably a terrible idea, and that's probably not what you were talking about, but it's the first thing that came to mind. Hey, Ryan, my son Isaiah loves your channel. He's watching now. Could you give him a shout out? Yes, Isaiah. Thanks for being a fan. That's super cool. Now have the y'all get either lower or higher pitched. We're on to something with that. I heard this was a y'all. Instead of people like freaking out and pre-rating, they'll be pre-y'alling. I heard this was a double y'all coming, y'all. Coco 5 reports significant damage. Yeah, we'll have first light view of the damage in Noble tomorrow morning since we have 2 storm chasers there. I'm sure they'll be taking videos. We'll have updates on Twitter. I don't know. So I don't know what's happening out there. I don't know if we've got like a street that has been destroyed. I don't know if we've got roofs off of houses. I don't know the extent of the damage, but there might be something like a video or something that happens with our mission down here. If not, we'll still do whatever we can, and we'll be talking about it in the next video and on Twitter and stuff like that. So if you don't follow me on Twitter, that's like the number one place to go, in my opinion. If I'm not uploading on YouTube, which obviously I do all the time, but like even on the days that I don't, I am tweeting. And I'm responding to tweets. I'm looking at tweets and all that. So follow me on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. It's the best place to keep up with me. I know not everybody likes Twitter. I don't even like Twitter that much. It's just the easiest one to use on this level. Like, Facebook is the best way to like share pictures of my son with my grandma, but Twitter is the best way to interact with our audience here. It just is. I don't know why. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, so just one interesting story is one of the things you have always done when there are tornado warnings is you point out where the nearest Dollar General is. So in Noble, the path of this tornado was 200 feet away from the Dollar General. So you placed a prediction for where this tornado was going to go, and you were 200 feet off where that tornado went.
Wow. 200 feet from the Dollar General. That's crazy. And that's something, one of the reasons why we talk often about Dollar Generals and Walmarts is because that is a beacon in almost every town, especially small towns, which is a lot of times what we end up talking about here. Everybody knows the Dollar General on the south side of insert town here, or the Dollar General by the high school, or the Dollar General by the gas station. Like that is a very easy way to identify a place especially in the southern, southeastern, and eastern U.S., and especially in smaller towns. It's been very effective. I am working on a place file, and I already have most of it ready. It's just too big for any of these programs to handle right now, of every single Dollar General in America. And I think that I can get it to actually populate them here on the map on Radar Omega, so we don't even have to look at anything else to determine that. So, that's been fun building that. What I do in my free time. Look at all the Dollar Generals. And you know what's crazy? There's like 100 new ones a day. Not really, but there's a lot. Like every time you go to there's a town that you only go to like 3 or 4 times a year because you got to drive there to go see Aunt, whoever, or you got to go to the doctor there, or you go, I don't know, do whatever it is that you do in this town. Every so often you'll pass a new Dollar General because they build them so fast and they're putting them everywhere. All right. The odds of this tornado warning getting reissued, very low, I think. So we can start wrapping it up if you guys want to. I don't know, Riley, do you have anything else to talk about? Is there anything else to report on from what the storm chasers have done out there, or anything else that you want to, I don't know, just continue the conversation on here with tonight?
I think one of the things Andy was talking about in stream text that we should look at is the Category 5 typhoon right now. It's looking really, really interesting.
Oh, wow. Looking very interesting. Andy, would you like to speak on this if I throw the graphic up?
Yeah, I can do that.
Awesome. Let's hear it.
All right. So Ryan's showing this is the infrared satellite loop, or basically a look at like the temperatures. So those in the pink are the cold cloud tops, the tallest clouds in the part of the storm. You could see this is forming an eye right now. It is not a Category 5 yet, but it is forming an eye right now in the Bay of Bengal. So this is east of India and west of Myanmar there. And it's actually expected to track into western Myanmar, maybe eastern eastern Bangladesh there. And there's a ton of different models that run and try to look at the intensity of this thing forecasted out ahead of time. And right at about 36 hours from now, so this barely has an eye at it right now. Barely has an eye. And 36 hours from now, there are 10 different models that are saying it's going to be a Category 5 cyclone right here. So yeah, the category 5 is like at the top of your page there. So this could be a really, really, really bad storm for Western Myanmar, Eastern Bangladesh here, based on the track of what the Joint Typhoon Warning Center is forecasting for this. So it's a very, very rapidly developing situation. Waters are roasting out there, and that's why it takes a day and a half to get a category 5 cyclone over here. Extremely severe cyclone. I forget what exactly they call it. A very severe cyclonic storm is what this area refers to them as, but it would be the equivalent of a category 5 hurricane if it were to occur. So we definitely need to be thinking of all of the people over there, because that is not insignificant whatsoever. So yeah, that's something I was sending to Ryan in case he wanted to talk about it, because sometimes, especially in these significant events, we definitely want to be thinking worldwide and covering things like this that pop up in the matter of a day and a half. So that's been a talking point recently. And I don't know, Ryan, if you also want to show, well, there's
A new tornado warning has been issued.
If you also wanted to show the Noble, Oklahoma clip that I put on my Twitter, and we also retweeted it onto Ryan's Twitter, that would also be a good talking point as well. But first, we can cover the warning.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll show that, and we'll go over here, and we'll take a look at that new warning, which is actually in this cluster of storms down here that is kind of bathing in the somewhat more impressive nadir juice. Once again, the lower level jet winds are increased down here, and we've got a huge rotating area between JD and Parker in southeastern Oklahoma. This is the true definition of a radar hole. Okay, we're not going to be able to tell a whole lot about this from radar as it gets farther away. But definitely some rotation here, and potentially a tornado in progress here somewhere between JD and Parker. So that's going to be a problem for the next 46 minutes. And we're probably going to see a couple more warnings pop up out of this cluster down here. But I would say that the main threat, the main tornado threat tonight is mostly over. Do not let your guard down, though, if you're anywhere between Colgate, McAllister, Stigler, or anywhere in southeastern Oklahoma down here, because this is going to be a pretty long-lasting cluster of storms. The storms that have produced a lot of our problems around Oklahoma City are dying out quickly. I'm not very concerned about Tulsa. And honestly, I don't know how long this is going to last, but definitely got to watch out for this one over the next 30 to 45 minutes or so. Ashley says, in Silver City, y'all helped me navigate EMS. Awesome. We were there not too long ago. Go ahead, Andy.
There's also another storm to be paying attention to southwest of Mineral Wells in Texas. That one has now finally gained a little bit stronger of rotation, even a couplet on the velocity just briefly there. So this one's probably producing a tornado right around Strawn in Texas, and would head also east just north of I-20 toward Gordon. Another pretty large tornado is, or another pretty large supercell is in progress over here, probably producing a couple weak tornadoes.
Awesome. Thank you, Andy. There's your rotation signature right around Strawn. And there's your supercell. My goodness. That is a big supercell. And look at how much these things aren't moving, really. Like these are almost stationary. And there's your tornado warning for that. So that's going to be for Palo Pinto County and Texas once again. But up here, even north of where the potential tornado is happening, we're talking about potential flash flooding and some very large hail. These are just very strong storms in general, even without the tornado risk. But there's a real tornado risk with this between Strawn and Lyra right now, and this will maybe make it all the way over to Mingus and Gordon within the next little bit. Can you define what you mean by a couplet? Yeah, a couplet. This isn't the best example of it, but it's this. It's where the outbounds and inbounds meet each other in terms of what we're looking at on the velocity. The reds show wind going away from the radar. The green show wind going towards the radar. So whenever we see reds and greens really close to each other, so close to each other that they literally touch, and that we have like bright elevated colors indicating higher velocities on each of these sides, we call that a couplet. It has to be oriented in a way that suggests that it's counterclockwise rotation to infer that it's a tornado potentially. And also we have to use context clues with other radar products to kind of confirm that as well. Sometimes you'll see some red next to some green in a regular passing shower for whatever reason, just different, moving parts of the storm. But is that also in a part of the storm that would traditionally produce a tornado, like the base of the storm near a hook? Is there, in a really strong tornado, is there also a TDS that goes along with that? Velocity is just one of the tools that you use to try to determine whether or not there might be a tornado within any given storm. But this is a pretty telltale sign right there. Bright greens next to some reds. We've got rotation there for sure. And that is a sign that we could be having a tornado there. Not always 100% for sure. Yeah, as far as tornado movies better than Twister, it's really hard to beat Twister. In my opinion. There's some good ones out there. They're just not as... I don't know. They're just not as good. Yeah, still seeing more reports coming in from Noble, Oklahoma. Most of what I'm seeing, and I could be missing a lot of it, but most of what I'm seeing is minor damage to moderate damage. Once again, it looks like some of the more significant stuff may have been localized, and we'll see that tomorrow. And even if it's just moderate damage, there's still going to be somebody who lost a roof. There's still going to be some impact that happened there. We don't want to write it off and be like, oh, that's nothing. I'm just trying to calm the nerves. There's people that are listening that have friends, family, and Noble maybe they haven't heard from. All they know is that we've got people there that. Am I back?
Yeah, you're back on Discord. I don't know if you're back on YouTube.
Huh. I don't know.
I see you on YouTube. I see you on YouTube.
Yeah, really? Wow, that's the first time that's ever happened that we didn't lose it.
Because we have disconnect protection now.
Oh, yeah.
Even if it didn't kick to anything, it still waits to see if it can kick to anything.
I think I got to talk to my ISP. I think it's at 12:05 a.m. on Fridays, or there's something about that where something happens and something resets. I forgot to call them and tell them to not do that. But anyways, okay, we're back. That's the first time that's happened, where we've lost the connection and then we come back. So we may have fixed that problem. That's a beautiful thing. We can thank Riley for that too. And you guys never see him, but there's a man in the shadows known as Tech Guy Ryan, who also is responsible for that, helping us not lose connection. It looks like the rotation here around Strawn is kind of maybe letting up just a little bit, but there's new rotation popping out just a little bit in front of it. And Andy wants to talk. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I was actually going to talk about the rotation in southeastern Oklahoma. Fortunately, the storm's very efficiently taking up that nadir juice over there near Lula and JD that you were looking at. So, and this is probably producing a tornado right now in these areas, about to go over Highway 75 here in northern Cole County in particular in Oklahoma. So that down the line, that's Wardville. On Kiowa here, south of McAllister, which we mentioned a couple hours ago in the stream. We'd be looking out ahead of time for you in these areas. So we might not be able to be done yet for a little bit because, yeah, on that next scan, it's looking pretty significant. No debris showing up on the radar yet because we're further away. But yeah, it's I see some pretty significant rotation here.
All right. Thank you, Andy. That is, that's a very significant signature there. One of the more significant ones that we've seen today. Like Andy said, the nadir juice is being accessed abundantly here. And now we have a really, really strong storm in play, moving up towards Non and Parker in Oklahoma. So we do have that tornado warning here for Cole and Pontotoc counties. So that's something that we have to watch very closely. As I don't know exactly what's happening on the ground there. And remember, we do have a very limited view of this thing. But yeah, there's definitely something going on there, and it's more than likely a strong tornado. Hey, thank you, Bash. Thank you, Bash. That's awesome. Bash is an OG, been around for a while. They are putting a radar in Durant for that dead zone right now. I know about that. That would be very useful right now, wouldn't it? I don't think that that's just for anybody to use, though. I think you have to pay for it. I think it's like a private company that does it. I don't know for sure, but I know that like we don't have access to it yet. I wouldn't care to get it. I don't know what you got to do. Sign up for, is it like I don't know how that works, but we'll work on it. Go ahead, Andy and Riley, I think. Both of you.
Okay, I'll go first. Unless Riley has nothing. He's looking he's like, what? Okay. So what we were looking at there was actually a little bit of weird contaminated data there on the rotation of this storm in particular in Cole County in Oklahoma. But what ways to back this up and why I think this is legitimate rotation is the next scans are consistent, and also on the reflectivity, or what shows us like that rainfall, and also whether there's hail or not based on those values. There's a little bit of a region right in the center where this rotation is occurring that's a lower value of reflectivity. So that means that there's less intense rain falling there. There's not as much hail. And the reason that's important is because that tells us where the storm is rising rapidly, which is what happens inside of the center of a tornado. Air is rising rapidly. So if we see a little bit weaker rainfall in the middle of rotation, then it tells us that this signature is definitely more conclusive. It's definitely more real, and it's thus more, it's dangerous.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. Yeah, I think that this is definitely, something's going on down here. And the good news is, once again, we've gotten this in this situation where we've gotten lucky multiple times tonight. It's in a very rural area right now. However, there are towns around here that do need to be kind of like on the lookout for maybe the potential future impacts from this storm. And that's going to be places like Non and Parker and the Highway 75 area here between Cottonwood and Non. So we're going to watch that as it continues to look to, us, and it looks to me like a very serious situation. But I don't know how long it's going to last. Hopefully this is another situation where it kind of goes away after, the occlusion, and it gets overtaken by this seemingly increasingly outflow dominant Boeing line that's trying to happen here. So we'll see. But in the meantime, take shelter now if you are anywhere in Cole County, Oklahoma. Also, let's check back in on Texas. Strawn, stay in your safe spot, but the big time concerning signature for rotation is letting up significantly. There might be a new one that tries to form here. You see the new little hook that's trying to pop up there. That could be our next problem maker. So we're going to be watching that closely too as we go forward. You guys saw Riley set up earlier. We've also got Kinsey on the team. Kinsey is, Kinsey does a little bit of everything. And Kinsey has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think the TV counts as 6 monitors. So once again, you got to have at least 4 to be on team, y'all. And each one extra after that. It's just an added, it adds to your rank, essentially. No, that. Honestly, there is a lot of information to take in. So it does help to have a bunch of different screens. Pretty soon, though, we're all going to be wearing augmented reality headsets instead of using computers. And we're going to have like 15 million screens at any time, anywhere around our heads. Watching that rotation there as it approaches Non. Yeah, there is a lot of lightning with this storm, especially the one down here in Texas and the one in Oklahoma. Yeah, there's a lot of lightning strikes here. All right, reading updates once again. Lots of new information coming in here. Hold on one second. Okay. All right. Yeah. I'm still trying to read and pick up on what's happening out here in Noble. And so far, so good. Like there definitely is damage out here, but I'm not hearing about anything terrible. So that's great. All right. Let's do a quick roundup of everything that we've got going on here again. I think we're going to have to wrap it up. I'm getting incredibly tired. I didn't get much sleep last night, and I don't know about the rest of the team either. But at some point we do have to end the live stream tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and do it here in a second. I do want to say that as the night goes on, we are going to continue to have severe weather. Even when I end my stream, the weather continues to happen. All right. So make sure you have some way of getting warnings tonight, especially if you are anywhere east of this line. Let me show you the outlooks day one. So if you are within this yellow area over here, there's going to be some chance of some severe weather as we go through the rest of the night. It doesn't quite make it into the DFW area, although we could have some strong storms. It doesn't quite make it into the Wilburton area, but like McAllister, Colgate over the next couple of hours, there might be some, strong storms that you got to watch out for. Same thing for you guys up here in Tulsa. I wouldn't worry too much about it, but definitely be concerned enough to where if a warning was to come through for your area, you're going to have a way to get it tonight. Okay. I love the weather radios, but if you don't have time to get one of those, phone alerts work. If you've got a buddy that works night shift or something, there's ways that you can work this out if you're really concerned about it. You don't have to stay up all night and obsess over it. We definitely don't want you to do that. Don't be scared. Be prepared. All right. Once again, this is going to go on for a while, but we have to end our stream. I appreciate you guys. Remember, download Radar Omega, link in the description. If you want to help Chris and Caleb help people in Oklahoma tomorrow, if they need it, shopryanhall.com. Pretty soon, we're going to have our own standalone Y'all Squad site, and it'll be different, and you won't have to get a sticker. You can just click a button, and we'll also be integrated with YouTube, okay? So I got to go. Thank you so much for being here. I will see you very soon in a video. And if we need to go live again tomorrow or the next day or anytime we get another significant threat for severe weather, I'm going to be here, okay? Subscribe to the channel, turn notifications on, and let's let Andy wave by. Wave by, Andy. As we actually end the stream here, I put him on the spot. All right. Guys, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye.